Chapter 1. Survival. Your Highness, they are the last surviving humans of this village. Xiao Xiao felt a bit disoriented, his awareness flickering as he heard someone calling his name in a deep voice, laced with concern. Your Highness. As his memory began to clear, Xiao Xiao noticed a grotesque creature standing beside him, the voice emanating from his monstrous form. The Sin Demon, Zenithus. The name surged into Xiao Xiao's mind. Yet surprisingly, he did not feel fear in the presence of this terrifying being. Surviving humans. Instinctively, Xiao Xiao followed the direction indicated by the demon. Flames engulfed the surroundings, the ground piled high with corpses, and a nauseating blend of the scents of blood and burning flesh hung in the air. This village had just endured a massacre. The surviving villagers were bound by thorny vines, huddled together. Their attire bore no resemblance to modern clothing, appearing more akin to garments from medieval Europe. Your Highness, according to your orders, all the bandits who ravaged this village have been slain. Shall we eliminate these villagers as well? Zenithus spoke again, towering nearly 2 meters high, with a physique reminiscent of a lion mixed with a lizard. As he spoke, green flames flickered from his mouth. His scaled hands gripped a double-bladed spear, its surface flowing with a substance resembling lava. The villagers, ensnared by the thorny vines, looked up at the approaching demon with wide, fearful eyes. No need. Just take them away. At this moment, Xiao Xiao had yet to comprehend the entirety of his situation. Just moments prior, he had been a game designer working late in his office on a proposal, and now he found himself in this strange world with a demon who obeyed his commands. The abruptness of this transition was overwhelming, without any warning signs whatsoever. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao's adaptability was akin to that of a slug, and since the original soul inhabiting this body had not yet dissipated, he managed to accept the situation without displaying any signs of distress. As you command, Your Highness. Zenithus complied, sweeping his scaled hand through the air. A portal of ghostly green light appeared before Xiao Xiao. More than a dozen diminutive imps leaped from the portal, seizing the thrashing villagers, helpless against their inescapable fates, dragging them into the gateway amid their futile struggles and cries. Xiao Xiao sifted through his memories. Demons were a diverse race, and those particular imps were the lowest tier, lacking intellect and physical prowess comparable to humans, their sole advantage being their rapid reproductive rate. Zenithus, on the other hand, was a high-ranking Sin Demon, serving as Xiao Xiao's personal guardian, exuding an aura of power evident in his formidable appearance. Most demons looked vastly different from humans, and while Xiao Xiao belonged to the high echelons of this demonic society, he found it fortunate that his appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of a human save for the 2 horns adorning his forehead. While Xiao Xiao could accept his transportation to this world, he found it less palatable that he had become a non-human entity. An illustrious chaotic demon? That didn't sound too bad. Return now, Zenithus, Xiao Xiao instructed. Your Highness, do you not intend to take this opportunity to invade the surrounding city-states? Invade city-states? Xiao Xiao reassessed his surroundings. He gathered from his recollections that he understood the reason for his presence here. The naive demon prince had stolen away to the human realm out of curiosity. Upon emerging through the portal, he had encountered a caravan of traders, only for that caravan to be ambushed by a band of robbers while resting in a village. This village was, unsurprisingly, slaughtered inside and out, but the demon prince, unable to stand by, called upon his guards from the demon realm to eradicate the bandits entirely. Thus, the village had been spared from extermination. Yet judging by the fear in the villagers' eyes, being taken hostage by a demon felt infinitely more hopeless than being robbed by humans. Not interested, not interested. Xiao Xiao had no desire to entertain the pathetic curiosity of this demon prince, nor did he possess any inclination to assault humans at the moment. By the way, Zenithus, there's still one person alive. As he approached the portal, Xiao Xiao pointed to a shadowy figure attempting to escape from the heap of bodies in the distance. The clever bandit had feigned death to deceive everyone, but his impatience betrayed him. As you command. Zenithus grasped Xiao Xiao's intentions without needing further clarification. With horrifying screams and the sounds of flesh being torn asunder, Xiao Xiao stepped through the portal. The environment of the demon realm was not as he had envisioned it. At least the sky was blue, and the temperature was comfortably warm. There were no signs of the volcanic eruptions or flowing lava typically associated with images of hell. The portal led to a garden, adorned with unfamiliar flowers that radiated soft blue light particles. Had it not been for the presence of a grotesque demon by his side, Xiao Xiu might have found it hard to believe he was in the demon realm. "Your Highness, should we confine these humans in cages?" Zenithis inquired. "For now, yes. Feed them some food. I don't want them starving to death. I have use for them," Xiao Xiu commanded his guardian as he made his way deeper into the castle. From his memory, he knew he was now in the capital of the demon realm, Yanlarod. This city's name translated to Edge of the Abyss in the demon tongue. As for its exact meaning, Xiao Xiu was not entirely sure. Nonetheless, he found himself in the heart of the main city. This area was where the dominators of the demon realm, along with their progeny, resided. Following his memories, Xiao Xiu navigated through the complex paths of the main city until he reached the quarters of the demon prince he now inhabited. What a mess! Entering the castle, Xiao Xiu noted that the living conditions of this demon prince were far more disheveled than he had anticipated. What seemed like an originally luxurious room was cluttered with a haphazard array of unfamiliar items. Even someone like Xiao Xiu, who had no qualms about tidiness, found himself frowning at the disorder. He recognized a few open books and some shattered crystalline structures scattered across the floor. The rest comprised strange trinkets of varied shapes and sizes. Didn't this place have any servants to tidy up? Xiao Xiu recalled the details from his mental backup. Eventually, he discerned that all the clutter was indeed the result of the demon prince's research. Xiao Xiu, the third son of Not Liane, the ruler of the demon realm, differed from his brilliant older siblings. He had a knack for inventing bizarre contraptions from a young age, and every so often, he would create chaos throughout the entire city. Now, the demons referred to their prince with a disparaging term, despicable human. Yet, in comparison to humans, Xiao Xiu felt he was more akin to a gnome or a sprite. However, the prince's prodigious talent in mechanical engineering, magical engineering, and gemstone construction was indeed staggering. The piled items in his room were remnants of previous unfinished inventions, demon energy projection devices, and shadow stones. After skimming through his memories regarding these peculiar devices, Xiao Xiu preferred to label them as a camera and a storage card. Fascinating. When Xiao Xiu initially found himself in this world, he had yet to determine his purpose. Not everyone considers strength or combat as the ultimate goal in life. Xiao Xiu was not particularly interested in power. The legacy left by the third prince sparked an idea within him. Perhaps he could create films in this new world. If that did not pan out, he could always develop a card game similar to Magic, The Gathering, or Hearthstone, or write a few books and draw some comics now. That would be delightful. As an artist, Xiao Xiu felt it paramount to share Earth's culture with this world, one might say, infiltrated. Chapter 2. A novel approach to diplomacy. As Joshua's plans to film in the other world remained unaddressed, a water elemental servant hurriedly approached him. This servant possessed the appearance of a human woman, her skin exuding a liquid texture. "Your Highness, the third prince, your master summons you to the observation chamber," she announced, her voice devoid of emotion. "Understood. In this castle, there was but one master, the father of the demon prince." Joshua did not anticipate that he would meet the ruler of this realm so soon. Following the path etched in his memory, Joshua traversed the intricately designed castle for 10 minutes, arriving before a door that emanated an ominous aura. He stepped inside, finding himself in a corridor of astonishing expanse, flanked by towering statues, each over 10 meters high. These statues, diverse in form, depicted figures all belonging to the same race as Joshua, the chaotic demons. Each statue represented a monarch who had ruled this land, and it seemed that the demons residing in the demon realm indeed referred to them as kings. However, these monarchs shared a unique designation among themselves, the Guardians. This title appeared unassuming, yet bore the weight of antiquity. Joshua was unaware of the significance behind this title, but the history of the Guardians had been passed down through generations, enduring to this day. His father, the Lord of the Demon Realm, No Train, was the current Guardian. Joshua walked through the corridor, safeguarded by his ancestors, until he reached a spacious hall. The decor was remarkably simple, entirely unbefitting a royal palace, aside from a stone altar at the far end. There was not even a throne. His elder brother, sister, and younger sister had already gathered in the hall. Standing before the altar, that a solemn atmosphere permeated every inch of the air, and Joshua's siblings did not spare him a glance. Instead, leaving a space between his second sister and younger sister, evidently reserved for him. Adhering to custom, Joshua positioned himself before the altar, directing his gaze toward the figure facing it. Nux Sherofino Joshua, Fio. A voice imbued with a sense of oppression pronounced the 4 names in succession. It has been 30 years. I understand this time may not suffice for you to reach maturity. Yet it is enough to cultivate your growth. The lifespan of chaotic demons is among the shortest of all races in the demon realm, barely exceeding 200 years, comparable to that of humans in this world. However, reaching the age of 20 still places chaotic demons in their youth. Joshua, at merely 17, and his sister Ephi, even younger at 14, would be considered as having received a sentence of a minimum of 3 years, with the ultimate penalty being death, even in the human realm. Father, may I inquire what you require of us? A robust voice emerged from Joshua's side. It was his elder brother Nox, the eldest son. Nox was naturally envisioned as a commanding general, leading countless troops to defend the borders. This role aligned with Joshua's expectations. I have decided to select the next guardian from among you in 2 years' time. The moment No Train uttered this statement, the already grave atmosphere became palpably tense. The next guardian would signify the next ruler of the demon realm. The machinations of succession and usurpation need not be elaborated throughout both European and Asian medieval history. The struggle for the throne has perpetually been an unending theme. One notable instance in China involves the Sima family usurping the Chao family, thus concluding the tumultuous Three Kingdoms period and establishing the Jin dynasty. In Europe, Richard III betrayed his nephew Edward to ascend as King of England. Summary. The history surrounding thrones is invariably drenched in blood. Joshua could foresee that his siblings would soon begin to plot against one another, prompting him to declare, I respectfully request to withdraw from consideration for the position of guardian. Oh, Joshua, do you not yearn for the identity of the guardian? The king's identity governs the entire demon realm, granting dominion over all, with a mere utterance capable of determining the fates of millions. That it indeed sounded enchanting. Power inherently possesses a certain allure, yet it must be accompanied by the means to enjoy it. Frankly speaking, Joshua harbored no illusions about prevailing against his elder brother and sister, let alone his younger sister, who might well become the first casualty in this contest for the throne. This was not Earth, where all were human. If negotiations faltered, one could simply resort to swords and guns, with physical prowess being relatively comparable, a semblance of fairness. However, this was an otherworld, one imbued with magic. The third prince had allocated all his talents towards invention and creativity, rendering him the weakest among the 4 siblings. Even his youngest sister could effortlessly overpower him. Power, when bestowed upon the feeble, merely serves as a one-way ticket to perdition. Moreover, Joshua found greater satisfaction in spiritual pursuits. In his past life, he had dabbled in the enviable identities of a wealthy heir and a bureaucratic offspring. Yet he had never contemplated inheriting any family legacy, that he had undertaken various seemingly foolish endeavors, such as embarking on a solitary journey to Tibet or drifting for 3 days and nights in Germany to attend the Cologne game show. No, I have discovered a loftier ideal, hence I must decline. Joshua had resolved to delve into the film and gaming industry. The burdensome responsibilities of kingship could be shouldered by his elder brother, sister, or younger sister. Whoever desired it could take on the mantle. The Lord of the Demon Realm, No Train, scrutinized Joshua for an extended moment before issuing a new command. Nox Seraphina, Fi, you may take your leave. Did he truly intend to compel Joshua into kingship? This prompted Joshua to recall traditional tales of how kings often chose among their progeny to inherit the throne, with the most unexpected youngest son ultimately succeeding. The reasons were manifold, be it goodness, tolerance, or other noble traits. But Joshua deemed such notions mere nonsense, at least within this realm. The incapable could not bear the weight of royal identity. Joshua now felt as though he were that fortunate youngest son. Once his siblings departed, only Joshua and No Train remained in the expansive hall. Relax, do not be so formal. No train remarked that it was then that Joshua fully discerned the visage of the lord of the demon realm. His first impression was of an elderly man with a disheveled beard and wrinkles adorning his cheeks, but he appeared older than Joshua had envisioned, rather than embodying the archetype of a ruler. He resembled a weary father who had struggled to raise 4 children. Joshua, what is your perspective on the relationship between demons and humans? The Lord of the Demon Realm directly posed the most pressing question confronting the demons today. Currently, they are adversaries, yet I believe this relationship holds the potential for change, Joshua replied after a moment of contemplation. Change? Humans perceive us as the very embodiment of evil, harboring a deep-seated hatred for our kind. The century-long conflict with humanity has made this abundantly clear. Do you still believe it can be altered? Certainly, perspectives and opinions can be transformed, given time, Joshua asserted in response to the Lord of the Demon Realm's inquiry. Would not altering the magic that influences the mind exacerbate humanity's animosity toward demons? The wars of the past century have inflicted tremendous wounds upon our race. Instigating another conflict could lead to our defeat, the Lord of the Demon Realm remarked, appearing disinclined to engage in further warfare with humanity. The demon race was not as formidable as Joshua had imagined, nor were humans as feeble as he had previously thought. Therefore, Joshua, when the next war commences, I hope you will lead our kin to find new refuge. Nox, Seraphina, and the others will undoubtedly rise to the occasion. Had he already resigned himself to the possibility of defeat? Yet, Joshua had no intention of fleeing. There is no need for mind-altering magic. I possess methods to inspire humanity to willingly embrace or become enthusiastic about demon culture. Joshua's internal plan was taking shape, and he spoke with newfound conviction to the Lord of the Demon Realm. In modern society, what impression do people hold of demons? Fear, trepidation, and loathing abound, yet none of these perceptions hold accuracy. Those who can keep pace with the currents of the times share a singular view of demons. They are undeniably attractive. The representation of demons has evolved through the reinterpretation in games and films such as Dungeons & Dragons, World of Warcraft, Diablo, and Hellgate, transforming from the traditional villainous archetype of medieval religious narratives into characters celebrated in contemporary culture. Terms like cool and imposing, while somewhat cliché, resonate perfectly with the image of demons. When the Lord of Terror, Diablo, uttered, "Not even death can save you from me," or when the Dreadlord Mal'Ganis proclaimed, "I am Mal'Ganis, I am eternal," the audience could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Rather than a paralyzing fear that compelled them to pray to a deity, that in a bid to develop the entertainment industry in a parallel realm, Joshua intends to alter the perception of demons through the mediums of film and gaming. Embracing the culture of demons represents an entirely new form of diplomacy. Although I cannot divulge the specifics of my methods at this moment, I implore you to grant me a few years, and I assure you will witness the transformation, Joshua declared. With your peculiar inventions? Not Lane fixed his gaze on Joshua, perplexed by the source of his confidence. For his third son's only noteworthy asset lay in his bizarre mechanical creations. Indeed, Joshua affirmed, "It is this legacy of the demon prince that renders Joshua's cinematic ambitions feasible in this otherworldly domain." Moreover, referring to culture as an invention is not entirely misplaced, as culture inherently stems from creation and dissemination. Fascinating. I shall await with bated breath to see what this so-called culture will bring forth between demons and humans, Not Lane remarked. Chapter 3. The most beautiful maiden in the city. Upon returning from the guardroom, Joshua found himself back in his disordered chamber, but he postponed the task of tidying up and approached the relatively organized bookshelf. Extracting a tome entitled A Comprehensive History of the World. This book, authored by humans, chronicled the evolution of civilization in an alternate realm, and the demon prince appeared quite intrigued by humanity's cultural development. To Joshua's surprise, the tome was inscribed in English. He turned his head to glance at a mirror resting on the table, noting how the chaotic demon's visage mirrored his own appearance on Earth. This resemblance sparked thoughts of parallel worlds. Perhaps this demon prince was another iteration of himself, especially considering they shared the same name. Nonetheless, the English text of the history book greatly assisted Joshua in understanding the extent of human civilization in this other realm and the nature of its political landscape. If it were an archaic feudal monarchy, presenting films to illiterate commoners would likely be futile. The Seven Council praises the brilliance of magic illuminating all of Nolan. Joshu read from the book's account of modern history, allowing a slight sigh of relief to escape him. The civilization of humans in this alternate world was far more democratic than he had anticipated. While not a modern republic, it bore semblances to parliamentary democracy. In essence, human society here had achieved a form of equality, not through systemic revolution, but dictated by the very fabric of this magical world. The magical elements were astonishingly abundant, with even the lowest societal classes, such as farmers, capable of casting fireball spells, a true world where all were magicians. Consequently, social status in this realm was determined by knowledge. The more magical knowledge one possessed, the higher their societal standing. In such an environment, illiteracy was indeed a rarity among the major nations. However, this situation was not uniform across the entirety of the human world, as several nations still adhered to monarchic and divine right principles. Much like Earth, this world is vast, with the number of nations far exceeding mere single digits. The nation closest to the demon realm, Nolan, was one of the most flourishing centers of magical civilization. Joshu resolved that the debut of his film would take place in this nation, entirely populated by magicians. The next step involved selecting a script, bearing the significant responsibility of eradicating humanity's hatred towards demons and altering their perception of demons as embodiments of evil. Joshu believed this task was not insurmountable. He simply needed to inspire humanity to idolize demons. This idolization did not imply engaging in nefarious rituals to summon demons or become acolytes of dark deities, but rather to elevate demons as icons that in a bid to save their nearly extinct kin. The demons decided to emerge as idols, embodying this very sentiment that to cultivate a positive image of demons. Joshu had conceived two feasible scripts, the first being Beauty and the Beast, and the second Elon, the Professional. The story of Beauty and the Beast required little elaboration, as it was undoubtedly a household tale. While some may deem it juvenile, such sentiments stem from the universal familiarity with this narrative during childhood, underscoring the widespread dissemination of this enchanting fairy tale, rivaling the works of Andersen and the Brothers Grimm. Elon, the Professional, was among Joshu's favorite films, depicting the relationship between a professional assassin and a young girl, a timeless theme throughout human history. This film unequivocally immortalized Natalie Portman and Jean Reno as Joshu's childhood idols. The common thread between these two scripts lay in their ability to endear audiences to the beast and the assassin alike, by simply substituting these figures with demons and making slight adaptations. No sense of dissonance would arise for the casting of Elon, the Professional. Joshu had yet to form any concrete ideas, but he had identified a potential candidate for the role of Belle in Beauty and the Beast. Regrettably, the film that had defined Joshu's early aesthetic would have to be postponed, prompting him to prioritize the production of Beauty and the Beast. Servant, summon Zenithus. Joshu instructed the water elemental servant who had been standing by the door. This elemental, devoid of independent thought, served merely as a messenger, akin to a pigeon. After offering a slight bow, she proceeded to fulfill her task. Joshu then began to draft the script, since arriving in this world. Joshu had noted a startling clarity in his memories. All recollections from both Earth and those belonging to the demon prince resided within his mind, readily accessible. He could even vividly recall the patterns on the back of a ladybug he had captured at the age of 10. Having read the original English version of Beauty and the Beast, as well as the widely circulated animated adaptation by Disney, he was well acquainted with the story's intricacies. Thus, he only needed to outline the basic framework and details. Joshu took a stack of blank paper, originally intended for the demon prince's eccentric design sketches, and utilized his familiar charcoal pencil. He inscribed the title, Beauty and the Beast, on the first sheet, causing the floor of his room to tremble slightly. Your Highness, how may I assist you? Zenithus arrived at a pace far quicker than Joshu had anticipated, halting at the threshold of the room without stepping inside, wary of the chaotic paper strewn across the floor. As the flames entwined around Zenithus posed a potential fire hazard. Zenithus, how adept are you in the art of acting? Joshu inquired of the Sin Demon. Acting? Zenithus appeared perplexed by the term. In simpler terms, can you deceive those humans? Joshu rephrased for the demon's comprehension. Certainly, Your Highness, it is a requisite skill for every demon. While I may not rival the succubi or trickster spirits in this regard, I can certainly deceive a handful of foolish, ignorant humans, Zenithus replied, his demeanor not reflecting the formidable appearance suggested by his physique. The notion that every demon is, in essence, an actor, mastering deceit as an inherent talent, led Joshu to muse that they truly ought to consider careers in politics. Very well, remain still in that position, Joshu instructed, gesturing to Zenithus's imposing stature as he began sketching conceptual designs on the script. As a sin demon, Zenithus's visage evoked imagery of a lion from a digital monster franchise. So long as he refrained from displaying a ferocious expression or belching flames, he could appear rather docile. This assumption held true only if one disregarded the terrifying scales and the rivers of magma flowing between them. The gentle green flames enveloping Zenithus made Joshu believe that few would be inclined to approach this formidable feline. However, this was not a pressing concern. With his background as a game designer, Joshu deftly sketched a figure clad in exquisite attire, merging a regal yet fearsome aesthetic for Zenithus. Zenithus, will your clothing catch fire? Joshu suddenly realized the attire Zenithus donned resembled primitive animal hides. Covering only the most crucial areas, clad Zenithus in the envisioned garments, it would be imperative for him to extinguish the flames enveloping him. Not at all, Your Highness. I can control the temperature of the flames, Zenithus assured. This convenient ability alleviated concerns about igniting his clothing, allowing Joshu to proceed with costume design. Furthermore, he faced the crucial task of finding the leading lady for Beauty and the Beast, billed that a human female was unlikely to suffice. Even the slightest timid human woman might faint in fear at the prospect of acting alongside Zenithus, while a bolder female sorceress might hurl a fireball directly at his face. Thus, to ensure the safety of his cast during filming, it would be prudent to select female demons instead. Zenithus, I have a task for you. Joshu quickly penned a notice and affixed his seal of authority to it. Please proceed. Zenith slightly bowed, awaiting Joshua's command. Go fetch the most beautiful maiden in the city for me, Joshua instructed. Chapter 4. This is unreasonable. While Zenith ventured out in search of actresses, Joshua began to draft the screenplay. Transported back to the medieval era of writing with charcoal, Joshua found himself reminiscing about the modern convenience of typing proposals on a keyboard. Although penning words by hand had its merits and nurtured one's sensibilities, it paled in comparison to the efficiency of a keyboard. Fortunately, Joshua, being a chaotic demon, possessed superior physical attributes than a human, including enhanced reflexes. Thus, the charcoal tip glided swiftly across the blank page. In no time, a series of fluent English letters sprang forth under Joshua's deft hand. Screenplays were inherently more concise, yet his cast consisted of super newcomers who had never even seen a film. Joshua endeavored to write in a manner that would render his intentions comprehensible. Crafting the script was a task he could manage with relative ease, requiring merely some time and minor revisions to the original text. A successful film demands not only a solid script but also the actors' performances, cinematography, special effects, music, and more. Regarding special effects, Joshua found little cause for concern. This was a realm of magic where the term special effects was non-existent. Everything depicted in the film was tangible, resolvable by mere spells without the need for artificial enhancements. The aspect Joshua deemed most troublesome was the control of the camera. Pausing his writing, he picked up the magical version of the camera resting on his desk. It resembled an 18th century wooden box camera, its ebony surface adorned with unknown inscriptions that belie channeling his magical energy into it. The inscriptions replaced mechanical gears, allowing the camera to function, with magic substituting electricity. The material used for recording images in this world was known as primal crystal, a highly malleable substance. It was akin to a composite of all industrial materials conceivable by humanity, such as silicon, copper, and silver. In essence, it was a remarkably convenient item, capable of serving as a vessel for nearly every magical element, except for forging hard armor and weapons. Every spellcaster, to varying degrees, would carry some of this resource. The process of utilizing primal crystals for crafting bore resemblance to alchemy. The formation array and inscriptions provided numerous ways to alter the structure of the material that moment. Joshua had transformed the primal crystal in his hand into a medium capable of recording images. He had previously tested this material's functionality. By infusing it with magical energy, the stored scenes would manifest as a holographic projection on any flat surface. The projected images required no concern regarding quality, as their size varied according to the amount of magical energy input. The only slight drawback was, why is this a one-time use item? Joshua attempted to insert a previously recorded crystal into the camera for further recording, only to discover that new footage would immediately overwrite the old, that if he were to complete an entire film in one take, he might consider it for a 10-minute short, but his plan was to create a feature-length film lasting 120 minutes. Completing everything in a single shot was beyond even the most seasoned directors like Spielberg, that he needed to devise a solution for the camera issue. In a world of magic, let us resolve this with a touch of magic. To hell with science, Joshua thought. Tentatively, he placed two already recorded crystals together, his fingertips emanating gray magical energy that infused both crystals. They seemed to attract one another, gradually merging, and the images within began to intertwine. Success. Joshua maintained control over his gray magic as the crystals fused. Yet their surface temperature abruptly soared before plummeting. Science loudly reminded Joshua of its presence, as the crystals, subjected to extreme heat and cold, shattered into fragments before him. I am indeed a dual practitioner of ice and fire, Joshua mused, observing the magic swirling in his hands. This chaotic energy was unique to the chaotic demon race, characterized by a level of disorder that had once driven the third prince to near madness. The nature of this magic was akin to the Chaos Knight's Chaos Arrow in Dota. One would be oblivious to the damage dealt until the numbers appeared. For a scientific researcher, chaos was the last thing one wished to encounter, which had led this demon prince to contemplate pilfering human magic. This was also why he had ventured into the human realm, that a soul-deep sigh compelled Joshua to abandon this foolish endeavor of wasting primal crystals. Fortunately, after nearly a day's worth of writing, the water element servant reappeared at Joshua's door, dutifully delivering messages like a carrier pigeon. Your Highness, your guard Zenith requests your presence in the reception hall. It was a grave offense for civilians to approach the royal castle without permission, punishable by death. Likewise, allowing a throng of unknown individuals into the royal castle would be an incredibly irresponsible act concerning the safety of other royal family members. Joshua had no desire to invite unnecessary troubles upon himself. Tidying up his belongings and leaving the half-finished script on the table, Joshua followed the water element servant's guidance toward the reception hall outside the royal castle. After approximately 10 minutes, Joshua arrived at the reception hall, where the imposing figure of Zenith awaited at the entrance. Your Highness, due to my species' nature, I lack the concept of femininity. I have merely issued a summons in the city, and they have been awaiting your arrival. Joshua had forgotten that the abyss demons reproduced via fission, lacking distinctions between male and female, and thus had no aesthetic preference for the latter. With a prepared set of lines to dismiss the so-called succubi, skeleton ladies, and gargoyle women, Joshua pushed open the reception hall's grand doors, only to realize his worries were unfounded. They were all quite beautiful, that Joshua's first thought upon seeing the female beings in the hall was that he might have inadvertently entered a brothel or succubus establishment. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly lascivious. Are they all succubi? Joshua inquired quietly of Zenith behind him. Judging by the appearance of the female beings standing in the hall, they closely resembled the succubi he recalled. Indeed, Your Highness, Zenith replied. Very well. Joshua chose a table within the reception hall to sit at, where the demons working there efficiently organized the succubi into a long queue. Such professionalism and efficiency made it hard for Joshua to believe he was in the medieval era, especially given that the only source of illumination by his side was a candle. The demon race was strictly hierarchical, and Joshua's identity as a chaotic demon alone conferred absolute order upon all present. He took out paper and a pen he had brought from his room to begin the registration process. In truth, the succubi were quite agreeable. They were beautiful, each possessing an exquisite figure. Perhaps the only attractive race among the demons. However, their demeanor was slightly too provocative, bordering on excessive. Your Highness, whatever your desires may be, my sisters, and I will gladly fulfill them," the first succubus to be reviewed said, parting her luscious lips and extending her tongue, implying something that Joshua could easily guess. Chapter 5. The Qualified. Thank you for your participation. Next. Joshua had lost count of how many times he had uttered these identical words. The succubi summoned by Zenith were all remarkably talented, to the point where Joshua genuinely contemplated changing careers to film. Within a few years, they could undoubtedly lower the average physical standards of humanity by several percentage points. However, such sordid matters could never compare to true cinema, which was an art form. Numerous films had profoundly impacted Joshua's life, bestowing him with strength. Works like The Pianist, The Shawshank Redemption, and V for Vendetta. Thus, Joshua was unwilling to witness the desecration of the artistic legacy left by his predecessors on Earth. "Your Highness, the last one you reviewed is just departed," Zenith whispered in Joshua's ear. Given Zenith's size, even the softest of whispers resonated loudly throughout the hall. "But there is still one waiting at the entrance. Let her in," Joshua insisted. Glancing at the registration book in his hand, he had gradually reviewed 32 succubi, with many departing immediately after being tactfully informed of their disqualification. However, a few remained in the hall, seemingly having come in a group. Zenith also noticed a figure lingering at the entrance for quite some time, but since she had shown no intention of entering, he chose to overlook her. "May I assist you, my lord?" The recently rejected succubi took a step back in fear upon seeing Zenith's massive form. Aware that sin demons were notoriously devoid of sensual desires, rendering the succubi's charms utterly ineffective before them. Thus, the demons of sin have assumed the role of enforcers of order within this city. In simpler terms, they act as the police. "His Highness wishes to see this individual," Zenith remarked, pointing towards the figure behind the group of succubi. "His Highness wishes to see him? Wait a moment, sir. Have you made a mistake? This vile creature is not one of our kin. This is not a request. It is an order." As Zenith spoke, a faint green flame escaped his lips, causing the surrounding air to heat up dramatically, reaching an unbearable temperature. "Eno, you had better move quickly." The succubus, unable to endure the oppressive aura, gritted her teeth and issued a command to the figure behind her. The figure, trembling with trepidation, stepped forward to stand before Zenith, the weight of his presence causing her to shiver. "His Highness wishes to see you. Follow me." Zenith extinguished the flames enveloping him, and the temperature returned to normal. The scene at the entrance did not escape the notice of Joshua, who found the succubi's demeanor rather peculiar. Succubi are not considered a dominant race among demonkind. If lesser demons are regarded as the lowest tier, succubi rank only slightly higher, still far from the nobility of their kind. After all, this race is entirely female, and apart from their mastery of mental manipulation, their physical prowess is only marginally superior to that of humans. The figure followed Zenith until she stood before Joshua, who could finally discern her appearance. She appeared to be a rather lovely girl. However, unlike the enchanting succubi, who could captivate with a mere smile, her anxious expression evoked a protective instinct in any man. Her attire also differed significantly from the succubi Joshua had previously assessed. Worn and coarse, resembling that of a servant. Had she been ostracized by her kin, or was she born with some flaw that warranted such discrimination? "Eno," Joshua inquired, confirming whether he had heard the name correctly. "Why, yes, your highness." She clutched the hem of her rough garment, her gaze lowered, unwilling to meet his eyes, silver hair cascading past her ears. "Your race should indeed be that of succubi." Joshua glanced at her bat-like wings and long tail. Some higher-ranking succubi even possessed goat-like legs, though he had already dismissed several of such higher-tier succubi. "Yes," she answered in a voice imbued with trepidation. "Then why are you rejected by your own kin?" Joshua sought to understand this matter. This succubus was undoubtedly the most agreeable he had encountered since his assessments began. Her external allure was sufficient to star in any film, and while her demeanor was somewhat timid, it was a vast improvement over the previous succubi's insufferable arrogance. At least he knew how to rectify such flaws as timidity and cowardice. Whereas the haughty demeanor of the earlier succubi was irredeemable, Joshua had always kept his distance from such girls, regardless of their beauty. "Lift your head and look at me." He decided she would tentatively assume the role of the female lead. Thus, he would commence efforts to correct her timidity, starting with granting her an opportunity to build confidence. Your Highness, you do not have the luxury of choice, Miss Eno, Joshu stated, for reasons unknown. Her frail form trembled slightly upon hearing the term miss, but she slowly raised her head. Now, answer my earlier question. Why are you rejected by your kin? Joshu fixed his gaze on her crimson eyes, reiterating his question. Because, she bit her lip gently, then, as if resigned to her fate, closed her eyes and disclosed the most humiliating truth of her existence. I am a male. Thus, she had misused the pronoun. It should have been he. Joshu scrutinized her once more. Regardless of how one perceived her, she was undeniably a figure deserving of compassion. After deliberation, he chose to continue referring to her as her for the time being. Being a male is of no concern. The moment Joshu uttered this, her eyes widened in surprise as they met his. Your Highness, you are not angry. The succubi race is predominantly female, with male succubi being a rarity, and their status within the community is exceedingly low, as they inherit none of the succubi's innate talents and are incapable of augmenting their strength through the absorption of life energy. Eno existed at the lowest tier of succubi society, her status akin to that of an ordinary lesser demon. Any patron who had previously shown interest in Eno had invariably reacted with outrage upon learning of her gender. When Eno discovered that the prince had taken an interest in her, she had assumed that he would also succumb to rage upon learning her true gender. Quite the opposite. Your qualities are precisely what I seek. Upon uttering this, Joshu noticed a subtle shift in the gazes of the demons working in the reception hall. And even Eno gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Joshu was aware of their misconceptions. Even in this alternate world, same-sex attraction was still frowned upon. Fortunately, Joshu's orientation was quite conventional. If it pleases you, I would gladly offer this body to you. Just please do not send me back. Eno retained the cunning traits of her kin, recalling the disdainful glances of the succubi as they departed. If His Highness were to reject her and send her back, she could scarcely imagine the torment that awaited her. What I desire is not your body. Joshu had no interest in males. Do not fret. My words are sincere. She presumed that His Highness had chosen to keep her for such reasons, and aside from her body, she felt she possessed nothing of value. It is not a matter of frequency. Joshu pondered for a moment before formulating a suitable explanation. I wish to assign you a task. Perhaps succubi can easily capture a man's heart through their physical allure. But the task I present to you, if executed with excellence, will allow you to win the affections of countless men and even women, regardless of their race. You will earn the respect you deserve, and even greater esteem. Being an actor has always been a profession worthy of respect. The seasoned thespians have bequeathed humanity with countless classics through their craft, these spiritual treasures far surpassing any corporeal pleasures. Can I truly do that? Although Eno was unaware of the specifics of the task Joshu proposed, the concepts of affection and respect felt like distant dreams to her. The best outcome she had envisioned was merely surviving as the prince's plaything. How can you know without trying? However, the first step is to replace those rags with garments that are at least slightly more presentable. Joshu inscribed Eno's name on the last blank sheet of paper and stamped it with his seal, granting her the right to enter and exit the palace as the third prince. Zenith, take her to change into some attire, and remember to select male clothing. As you command. Zenith moved ahead, gesturing for Eno to follow him. She hesitantly stepped forward. Hold your head high. Walk with confidence. Do not forget, you are a boy. Do not be outdone by those women. Joshu advised he was uncertain if the concept of masculinity existed in this world, but it was a phrase he frequently heard from his father back on Earth. Chapter 6. Enraptured by reading. Meanwhile, in Joshu's chamber, white magical particles coalesced within the room, forming the silhouette of a human figure in mere seconds. This apparition solidified into a corporeal form. A human woman collapsed weakly onto the floor, her attire, a magical robe, indicating that physical prowess was not her forte. In her hand, a finely crafted short staff bore the inscription Shiroloid, her name. She was a wandering apprentice of magic. And due to financial difficulties, she had hitched a ride with a merchant caravan, hoping to reach the magical capital of Nolan to seek assistance from her sister. Little did she know that fate had other plans. Her caravan was beset by robbers, and she was subsequently kidnapped by a band of dangerous demons. Each time Shirilo recalled the moment of her abduction, a shiver coursed through her. The existence of demons of sin was something she could only glimpse through the pages of her books. When faced with the actual danger of such demons, fear rendered her breathless. The demon had imprisoned her and a few surviving villagers in the demon realm, locking them in a cage without killing her. What awaited Shirilo in that cage remained unclear. Perhaps she would be fed to some beast or become a sacrificial offering in a bloody ritual. The barbaric and cruel reputation of demons instilled in Shirilo a desperate resolve to escape her confinement, prompting her to expend her most valuable possession, a ring inscribed with a short-range teleportation spell. As she watched the ring on her fingertip disintegrate into dust, Shiri felt as though her very essence was crumbling alongside it. This ring could have covered her meals for 3 whole years, a price she had reluctantly agreed to pay, having solicited it from her affluent sister. Swapping 3 years' worth of sustenance for her life seemed like a fair trade. Shiri attempted to reassure herself with this rationale, yet she remained ensnared within the demon realm, surrounded by countless fiends. Escaping from her prison did not signify true freedom. She needed to devise a way back to the human world. Surveying the room, Shiri noted its disarray, which was sufficient for her to liken it to a mere storeroom. The floor was littered with books, and perhaps among them lay a map of the demon realm. Clutching onto this thought, Shiri began to rummage through the heap of tomes that I in a place as perilous as the demon realm. Aimlessly wandering without a plan was tantamount to courting death. Her courage had not yet swelled to such heights. If she could uncover a map, it would enhance her chances of survival. With a sense of urgency, she scoured the pile, gradually expanding her search to the adjacent desk that a stack of white paper caught her eye. Specifically the title inscribed upon it. Curiosity, an essential trait of every mage, was no exception for Shiri. She reached out and turned the first page of the folded paper, and as she read the first line, her attention was captivated. Long ago, there was a wealthy merchant with 3 daughters. This merchant was a wise man, dedicated to educating his children. But as Shiri delved into the opening passage, her initial intention to glance and leave vanished. Replaced by a mind filled with vivid images spun from the narrative unfolding on the paper, as an apprentice mage, Shiri had always regarded words as tedious, their purpose merely to record. Great mages documented their latest discoveries and theories in esoteric language, culminating in tomes that, while brimming with valuable knowledge, were so dry they almost lulled her to sleep. Yet at this moment, Shiri was struck by the realization that words could indeed be fascinating. What would transpire next in the tale? What fate befell Bel's father? Did Bel venture to the demon's castle? Such queries flooded Shiri's mind, akin to a famished individual savoring a sumptuous feast, just as she was engrossed in the story. Reaching a thrilling juncture where Bel confronted the demon in the ancient castle, she flipped the page only to find it blank. Why was it empty? In her quest for clarity, she turned several more pages. Discovering nothing but blankness, the narrative had abruptly ceased at its most riveting moment. This intense craving to know what happened next left Shiri feeling incredibly frustrated. Who authored this tale? The urge to track down the writer and compel them to complete the story surged within her. But in an instant, Shiri snapped back to reality. She was in the demon realm, which meant the author could very well be a demon, and she was currently in flight. Oh no! It dawned on Shiri that she should hastily find a place to escape rather than succumb to the allure of the text. But it was already too late. The door to the room creaked open slowly. Joshu returned to the royal palace alone from the reception hall. The protagonist's dilemma was temporarily resolved, yet the most significant obstacle to the film shoot remained: the issue of the camera. Joshu needed to swiftly devise a solution for the footage stored within the crystal that he was not directionally challenged. After a little over 10 minutes, he arrived at his room's door. However, before he could push it open, he sensed a small mouse inside. Indeed, as Joshu opened the door, the surrounding magical elements began to stir, a tremendous force crashing upon him, extinguishing the candles within the room. Gray magical energy surged from his hands, and with a gentle grip, he dispelled the magical shockwave into the void. Although Joshu was the weakest among his siblings, that did not imply he lacked any combat capability. After all, as a chaos demon, he held a prestigious status among all demonkind. The mouse's assault was far from over. Pale runes flickered around its body, and several books on the floor levitated, transforming into weapons aimed at Joshu. His pupils constricted momentarily as gray energy erupted from his hands, shattering the magical forces enveloping the flying tomes. "Has your teacher never instructed you on how to treat books?" Joshu exclaimed, picking up 3 of the fallen books and dusting them off while addressing the mouse. Chapter 7. The mouse's tail the magic Shiri had painstakingly constructed was instantaneously unraveled by Joshu, severely undermining her confidence and resolve to fight. Yet, driven by the primal instinct to survive, Shiri summoned the last remnants of her magical energy, conjuring pale arrows that streaked towards the doorway. The earlier shockwave had extinguished the candles, leaving her reliant on the glow emitted by her magical runes to discern her surroundings. However, from a human perspective, her visibility extended only a meter or two. A hit. Shiri tightened her grip on her staff, remaining vigilant of her surroundings while hastily constructing a basic illumination spell. The moment her incantation was complete, a white sphere of light began to rise beside her, dispelling the darkness that enveloped the room, along with the figure standing before her, Joshu. Upon seeing Joshu suddenly materialize in front of her, Shiri's heart raced with terror, igniting her panic. She screamed, raising her staff to strike him before she could even complete her spell. Unfortunately, her feeble strength was no match for Joshu, who effortlessly grasped her arm. The grip did not inflict pain. Joshu's touch was gentle, merely preventing Shiri from executing her reckless physical attack. Overwhelmed by fear, Shiri attempted to break free from Joshu's hold. She succeeded. He released her arm, and she recoiled several steps away, creating distance between them. Forcing herself to regain composure, unfamiliar runes began to manifest on her delicate wand as she prepared another offensive spell, her gaze fixed firmly on Joshu. Should he make any sudden moves, she was willing to risk the possibility of her magic spiraling out of control in a desperate bid to take him down with her. "I advise you not to act so impulsively." "Unknown mage," Joshu remarked unexpectedly, showing no intent to attack. Instead, he calmly retrieved a candle from the table and lit it. During this interval, Shiri seized the opportunity to construct her new offensive spell, yet her attention was drawn to Joshu's finger pointing at her neck. "My neck." Shiri paused momentarily, only then noticing an anomaly around her throat, as if something had been fastened there. This strange sensation prompted her to glance at the mirror beside her, and as the illumination spell's light illuminated her reflection, she discerned a crimson crystal adorning her neck, stitched onto a black ribbon. To an unknowing observer, it might appear to be a luxurious piece of jewelry, perhaps quite expensive. However, Shiri was acutely aware that she could not afford such a costly gem. This was something the demon had forcibly placed upon her without her knowledge. When Shiri looked back at Joshu, she noticed he was holding a similar red crystal. To demonstrate its function, Joshu gently tossed it to the ground. And the moment it struck, a moderately powerful explosion erupted from its center, reverberating throughout the room. Shiri stared at the cracked floor resulting from the blast, completely forgetting her intention to cast a spell. She instinctively tried to rip the accursed object from her neck. The explosion's force was not overwhelming. It merely threatened to separate her head from her body. This device could be considered one of the prince's ingenious creations. A rather handy little tool that Joshu had casually picked up from the workbench. That don't waste your efforts. With your strength, you cannot break free from its confines. The realization struck Shiri like a bolt of lightning. This was akin to a slave collar. She comprehended the perilous situation she was ensnared in. The demon had chosen not to take her life immediately, but had instead adorned her with this object. Clenching her teeth, Shiri resolved to defend her purity at all costs. But wait, was her purity truly more valuable than her life? After a brief 2-second contemplation, she arrived at a conclusion. It was not. "What is it that you seek from me?" Shiri summoned the last vestige of courage within her and posed the question to Joshu. "Acquiring what I desire has been rather plentiful. Starting with your name, what is it?" During this interval, Joshu ignited all the extinguished candles within the room, as the illumination spell cast by Ciri gradually faded away. "I am Ciri." Considering her own life, Ciri pondered for a moment before opting to answer truthfully. "Ciri, do you know a Gwent player named Geralt, whose secondary profession is that of a witcher?" Joshu was somewhat familiar with the name Ciri. She was the adopted daughter of Geralt, the protagonist of The Witcher 3. However, The demeanor of this sorceress before him did bear a slight resemblance to that of Ciri in the game. She was unfamiliar with any witchers. Had she known one, she wouldn't have fallen to such a fate today. That was a rather superfluous question on my part. Next, I wish to know what kind of magic you wield. This was what Joshu was most eager to discover, as the magic employed by this sorceress was evidently starkly different from that of the chaos demons. She possessed the ability to influence and even control her surroundings with her own magical energy, such as using a book as a projectile weapon. This was something the chaotic energies of demons could never achieve. Joshu was confident he could obliterate this room within a minute if he wished. But to manipulate objects with magical prowess was something even the demon lord might struggle to accomplish. That it was this chaotic and destructive magic that rendered his plan to manipulate the scenes within the primal crystal a mere fantasy. He didn't even know where to begin. Yet, the magic Ciri wielded sparked a glimmer of hope within him. This is the power granted by the god of order, Lloyd, a force of order and rules. Ciri had always taken pride in her identity as a sorceress, and when introducing her powers to others, she had no reason to conceal anything. From Ciri's explanation, Joshu gathered that the people of this world seemingly believed that magical energy was bestowed by deities, with different gods granting distinct magical attributes. The energy Ciri possessed symbolized order and control, and her faction of sorcerers was referred to as white sorcerers, alongside others who commanded fire, lightning, and various other elements bestowed by different deities. To draw a parallel with gaming consoles on Earth, it resembled the choices available among Sony's PS4, Microsoft's Xbox, and Nintendo's Switch, where each player could select according to their preferences, with each console offering both shared and exclusive games, each with its own benefits and advantages. The presence of deities in this world brimming with magic and demons was hardly surprising to Joshu. However, he remained skeptical of the notion that magical power was a divine gift. Regardless of whether it originated from the gods, in order to discover a method to edit the primal crystal's visuals, Joshu needed to master this stable magical energy. Tell me, how can I learn the magic you possess? Chapter 8, Without a System. Craft one myself, you want to learn my magic? Ciri was taken aback that a being associated with chaos and darkness would wish to acquire the magic of the god of order. I see no reason why not. Joshu was oblivious to Ciri's astonishment, even though the young sorceress had remained in a state of fear and anxiety since earlier. Indeed, there is none. Aside from a few factions, many sorcerers in the world worship multiple deities, allowing for a more diverse array of magical abilities. The steadfastness of one's faith does not correlate with their power. The gods merely provide the seeds of magical energy, and it is up to the sorcerer to cultivate them. Thus, most individuals regard the deities merely as tools for learning magic, rather than objects of true reverence, and Ciri belonged to this category, that if sorcerers were to genuinely revere anything, it would likely be the pursuit of knowledge. Ciri retrieved a wooden statue from her robe pocket and placed it on the ground, her fingertips shimmering with a pale white light. After tracing a few symbols on the ground, a magic circle radiating a pale glow began to revolve around the wooden figure. Simply touch the statue with your hand. This ritual was a rite of passage for everyone in Ciri's world at the age of 6. Regardless of their innate talent, they would all be imbued with various magical attributes. This was a necessary procedure for existence in the human realm, akin to obtaining an identification card on Earth. One must possess an ID to qualify as a citizen. This was Ciri's first time presiding over such a ceremony. She was a complete novice, lacking even a second-tier magic certification. Hosting a ritual for a demon was audacious enough, if the god of order truly existed. She hoped not to incur divine wrath for it. This was Ciri's first prayer since embracing her faith in the god of order. Like this, Joshu sensed no danger from the magic circle Ciri had drawn. The magical energy within was scarce, akin to the earlier illumination spell. Thus, he followed Ciri's guidance and touched the wooden statue that a pale light began to coalesce at Joshu's fingertips, swiftly flowing into his body from the wooden figure. As the luminescence intensified, the entire room became suffused with this gentle light. Once all of it had coursed into Joshu, he discovered new symbols appearing within his line of sight, complex characters that numbered in the hundreds, belonging to no known language, yet he comprehended their meanings. The first symbol represented 1, The second symbol represented 0, and there were also meanings for A and B. These symbols I see are runes. With a flick of his hand, Joshu made the symbols vanish into thin air, only for them to reappear before him upon thought that he recognized these runes. They were inscribed in the inventions of the third prince, serving as the foundation for the operation of magically driven machines. Runes. The runes of order. It was a success. Ciri was astonished that a demon had successfully accepted the seed of order's magic. This brought her a sigh of relief and a small sense of accomplishment. She was the first in the world to enable a demon to accept the magic of order, a feat even her affluent sister could not claim. How many runes can you see? 2 is passing, 3 is excellent, and 4 is considered genius. Ciri recounted the words of her first magic teacher, the one who had awakened her own powers, that it was worth noting that she had seen 5 runes upon her awakening, a sign of her extraordinary talent. Numbers. Joshu opened his eyes again, glancing at the multitude of densely packed symbols before him, estimating that there were over 200. More than 200, Joshu replied. What? Ciri, having momentarily subdued her fear with feelings of pride and self-satisfaction, found herself in a state of shock upon hearing Joshu's answer. The criteria for measuring a sorcerer's strength are twofold: the quantity of magical energy contained within and the number of runes possessed. Runes are the foundational elements of constructing magic. To wield a powerful spell requires not only a substantial amount of magical energy, but also the arrangement and recitation of hundreds, if not thousands, of runes. The acquisition of runes depends on the sorcerer's understanding of the world, which is synonymous with knowledge. Ciri herself had only mastered a little over 20 runes, a result of her studies over the past 5 or 6 years. Yet here before her stood a demon with over 200 runes, that if he spoke truthfully, this being's understanding of the world surpassed even that of the high mages within the Nolan Council. Ciri's worldview was profoundly shaken. She had forgotten the peril she was in, being held captive by a demon, and instead gazed in awe at the array of runes manifesting before Joshu. Among them, she recognized a few, the meaning of which was air. She had just utilized this rune to construct a spell known as the impact spell. The periodic table of elements, Joshu stated. The what? Nothing. With a wave of his hand, Joshu made the pale symbols disappear. From the earlier experiment, he confirmed that these runes could be set to be visible only to himself, and if desired, he could also allow others to see them. However, rather than using these symbols to construct spells, Joshu realized that the essence of the runes bore a striking resemblance to something he was familiar with, computer language, more specifically, an advanced version of C language with a library. With this thought, as a game designer and part-time programmer back on Earth, Joshu conceived a bold idea. It seemed he could craft a system using these runes. After all, his memory was exceptionally sharp, and he had even worked at Microsoft for a time. Even without a system as a cheat after his transmigration, Joshu could create one himself, regardless of whether it was Windows 98 or XP. He was confident he could code a simplified version. Upon contemplating this, Joshua suddenly realized that the magic of this world was indeed a most fascinating phenomenon. Ciri, are you happy learning magic? This newfound insight prompted Joshua to pose such a question. Happy. Quite happy, Ciri would have undoubtedly answered before meeting Joshua, considering her exceptional talent in the arcane arts. However, as she gazed upon the myriad of unfamiliar magical runes before Joshua, a sudden urge surged within her to abandon this nonsensical pursuit of magic and instead return home to settle down and marry, provided, of course, that Joshua would allow her to leave unscathed. Chapter 9. Joshua dedicated half an hour to crafting a program capable of performing addition and subtraction within 10, thereby validating his hypothesis. His fingertips danced over the pale luminescence before him, reminiscent of the days when he first encountered computers, back in the era of DOS commands. After inputting the equation for 12 into his rudimentary program, the pale runes swiftly responded with the answer of 3, that if he continued on this path, Joshua was confident that, given a few months, he could utilize these runes to create a simplified operating system. His mind would serve as the central processing unit, seamlessly integrating functionalities akin to a CPU, hard drive, and memory, while his eyes would function as the display, with his hands replacing the mouse and keyboard. The prospect of implanting a computer within the brain, using programming to supplant human cognition, an endeavor that would take approximately a century on Earth, was rendered tantalizingly attainable through the power of magic in this realm. Yet, to truly realize this ambition, Joshua recognized that his current knowledge was woefully inadequate. His understanding of these runes was still in its infancy, although his accumulated knowledge had conjured these runes before him. He had barely embarked upon his journey as a mage, having engaged with the craft for less than half a day. Nevertheless, Joshua found it feasible to merge the imagery of the original crystal stones using his newly acquired magical prowess, each crystal recording a moment, with all crystals subsequently amalgamated into a single original crystal. Though this method was somewhat cumbersome, it was a remarkable feat in an era devoid of even light bulbs, rendering the third prince's invention centuries ahead of its time. Miss Siri, I strongly advise you not to stray too far from me. That object around your neck will detonate automatically if you venture beyond 20 meters, Joshua cautioned after concluding his study of the runes. He then picked up a pen and sheet of paper, preparing to continue writing the script for Beauty and the Beast. Before he began, however, he deemed it necessary to impart a lesson to the young sorceress regarding the etiquette of not wandering aimlessly within another's quarters. I did not, Siri stammered, retracting her hand from the doorknob, gazing at the demon seated before the desk. After Joshua mastered the runes of the God of Order, he had taken his seat at the desk, engrossed in his research, seemingly oblivious to her intentions. This provided Siri with a fleeting illusion of the opportunity to escape. Thus, she stealthily approached the door, akin to a cat, but just as she was about to open it, Joshua's words compelled her to return to her original position. Siri had no desire to meet a grim fate, particularly one as gruesome as having her head severed, if the crystal upon her neck were to explode. Her demise would surely be far more tragic. Siri remained stationary for about 10 minutes, awaiting further instructions from Joshua, who seemed to offer none. Boredom crept in, and her curiosity overcame her trepidation as she stepped closer to Joshua's desk. Humans typically fear demons due to their fearsome appearances. Yet as Siri calmed herself, she recognized that Joshua bore no outward resemblance to the monstrous beings of lore. This realization alleviated some of her unease. Her attention was soon captivated by the script Joshua was composing. When the narrative reached the point where the protagonist, Belle, was imprisoned by a demon while attempting to rescue her father, Siri could not help but notice the striking parallels between Belle's circumstances and her own, save for the fact that she had been abducted. Siri could vividly imagine the cruel treatment that awaited Belle, just as she could foresee her own fate. However, the ensuing developments far exceeded Siri's expectations. The story transformed when the demon rescued Belle from a pack of ravenous wolves, leading to their first dinner together and a private ball within the castle. Each scene, as described by Joshua's eloquent prose, was capable of awakening any woman's yearning for romance. "This is just a story, right?" Siri inquired, her curiosity overpowering her fear as she bravely addressed Joshua. Of course, stories and reality differ greatly. For instance, the protagonist Belle possesses a physique far superior to yours, Miss Siri, Joshua replied, fully aware of the thoughts occupying the mind of the young sorceress. Her plight indeed mirrored that of Belle in the script. Had it not been for the possibility of her fainting at the sight of a demon of Zenaz's caliber, Joshua might have considered casting her in the leading role. Understanding his implication, Siri instinctively clasped her chest and retreated a few steps, her cheeks flushing crimson. Before she could formulate a retort, a knock at the door silenced her thoughts. "Find a place to hide," Joshua instructed, gesturing towards a solitary bookshelf in his room, which barely provided enough cover for one person. Other demons within the demon realm harbored varying degrees of prejudice against humans, while his servants might be an exception. The individual awaiting outside was certainly not one of Joshua's retainers. Faced with a potential threat to her life, Siri obediently concealed herself behind the bookshelf. Joshua hastily approached the door and pulled it open. "I don't recall conducting any experiments warranting your oversight, sister," he said. Standing before him was the second princess, Cecily Norod. Unlike their elder brother, who resided at the border, Joshua's sister Cecily held the position of overseer in the capital of the demon realm, maintaining order throughout the city. To Joshua, Cecily's character was so upright it bordered on uncharacteristic for a demon. Having assumed her role as overseer at the tender age of 15, she employed decisive measures to address various matters, embodying the image of a commendable public servant. "I sensed a magical fluctuation from a human while in your presence," Cecily stated, her hair and eyes of fiery crimson, distinctly different from Joshua's. Under the gaze of those eyes, anyone daring to lie would feel an involuntary shiver of trepidation. It was an unspoken form of pressure. "It was merely a small experiment involving some human magic that I conducted," Joshua explained, a faint luminescence manifesting in runic form upon his hand, only to dissipate after a brief moment. Eroded by the chaotic gray energy he wielded, he then fixed his gaze upon Cecily. "But I assume your visit is not solely for this trivial matter." "Dear sister." Chapter 10 Extend your hand, Cecily commanded. Joshua willingly complied, extending his hand without hesitation, for he had nothing to conceal from the overseer. Even if the sorceress hiding within his room were discovered, Cecily would only insist on returning her to the human realm for safety's sake, certainly not executing her. Cecily belonged to a faction within the demon realm that favored conservatism and detested needless slaughter. As she grasped Joshua's hand and rolled back his sleeve, he felt as though he were undergoing a traditional Chinese medical examination. "Your magical energy remains stable," Cecily remarked, placing her hand on Joshua's chest. Drawing closer to him, that he could even catch a whiff of her fragrant scent, a delightful mix reminiscent of currants and clove. "Fortunately, there are no lingering effects." "Sister, what are your intentions?" Joshua inquired, pulling back his sleeve to observe Cecily. Her action seemed less about apprehending a suspect and more akin to checking Joshua's physical condition. "Do you not recall the incident where your magical energy spiraled out of control during an experiment?" "Of course I do." Joshua recalled this memory from before the third prince ventured into the human world. During one experiment, he had lost control of his magic, nearly being consumed by chaos. Though he ultimately managed to regain control, both his soul and body had suffered significant damage. It was after that incident that he resolved to journey to the human realm to acquire new magical knowledge. Though subsequent memories from that time had grown hazy, he vaguely remembered using the last vestiges of his soul's power to summon Zenus, his disintegrated essence encountering another version of himself from an alternate world. "Do not worry, I have recovered well." Despite Cecily's serious demeanor, Joshua could discern traces of concern in her eyes, prompting him to reassure her that her worries were unwarranted. "There must not be a next time." Cecily meticulously adjusted Joshua's collar, addressing him with a tone of solemnity. "I still have work to attend to. You must swiftly deal with that human in your room, as well as the other human you sent to prison. A jail is not your hotel." The role of a watcher does not encompass the royal city. They traverse the darkest corners of the city year-round, engaging with the most nefarious criminals. Thus, Cecily had made a special trip back to the royal city to see Joshua. As Joshua observed Cecily's retreating silhouette, he noted that the relationship between the third prince and his siblings was not as fraught as he had presumed. He even recalled memories of his elder brother teaching his second sister and this very prince the intricacies of magic during their childhood. Beyond their royal and demonic identities, they were merely a typical family, supporting and caring for one another. However, as they matured, this bond began to wane. Joshua pondered whether this was a universal truth. Had they all grown so cold as to disregard familial ties? He felt the answer was no, that he remembered a poignant passage from the esteemed writer Haruki Murakami in Dance, 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 "You must become a composed adult. No emotional outbursts, no secret longings, no looking back. Live your other life. You must obey. Not all fish can inhabit the same sea. Indeed, not every fish can dwell in the same sea." Eldest brother Norgas had grown up in the fortress, arming himself as a general with the hope that one day, through war, humanity would acknowledge the status of demons. Meanwhile, the second sister inherited the governance of the capital, donning the mantle of a watcher to maintain order above and below. Adopting a conservative stance towards humans, preferring to uphold the existing peace rather than incite war, in pursuit of their respective ideals, the adults they had become found themselves on opposing sides. Joshua could already foresee the bloodshed that would ensue in 2 years over matters of succession. From Joshua's perspective, both victors and vanquished were pitiable. Those compelled to betray their kin for power were the most tragic of all. Joshua believed change was still possible. Altering a person's mindset was not insurmountable. Given the right opportunity, just as many individuals find renewed faith in love after viewing Titanic. The essence of film and music is to empower the audience. As the artistic interlude concluded, Joshua surmised that the leg of the sorceress in front of him must have grown quite numb from squatting. The person has left. Miss Hiri. He closed the door to his chamber and approached the bookshelf, retrieving a parchment from the far left side. Do you intend to execute those humans? Hiri emerged from behind the bookshelf. Having eavesdropped on Joshua's conversation with Cecily, she had clearly heard the mention of dealing with the 3 executioners. Execution is too troublesome. I plan to release them all. Release them? Hiri repeated, seemingly to confirm her understanding. The demon realm is suffering from a severe food shortage. I have no reason to care for a group of strangers. In a few days, I intend to return those villagers to their original homes, or rather, I will personally rescue them. The 57 humans brought back from the demon realm by Xenus were mostly survivors from a village ravaged by bandits. And Joshua had already devised a plan for their fate, that he intended to return them all. Not merely release them, but to personally liberate them from the demon's captivity. The film Beauty and the Beast encompasses 3 major scenes: the quaint town, the snowy mountains en route to the castle, and of course, the castle itself. The town where Belle resides is of paramount importance, second only to the main setting of the castle, that it is populated by townsfolk, all of whom serve as extras, often overlooked yet essential for creating the film's atmosphere. That in a world devoid of even actors, where could one find extras? Even if Joshua randomly selected some humans to play roles, their performances would undoubtedly falter. Thus, the conclusion was straightforward. A person always performs best when portraying themselves. Joshua resolved to utilize those villagers and their village as the backdrop for Belle's hometown. Notably, the town also featured a hunter named Gaston, who was tall, handsome, and well-liked by the townsfolk, persistently pursuing Belle, but failing to win her affection due to his boorish arrogance. Gaston was undeniably a pivotal character in the narrative, and Joshua decided he would personally embody this role. Next, he needed only to play the part of a human hunter who inadvertently stumbled into the demon realm, rescuing the imprisoned villagers, a performance that would naturally inspire admiration from them for Joshua. Or rather, for the character of Gaston. Life is indeed akin to a performance, and this adage holds true. Perhaps the villagers, after the filming concluded, would remain unaware that they were living within a story crafted by Joshua. Yet, as long as the tale culminated in a satisfying conclusion, they would likely hold no grievances, even the sorceress before him. Could you also rescue me in the process? Hiri lamented, regretting her impulsive use of that ring, which represented 3 years' worth of her sustenance. Regrettably, that is not possible, Joshua replied, shaking his head in negation. Why not? I was also taken by you, Hiri nearly wept. Because you know too much. Joshua reflected for a moment before responding with a classic line. Chapter 11. The Actor. Your Highness, are you planning to seize the prison? Xenus had just had the water element servant cleanse the demon youth Eno and dress him in suitable attire when he learned of Joshua's latest command. Xenus felt no surprise at this seemingly reckless idea, having accompanied Joshua as his guardian since his inception and grown accustomed to his eccentricities that in the past. The third prince had concocted several deadly schemes. The notion of seizing a prison was relatively mild compared to the time 2 years prior, when an experiment nearly dismantled the royal palace. It is not a true seizure, rather, it is a metaphor. Joshua gestured for Xenus to quell the eager expression on his face. Provoking the authority of the Watchers at such a time was evidently imprudent. I have decided to masquerade as a human hunter, rescuing those humans imprisoned within the jail. Of course, the Watchers are aware of this arrangement. In essence, it will be a performance, leading those humans to believe they are being saved. Your Highness, simply releasing those humans would be merciful enough. Initially, Xenus had assumed Joshua intended to detain those humans for experimental purposes. My mercy in releasing them is not born out of compassion. Rather, I desire those individuals to comply with me in accomplishing a certain task. Xenus, do you believe that force will compel them to yield? Joshua posed another question to his most loyal subordinate. Most likely, the human race tends to be excessively timid. As Xenus spoke, Joshua detected a hint of despondency in his tone. From the perspective of Xenus, a sin demon, the human race appeared remarkably weak, so feeble that a mere breath of fire could reduce one to ash. Yet, Xenus could not deny that some exceptional individuals among humans existed, which explained his reluctance to underestimate them despite his aversion to their kind. Furthermore, when Xenus had restrained his flames to engage with a human, the latter had fled in terror. Indeed, most will choose to acquiesce when faced with the threat of death. However, using force merely coerces them into submission. Once you depart, they will explore every avenue to escape, and when you lose your power, they will attempt to kill you. Fear is the most efficient method of controlling an individual, yet it is also the most foolish. Wars are waged through such means of aggression and plunder. Powerful military nations can easily seize the territories of weaker states, but the citizens of those nations will never yield. They will strive in every possible way to incite revolution and resist. This is the essence of humanity. Even the most cowardly possess a wild side. Thus, I adopt this more tactful approach. Joshua observed Xenus' contemplative demeanor, seemingly still struggling to grasp the significance of his actions. Zenith, can you envision a day when humanity no longer harbors animosity towards you, nor trembles in fear, but instead regards you with affection bordering on adoration? Imagine individuals traveling vast distances just for a glimpse of you, eagerly presenting you with flowers, hoping to obtain your autograph and a photograph together. Zenith, perplexed by the concepts of autographs and photographs, cast a glance at his own hands, where sharp claws glinted, capable of severing anything, while the ethereal green flames flickered restlessly from his palms. These fearsome hands were destined to never grasp such delicate tokens as flowers. Thus, he replied, I cannot possibly fathom such a notion, Your Highness. Zenith had often experienced the dread that the inhabitants of the demon realm felt towards him, a dread so profound that they would flee at the mere sight of him. That day will come. Trust me, Zenith. You shall become a superstar. Human maidens will scream with delight at the chance to touch your mane, and they will feel honored to stand beside you. Everything I do now is for the arrival of that day. Joshua produced a parchment, inscribed with a map of the prison. This prison, situated near the imperial city, differed vastly from Earth. In the demon realm, the higher one's status, the greater one's power, and thus, they would not fear these criminals. Moreover, it served as a means to instill fear in the inmates. Joshua circled a spot in a torture chamber on the map, designating the anticipated location of a portal. The specifics of the plan had been conveyed to Cecily in written form. Zenith, establish a portal here. When I make this gesture, you shall activate it. Joshua snapped his fingers, seemingly oblivious to the feelings of the prison wardens. However, the torture chamber was separated from the cells by several layers of confinement barriers, and any potential escape by other criminals was not a concern for Joshua. As you command. Although Zenith did not fully grasp the implications of Joshua's words, an inexplicable sense of anticipation welled within him. Since his birth, the only being with whom he could converse calmly, apart from Joshua, was another member of the chaotic demon clan, who does not yearn for companionship. There are no absolute solitary creatures in this world. Even tigers seek a mate during their mating season. Thus, clutching the parchment, Zenith accepted Joshua's command and departed with swift strides. Next, Joshua prepared to orchestrate the tasks involving the beautiful demoness and the protagonist. He turned his gaze towards Inno, who stood in the room. Inno had donned a modest yet suitable male attire, a significant improvement over her previous ragged garments. Joshua could not help but admire that despite her male disguise, Inno's every movement elicited a protective instinct in every man present, reminiscent of a rabbit curling up with its long ears. Your Highness, how may I be of service? I am capable of both cleaning and attending to your needs. The outfit was uncomfortable for Inno, as she had to conceal her wings and tail to wear it. The succubi possessed the ability to alter parts of their physical appearance, and while concealing her tail and wings was one aspect, Inno rarely resorted to such measures. I have already stated that I do not employ you in the capacity of a servant. Inno, I require your acting skills. In other words, I need your talent for deception. Is that not what succubi excel at? Joshua had little time to cultivate a relationship with this succubus. If it were to be nurtured, it would be during the filming process. Your first task is to infiltrate the group of imprisoned humans as one of them. You will portray a brave, passionate, and curious woman named Belle. Chapter 12. The capital prison was constructed with varying levels of danger assigned to the inmates. The most dangerous were confined in the deepest recesses, while beings like humans, deemed harmless creatures by the demons, were relegated to the outermost layer. These imprisoned humans were far more fortunate than the demon criminals, as they could at least glimpse the twin moons illuminating the demon realm sky through the windows. Regrettably, the villagers detained here had little inclination to appreciate such beauty. No one could muster the spirit to admire flowers and greenery while approaching the gallows. The villagers were collectively confined in a spacious cell capable of accommodating hundreds. Yet the conditions were unbearable for these seemingly innocuous creatures. The stench of decay and dampness permeated the air, while the occasional roars of monsters echoed, leaving the hard-working, simple villagers in a state of perpetual terror. Lady Marina, do you believe any of the sorceresses can truly escape the demon realm? Among the prisoners were not only the villagers, but also the surviving merchants and servants from a trade caravan. I do not know, but this may be our only hope. The caravan's leader, Marina John, was a woman nearing 79, bearing the marks of age upon her, not just in her wrinkles and gray hair, but also in her tranquil demeanor. Marina was perhaps the most composed human in the prison, while her companions were engulfed in anxiety, some guards even revealing their darker sides upon believing they would not survive. Fortunately, the prison guards were heartless enough to swiftly eliminate those who exposed their fangs. Due to the uprising among the guards, Marina's caravan had dwindled from over 20 to just herself and a single servant, with their goods completely lost. For a merchant, this was a catastrophe that could lead to despair. Yet Marina remained calm. She had endured calamity throughout her later years, beginning with the mysterious death of her husband and the loss of her only child to illness, forcing her to abandon the luxuries of noble life. To uphold her husband's legacy, Marina had tirelessly traversed the realm in pursuit of trade, and just as she had purchased a property in the magical capital of Nolan to transition from a struggling trader to a proper merchant, fate had once again shown its cruel smile. Having survived such tragic losses, Marina certainly did not fear the threat of death, but it did not mean she had relinquished her hope for survival. Even if she succeeds in escaping the demon realm, she likely will not return. A servant spoke with a tone bordering on despair. The imprisoned villagers had a rudimentary understanding of magic, limited to using elemental magic for fire and ice. The notion of offensive spells capable of conjuring even a small fireball was considered impressive. And Marina was no exception, let alone the high-level magic of teleportation. Their sole hope rested on a certain sorceress, the only one to have escaped this prison, who had promised the villagers to seek rescue before her departure. Many clung desperately to this fragile hope, akin to a spider's silk. Yet Marina knew that spider silk is always but a thread, easily severed. The power displayed by the demon guards had already proven that. Among the guards she had employed were mercenaries qualified as demon hunters. Yet those guards fell within a minute before the demon guards, as easily as chopping vegetables. The young sorceress had no chance of escaping in the perilous demon realm. Thus, Marina began contemplating whether to pen a farewell letter. At that moment, footsteps echoed within the prison, and the cries and whimpers of despair within the cell fell into an eerie silence. Over 30 villagers turned their gaze towards the dim corridor as masked guards dragged a new human and cast them into the cell. When the villagers beheld this newcomer, their fearful cries transformed into furtive whispers. Her captivating beauty was beyond description. The term beautiful could scarcely encapsulate the villagers' thoughts. Alluring seemed far more fitting. Since the eyes of the imprisoned humans upon her, having lived under such scrutiny for so long. She was well accustomed to it. Your name is Belle, a passionate, curious, and brave young woman. Joshua's voice lingered in Inno's ears. She did not comprehend why he had assigned her this human role. Yet she remained steadfast in her commitment to perform her best. Inno approached a low window in the cell, tiptoeing to peer outside. Child, what brings you to this dreadful place? Marina sat beside the window, gazing at the beautiful young girl, and as she contemplated the possibility of this child meeting a grim fate at the hands of demons, sorrow welled within her. I do not know the details of the raid on my village. My father and mother urged me to flee. I escaped into an oak forest, only to be captured by a horde of demons. Ino's identity and background were crafted by Joshu. Upon hearing the details of the village's plight and the words of her parents urging her to flee, many villagers present displayed expressions of pity and sympathy. Particularly, Ino's performance was flawless, embodying the image of an innocent little girl who was utterly unaware of the events yet desperately wished to return to her village. What a pitiful child! Those vile bandits truly deserve to be hanged, one villager lamented. They are indeed deserving of their fate. Ino's similar plight swiftly garnered the villagers' empathetic trust. Along with their outrage towards the despicable bandits, beside her, Marina also showed a sympathetic expression. I believe your parents will be safe, Marina reassured Ino after a moment's contemplation. They will be fine. Before I fled, I saw those bandits take my parents. Ino's voice trembled as she trailed off, the implication of the outcome all too clear. If you feel the need to cry, let it out. It will bring you some relief. To Marina, it seemed that Ino was merely putting on a brave front. As Ino wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, she perfectly illustrated the meaning of feigned strength. What a resilient child she was, watching Ino. Marina felt a long-lost maternal instinct resurface within her that if her own child were still alive, they would be about the same age as Ino. If you don't mind, may I know your name? Marina inquired. Belle, Ino replied. Adhering to the script Joshu had provided. Chapter 13. The Impoverished Mage. If I play along with this tedious game, will you set me free? Heaven knows where Ciri found the audacity to utter such a provocative statement in front of the demon. Ciri's character was such that she would never bow down to anyone. After all, her life was already in Joshu's hands. The worst outcome could only lead to death, though that certainly seemed dire. The issue was that Ciri had previously attempted to engage Joshu with a respectful demeanor, but she found herself incapable of imitating the aristocrats of the royal court, who cloaked themselves in refinement while scheming to seduce men. To exchange her life for any semblance of dignity was beyond her reach, as she felt no threat or oppression from Joshu. There was no disdain from a demon towards humanity, nor was there contempt from a superior towards a servant. This lack of perceived danger was what led her to express herself so freely in her conversations with Joshu, her true nature laid bare. Indeed, once this filming concludes, I will grant you your freedom. Joshu understood the principle of rewards and punishments. By offering her a glimmer of hope, she would strive for it. However, let me clarify. What we are about to undertake is the production of a film, not a game. A demon rescuing those villagers? Isn't that just a whimsical way to pass the time? Ciri muttered to herself. Yet her voice carried enough for Joshu to hear. She had encountered many idle nobles before. They ought to be cast into the wilderness for a survival experience, to understand the value of time as they resorted to eating tree bark. Suddenly, it struck her that she had not eaten in nearly a day. The gnawing hunger in her abdomen prompted her to abandon the idea of further banter with Joshu and rummage through the small pouch beneath her robe. Aside from a collection of useless sketches and pens, there was little to find. Wait, there was half a piece of dried tree bark at the bottom. Ciri's excitement was akin to that of Geralt the Witcher discovering a master of Gwent. Just as she retrieved the bark from her pouch and was about to take a bite, she noticed Joshu regarding her with an odd expression. Have you never seen dried cocoa bark? In the human world, it is considered a delicacy, that I mean it. As she spoke, Ciri struggled to maintain her facade, her impoverished state now exposed. I want to ask if this is your drawing, Joshu said, holding up a piece of white paper that had fallen from Ciri's pouch during her search. The paper bore a sketch of a tranquil landscape, a small stream, a patch of woodland, a rudimentary grill, and a campfire, all rendered in monochrome, beautifully capturing the essence of a nighttime camping picnic. Where did you find this? No, give it back. Ciri suddenly realized it had slipped from her bag, and she rushed forward to snatch the drawing from Joshu's hands. Yet, as a mage weakened by hunger, the chance of reclaiming the sketch was nearly non-existent. Not only did she fail to retrieve it, but in her eagerness, she lost her balance and was on the verge of falling flat on her face. Joshu, considering the meager assets remaining to this impoverished young woman, courteously caught her around the waist to stabilize her. The moment of contact was brief, yet it caused Ciri to recoil several steps, her body trembling, that it was the first time in her life that a man had touched her sensitive abdomen. But before she could dwell on it, she noticed a piece of bark had fallen from her hand. She hurriedly rushed over to Joshu to pick it up, brushing off the dirt. It should be fine. She had once heard a renowned archmage claim that food dropped on the ground and picked up within 3 seconds was still safe to eat. I must say, Joshu remarked, crouching to observe Ciri, I can't help but feel a strange sympathy for this destitute young mage. Just how impoverished must one be to resort to gnawing on tree bark daily? If this drawing is indeed yours, I might consider treating you to a bit of meat. Joshu placed the sketch before her, and perhaps it was a trick of the light, but as he mentioned the prospect of meat, Ciri's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm, completely shedding her previous reluctance. Yes, it's my work. From her animated response, it was clear that Joshu should have refrained from merely promising her freedom. He ought to have declared, stay with me, and you shall have meat every day. You can sketch. Initially, Joshu had intended to release this mage once the film was completed, allowing her to return to her former life. However, the drawing in his possession proved that Ciri possessed a value worth retaining. Sketching? What is that? This is merely a charcoal drawing for a magic circle that I sketched it after catching a few fish in the stream, as a memento. After careful consideration, Ciri chose to explain it this way. As a traveling apprentice mage, she wasn't particularly affluent. The burden of acquiring spell components had left her in a state of destitution. This lifestyle had honed her skills, allowing her to adeptly catch fish with lightning spells and rabbits with fire mist. Her only other talent was a modest proficiency in drawing. Did you learn all of this by yourself? Who else could teach me? The pigments used by court painters could cover 20 years' worth of my meals. If I asked them to instruct me, I'd likely end up spending 50 years' worth of food money. Excellent, that I believe I might want to formally hire you, Miss Ciri. Joshu had not anticipated that this young mage could also be an artistic talent. While learning to sketch is simple, mastering it is a challenge. Ciri's artwork undoubtedly fell within the realm of the exquisite. It is well known that mastering drawing begins with sketching, while some artistic prodigies may skip this phase. Joshu had spent 10 years honing his sketching skills and 5 years on shading. Given that he aimed to venture into game design, having an artist on his team would be an invaluable asset. Hire me? But didn't you say you would let me go once filming is complete? Ciri took a bite of the bark in her hand, skepticism evident in her expression as she questioned Joshu's promises. Including that of the meat, the notion of hiring seems synonymous with enslavement. Whether you agree or not is your choice, but I assure you that my offer will be satisfactory. Joshu replied, What is the offer? I guarantee you a lifetime of food. To expand his cultural invasion endeavors, he would undoubtedly require a multitude of talented individuals. Although he had yet to finalize specific hiring conditions, this statement alone was enough to pique Ciri's interest. Chapter 14. The Expedition Before Departing. Joshu sorted through the inheritance left by the third prince. Upon organizing a portion of it, he discovered that the demon prince's inventions were comparable to a certain blue rotund figure's dimensional pocket. Inside, he found a plethora of peculiar artifacts, and he successfully located a ring that could be utilized at this stage. The ring is known as the Transformation Ring, and in a more sophisticated nomenclature, it is referred to as the Ring of Joshua Noro. This exquisite piece is inscribed with enchantments capable of influencing the minds of those in its vicinity. Once adorned, the wearer will appear entirely different in the eyes of others. When Xenus vanquished the bandits, the villagers and members of the caravan witnessed Xenus conversing with Joshu, making it evidently impossible for Joshu to continue masquerading as a human among them. Consequently, Joshu had no choice but to devise a method to alter his visage. As Joshu contemplated how to test the ring's capabilities, an odd whimpering sound reached his ears. Upon looking up, he discerned that it emanated from the young sorceress, Ciri. At that moment, a dining table had been set in Joshu's chamber, laden with a sumptuous dinner delivered by the water elemental servant. For the discerning palate of a programmer accustomed to instant noodles, the array of roasted meats and similar delicacies on the table was nothing short of lavish. To Ciri, the feast laid before her was a rare luxury, likely beyond her reach for an entire month. Driven by hunger, Ciri exhibited no semblance of ladylike decorum during the meal, even her innate intelligence, characteristic of her profession as a sorceress, was utterly obliterated by her puffed cheeks, rendering her somewhat endearing, if not foolishly adorable. I would advise against overindulgence, Miss Shiri. We have considerable physical labor to attend to in a few hours. Joshu slid a glass of water towards Shiri, observing her incessant patting of her chest, clearly having choked. What physical labor? And why do you look different? Shiri queried, accepting the cup and draining its contents, narrowly avoiding the fate of being the first sorceress in history to choke. Just a little ruse? And have you forgotten about the prison break plan commencing at dawn? Joshu removed the ring from his finger. Even Shiri, a novice sorceress, could discern something amiss, indicating that this transformation ring was only effective on those with a limited understanding of magic. Yet, it would suffice for their purposes. I haven't forgotten, but you seem unconcerned about the trouble involved. Shiri dabbed at the corners of her mouth with a napkin, only vaguely aware of Joshu's earlier remarks, as her focus had been entirely on the aromatic feast before her. Even so, she understood well enough what Joshu intended to undertake next. For the sake of creating a splendid film, this task is hardly a burden, compared to the filming conditions on Earth. Joshu's current setup could only be described as rudimentary, that a quality film on Earth undergoes meticulous crafting over a prolonged period, akin to the survival film that took nearly a year and a half to complete, with a significant portion of that time dedicated to allowing the male lead's hair and beard to reach suitable lengths. That Joshu's sole advantage now lay in his memories and the inherent talents of the actors in this world. He recalled every shot from every film, allowing him to bypass the professional considerations of which angles to use for each scene. He simply needed to reshoot the entire film, with the only distinction being the actors involved. I still don't quite grasp what you mean by a film, but I'm curious about the conclusion of that tale, involving the Beauty and the Beast. Shiri's interest in the story was palpable, as she had only glimpsed the script's end, which Joshu had left unwritten. Had she not been on the brink of starvation, she might have been preoccupied with thoughts of food. In a few days, you shall discover the conclusion. For now, we must commence our work. Joshu calculated the time. It was nearly midnight, and approximately 4 hours had elapsed since Ino was imprisoned. That if Ino's acting was sufficiently convincing, that span of time would be adequate for the villagers to accept her, donning the transformation ring and a suitably respectable robe. Joshu picked up a wand that served no real purpose, just a wooden stick he had whittled for 4 hours. Thus, he presented himself as a proficient sorcerer. Could you not simply divulge the ending? Ah, I see, Shiri replied, somewhat unwillingly rising to her feet. Earlier, she had complied with Joshu's instructions out of sheer survival instinct, but now, her conscience compelled her to act. Before her escape from prison, she had promised to return and rescue the villagers. A mere fib at the time, yet now it appeared there might be a chance for fulfillment. Shiri was cast in the role of Joshu's assistant, when her life was at stake. This sorceress proved trustworthy, especially since Joshu had honored his word of providing sustenance, having orchestrated prison breaks in his previous life, albeit within the realm of gaming. Joshu felt somewhat prepared. The capital's prison lay disturbingly close. After a journey of over half an hour, Joshu and Shiri beheld the prison, glowing with an eerie green luminescence beneath the night sky. Miss Shiri, please maintain a relaxed demeanor. The denizens of the demon realm are ordinary beings with thoughts. They shall not harm you. Throughout the journey, Shiri had walked with taut nerves, striding conspicuously as a human on the streets of the demon realm. She could hear whispers from the shadows, remarks such as "looks quite delectable," and "the aroma is simply delightful," sending shivers down her spine. Yet, Shiri was no timid soul. The term coward had never applied to her. Thus, she marched forward with sleeves rolled up, her petite wand in hand, exuding an air of readiness for confrontation. This survival instinct had been ingrained in her during encounters with bears, where yielding meant defeat. That a few ordinary demons posed no threat. Even armed with her wand, Shiri felt confident in overcoming them. However, Joshu's reminder, accompanied by a gesture toward her neck, swiftly extinguished her fighting spirit. No matter how fierce, even the bravest beast could not best a treacherous hunter, and Shiri herself was no ferocious beast, but rather a diminutive feline creature with slightly sharper claws, akin to a wildcat. We have arrived. Joshu halted before the prison gates as several sentinels emerged from the shadows of the building. Gesturing for him to proceed, Chapter 15. The Escape. Bella, Have you contemplated where you wish to go once we escape from here? After hours of idle chatter, Marlene had grown fond of the spirited and optimistic young girl. And under her influence, the previously despondent atmosphere of the prison began to shift. At the very least, the villagers were willing to engage in light conversation, alleviating the despair and tension brought on by their impending doom. Not yet. My father has always wished for me to attend school in the great city, and I long to explore the library there, which must be filled with countless books, right? Under the script provided by Joshua, Eno successfully established an identity that the villagers embraced, becoming the focal point of the cell. She was akin to a beacon of hope amidst the cold, dark expanse of the Atlantic Ocean at night, offering a glimmer of solace despite the uncertainties that lay ahead. Indeed, there exists a city called Nolan, where the library tower reaches hundreds of meters in height. Bella, I can take you there. Marlene clung to hope, envisioning the myriad beautiful experiences that awaited them post-escape, a flicker of optimism ignited by the presence of this young girl. Perhaps this was divine providence, a solace bestowed upon Marlene during her darkest hour. Should this child truly be without a home, Marlene would gladly adopt her as her own daughter, believing that with her companionship, she would never again feel lonely. Yet all of this hinged on their successful escape from prison, offering a chance for both their lives to continue. Thus, Marlene began to pray earnestly to the divine, marking her first prayer not for herself but for the girl before her. Her supplication was soon met with a response, not from the divine, but from a demon. The efficiency of demons in such matters far surpassed that of deities. A strange sound echoed through the prison once more, and a crow appeared outside the cell, tilting its head as it regarded the humans within. It then flapped its wings and alighted on the adjacent windowsill. Moments later, two figures emerged swiftly from the depths of the prison's darkness. These figures were not masked sentinels. It is the esteemed sorceress. The esteemed sorceress has truly returned. The villagers recognized one of the individuals as Shiri, the sole escapee. They excitedly dashed to the edge of the cell, grasping the rusted iron bars with fervent hands, their emotions running high, akin to the moment when the national football team scores a goal. Nearly bursting into exuberant cheers, Joshua could empathize with their sentiments. The joy and thrill of a miraculous escape cannot be succinctly encapsulated in mere words. Yet at that moment, he began to comprehend the phenomenon of a mass prison break, which seemed only feasible in the tumultuous times of the French Revolution. Had it not been for Joshua's prior arrangements with all the guards within the prison, they would have been swiftly dispatched to the guillotine the very next second after their jubilant outcry. "Please, everyone quiet down. We mustn't draw the guards' attention," he urged, though the guards were already vigilantly observing from the sidelines. Out of the corner of his eye, Joshua caught a glimpse of two sentinels lurking in the shadows, tasked with monitoring him to prevent any disruption that might allow anything other than these harmless villagers to escape. However, the performance must be complete. It was uncertain what the inmates were feeling, knowing their every move was under the scrutiny of the guards. Nonetheless, Joshua had one clear sentiment. Escaping under the watchful gaze of the police was indeed exhilarating, that he deliberately lowered his voice to utter this thought, which, albeit softly spoken, resonated clearly among the 30 villagers confined within the prison, as all their attention was riveted upon him. "He is my teacher. Yes, my teacher," came the response, perhaps reflecting that Joshua had perused the book on the actor's craft, while Shiri had not. This was her first experience of publicly deceiving so many people. The pressure on Shiri was compounded by the presence of the two watchers nearby. Yet, in her eagerness to witness the conclusion of the tale of Beauty and the Beast, she did her utmost to cooperate with Joshua, playing her part. "I will rescue everyone shortly. Once we are out, follow me closely, that we are in the realm of demons, and wandering off could cost you your life," Joshua asserted, striving to embody the role of a seasoned sorcerer. Originally, the character Gaston was meant to be a hunter. However, a human hunter traversing the demon realm with a firearm, effortlessly navigating the prison of this world, was implausible, for hunters here predominantly engaged in close combat, those known as demon slayers. Thus, the position of a sorcerer, brimming with infinite possibilities, seemed far more credible. Gray magic surged from Joshua's hands, effortlessly dismantling the cell door. a mere rusted slab devoid of magical inscriptions, that he did not conceal his unique magical prowess, a rare gift in the human realm, one that even the most seasoned archmages might have never encountered, let alone relegated to the realm of despised powers. The dim, decaying atmosphere of the prison doused the villagers' fervor, akin to a bucket of cold water. "This way," Joshua commanded, moving forward without hesitation toward the area where the portal established by Xanathus awaited. The interrogation room housing the portal lay deeper within the prison, but the villagers had no one else to rely on but Joshua. With the friendly guidance of 2 guards, Joshua led the 32 villagers unimpeded to the interrogation room before the portal. The portal had already begun, a soft blue glow swirling in the chamber. Upon glimpsing the ethereal outline of the forest beyond the portal, the villagers entirely relinquished their rational thoughts and excitedly rushed inside. "Sir Sorcerer, may I inquire your name?" A frail, elderly woman at the back of the line paused before the portal, and Joshua noted that Inno was closely trailing her. Was she to play the role of Belle's mother? "Call me Gaston. We can save our thanks for after we are safe," Joshua urged. She nodded, grasped Inno's hand, and hurried into the portal. From the moment they all stepped through, the prologue of Beauty and the Beast commenced. That instant, Xanathus' imposing figure appeared at the doorway of the interrogation room, carrying a suitcase resembling a briefcase, yet containing all of Joshua's filming equipment. "Thank you for your assistance, Xanathus," Joshua said as he accepted the case, which despite its unassuming exterior, held a far greater capacity within, though it paled in comparison to the magical suitcase of Newt Scamander. Joshua examined the equipment. The cameras and storage cards were complete, along with a vial of invisibility powder to conceal his form. It was time to commence the filming of Beauty and the Beast. "Shiri, weren't you eager to see the conclusion of this story? Well, keep your eyes wide open from now on." Joshua grasped the suitcase and stepped into the portal. "You must write it down first. Heaven knows how long this filming would take. If Shiri were to best Joshua, she would truly want to pin him against the desk with a knife at his throat, compelling him to reveal the ending." Shiri merely entertained the thought. She had no desire to linger in this perilous demon realm any longer and promptly dashed into the portal. Xanathus stood in the interrogation room, watching Joshua depart, preparing to proceed with the next phase of Joshua's plan, when he suddenly caught the scent of a human, leaning out of the interrogation room. Xanathus observed a human girl wandering aimlessly, lost and confused. She seemed to have become separated from her parents, or perhaps had long since lost them. Regardless, this human girl was undoubtedly stranded. Alone in this treacherous demon realm, her survival was precarious. Ordinarily, Xanathus would have paid no heed to the plight of humans, but Joshua had commanded him to facilitate their return to their original world. This fierce demon of sin hesitated momentarily before stepping out of the interrogation room, approaching the little girl. "Human, where is the exit to your world?" Xanathus endeavored to soften his tone, gesturing toward the room of the interrogation. Yet, despite his best efforts, the flames spewing from his mouth and the magma swirling beneath his skin caused the girl to burst into tears, terrified. This scene plunged Xanathus into turmoil. If an enemy wept before him, he would have torn them apart without hesitation. Yet this was merely a child, not an adversary. Glancing at his own hands, he realized that even if he wished to embrace the child and usher her into the portal, his sharp claws could swiftly extinguish her life. You would become a superstar. Human girls would scream upon touching your mane, and they would feel honored to stand beside you. Xanathus suddenly recalled Joshua's earlier words. Truly, it was impossible. Faced with the terrified, sobbing child, Xanathus discerned that there was but one way to make her cease her tears, that he moved his colossal form back into the shadows, until he vanished completely. Chapter 16. Filming the village of Macanal, ravaged by bandits, lay at the foot of the mountains to the northwest of the magical capital, Nolan. Most of the houses within the village were wooden. Before the bandits arrived to plunder, a significant portion of the villagers had sought refuge in the forest, leaving only a small number to be captured by Xanathus. Thus, when Joshua rescued the villagers from the demon realm, the small village witnessed countless poignant reunions. After the embraces and tears of joy, the villagers gathered in the largest wooden house to celebrate the safe return of their loved ones. Why not stay a while longer? Fresh goat's milk is in abundance, one villager suggested. Regrettably, Shiri could not linger at the festivities for long and had to follow Joshua's lead. "Because I have already captured all the footage I need," Joshua replied, clutching a crystal stone that had documented a wealth of images. These images were gleaned from his previous interactions with the villagers during their revelry that I end the tale of Beauty and the Beast. There is a segment in a tavern where the townsfolk extol Gaston, and Joshua had successfully utilized this opportunity to film the villagers' admiration for Gaston. The filming progressed more smoothly than Joshua had anticipated. Even the most challenging aspects he had foreseen were resolved. The storytelling format of Beauty and the Beast bore the hallmark of Disney's signature style, characterized by operatic sequences to narrate pivotal plot points. The opening of Beauty and the Beast features a choral performance by the townsfolk alongside Belle. Joshua did not wish to detract from the original essence of the Disney film. While adapting it, he aimed to preserve the authentic ambience as much as possible. Fortunately, the dilemma that had troubled Joshua seemed non-existent from the outset, for the villagers were truly gifted in song and dance. He had just witnessed an elderly villager recounting his experiences in the demon realm in a manner reminiscent of opera. Joshua, lacking expertise in traditional opera, could not discern its quality, but could only offer an appreciative remark. Thus, Joshua could rest assured. After all, Eno was a succubus, and the enchanting voice of a succubus possesses the legendary ability to influence the minds of living beings, much like the fabled sirens. Joshua's racial resistance was rather high, leading him to feel unaffected. However, ordinary humans would undoubtedly fall under Eno's sway. This influence manifested as mere suggestion, with sexual impulses upon encountering a succubus being the most direct expression of it. Therefore, once these villagers heard Eno's melodic voice, they would inevitably find themselves drawn in. All that remained for Joshua was to film Belle and her father, or rather, her mother, marking the official commencement of the segment entitled Beauty and the Beast, which was of utmost importance. Joshua retrieved a vial of invisible powder from his suitcase. This substance was not crafted by the third prince, but was instead derived from the crystals left behind by powerful spirits after their demise, what one might call monster materials. In the realm of humans, this powder was exceedingly precious, serving multiple functions. Aside from granting invisibility to anything it adhered to, it also acted as a costly alchemical ingredient. "Are you truly using this ghost dust?" Hiri clearly recognized the contents of Joshua's vial. Realizing that even a mere pinch could cover this unfortunate girl's sustenance for a decade. Yet, Joshua callously fed her decades' worth of meals to an unknown magical machine. "Is there a problem?" Joshua inquired as he poured the invisible powder over the camera, which soon blended into its surroundings like a chameleon. "None," Hiri replied, feeling no need to fret over something that wasn't hers. "Then close your eyes." Joshua lifted a second handful of invisible dust towards Hiri. "I believe this may be excessive." At that moment, Hiri genuinely wished to hurl an alchemical material guide at Joshua's face to enlighten him on the true value of such a substance. A necessary investment, beyond a handful of low-cost masterpieces and cutscenes. What film production does not involve investments in the millions? Some producers, in pursuit of the finest outcomes, do not concern themselves with budgetary constraints, while Joshua did not possess the proclivity to squander extravagantly. He firmly believed that no matter how costly an item, if it serves no purpose, it is worth not a single coin. The alchemical powder ruthlessly cascaded over Hiri's ashen locks, and as the shimmering silver dust made contact with her hair, it began to turn transparent. Mateo described it scientifically. Light was refracted away by the powder. However, in this magical realm, Joshua had no intention of applying his previous knowledge to decipher this world. For instance, that magical camera, devoid of the multitude of inscriptions etched upon it, was at best a useless box. Once both Joshua and Hiri were thoroughly coated in the powder, Joshua experienced a fleeting moment of joy akin to donning Harry Potter's invisibility cloak. "Let us commence." Joshua instinctively hoisted the camera and tossed Hiri a crystalline stone coated in invisible powder as they approached the village's edge. Hiri glanced at her now entirely transparent arm. Had it not been for the crystal around her neck restricting her movements, she might have seized the opportunity to flee or incapacitate a certain demon prince. Observing Joshua's retreating figure, she withdrew her staff from her robe, hesitating momentarily before abandoning the notion of such self-destructive action. "You hired me to assist you in transporting these items," Hiri queried, quickening her pace to join Joshu. Unable to suppress her curiosity. Although Joshu had become invisible, Hiri could still discern his location by the footprints on the grass. "For the time being, yes, but there may be some more unique tasks in the future." "More unique?" Hiri mused, wondering if it could involve serving in a more intimate capacity. She clutched her modest chest, yet upon further reflection, she dismissed the thought. She did not consider herself particularly alluring, especially in comparison to the succubus accompanying Joshu. In any case, it will be a role far more intriguing than that of a mere sorceress. That explanation suffices. It is time for you to begin your work, Miss Hiri. Joshu and Hiri had now arrived at the village's periphery. The room where the merchant Marina was temporarily residing lay adjacent to the forest. In the village, she was regarded as an outsider, thus opting not to partake in the villagers' revelry. Under Joshu's direction, Ino was currently residing with Marina, and through the window, Joshu could see Ino engaged in conversation with Marina. Through her acting prowess, Ino had successfully earned the trust of the merchant, or more accurately, her affection at present. Joshu lacked a script to record the scenes, relying solely on his memory to note each shot he needed and compare it with the original. Next up, Belle and her mother. Action. Chapter 17. The hypocrisy of beauty. The crackling of the firewood in the hearth filled the air as Marina sat beside it. Gazing into the flickering flames, the warmth emanating from the hearth dispelled the dampness and chill that clung to her, serving as a reminder of her continued existence. Marina had grown too old to celebrate with the exuberance of youth, having lost her family. She had lived on to fulfill her husband's last wish. She had resigned herself to the notion of ending her tragic life within the demon realm. Yet she had persevered. Not only had she survived, but Providence had also bestowed upon her a new purpose, a reason to live. "Belle, I plan to venture into the city the day after tomorrow." Marina turned to the young girl seated on the opposite side of the hearth, where Ino was perusing a book. Books were a rare treasure in this small village, and this particular tome was one of Marina's few possessions. The bandits' plundering had nearly obliterated her entire estate. Yet a few remnants remained, such as a cargo cart and an aging horse. Fortunately, Marina carried her wealth on her person, and even without her goods, she still owned a property in the magical capital. Nolan as long as life endured, there would always be a way to carry on. However, Marina sought not merely to survive, but to ensure that this book-loving girl could attend school. "Are you taking me to the city, Aunt Marina?" Ino's gaze shifted from the book, revealing a sad truth. She could not read human script, nor could she comprehend the writings of her own kind, having lived at the bottom of the demon realm. She had never had the luxury of education, merely surviving under duress and strictures. Thus, the book Ino held was merely a prop to perform her role as Belle, deceiving the human before her. Up until now, Marina harbored no suspicions and had grown increasingly fond of Ino, having shared the most challenging moments of her life, albeit for less than half a day. Yet Marina treated Ino as if she were her own daughter. "Yes, but it will be a while. That cart can only accommodate 2 people. Do not worry. I will return to bring you to the grand city, where libraries overflow with books, and I will ensure you receive a formal education to acquire the knowledge you desire." Marina's servant continued to care for the old horse and cart in the stable. Given Marina's frail condition, she was no longer suited to drive the cart and would rely on the hired help to transport her to Nolan. The journey from this small village to Nolan would take approximately 3 days. 2 trips would amount to around 9 days. "Thank you, Aunt Marina. I do not know how to express my gratitude." Ino was bewildered by the kindness emanating from this human. After years in the demon realm, no one had ever shown her such generosity. Perhaps it was merely due to her changed circumstances. She was now Belle, a beautiful and kind human girl. Were Marina to discover her true identity as a lowly succubus, she would undoubtedly regard her with the same contempt as those in the demon realm, treating her as if she were refused. Thus, Ino refrained from overthinking. She was determined to fulfill the tasks assigned by Joshu, for that was her means of survival as Ino, not as the fictional character Belle. "It is no trouble, dear. If you can achieve excellent results at school in the future, that will be the greatest gratitude you could offer me." Marina began to envision the life that awaited her in Nolan. Meanwhile, Ino was engulfed in torment, a torment stemming from the scrutiny of her superior. Her succubus lineage allowed Ino to sense Joshu's presence in the room. She could feel the weight of his gaze. The sensation of being observed by a high-ranking demon, something she was all too familiar with. "Belle, what troubles you?" Marina noticed a fleeting expression of unease on Ino's face and assumed that it might have conjured distressing memories, such as the scene of her parents being slain by bandits. Thus, she reached out, placing her hand over Ino's. "It is nothing." Ino was momentarily taken aback, feeling the warmth radiating from Marina's hand, and her inner turmoil was swiftly assuaged by the latter's concern. This was what one might call genuine care, truly remarkable. Although Ino understood that all of this was but an illusion, once Joshu's task concluded, she would lose everything. Still, it seemed quite pleasant to indulge in the fleeting warmth of the moment. Is it truly right to deceive an elder in such a manner? As Shilly stepped out of Marina's abode, a gentle drizzle began to fall, lightly cascading upon her, washing away the invisible powder that adorned her. Deception, from your human perspective, is precisely what we demons are adept at, Joshu stated, as he stowed away the camera and the recorded crystal into his suitcase. With Shilly's assistance, he had spent nearly an entire afternoon reconstructing the scenes from the film. Although the arrangement of the settings left much to be desired, creating a scene as exquisite as those in Disney within this quaint village was an unrealistic endeavor. It indeed seems that way. Shilly reflected on humanity's views of demons, which were largely characterized by notions of brutality and malevolence, alongside cunning and treachery. She had heard whispers of demon-seductive whispers leading mortals to their downfall, yet those were merely tales. However, today, she had finally witnessed a tangible instance of such a scenario. One so vivid that she could envision crafting a narrative titled "An Elderly Lady Deceived by a Succubus." Moreover, I see no fault in such deception, Joshu remarked, standing at the edge of the forest. Gazing at the wooden cabin where Marina resided, the sounds of her conversation with Ino still audible. From the merchant's recent demeanor, it was evident that she had come to regard Ino as family. Reveling in this familial discourse, Ino, it seemed, had become overly immersed in the role. Joshu hoped fervently that Ino would not develop any genuine feelings for the merchant, for such affection, forged through deceit, was as alluring yet perilous as opium. Once filming concluded, the character Beryl would cease to exist. Wait, why should she not exist? If the merchant could accept Ino's true identity, Joshu would not be averse to allowing their coexistence. Perhaps a business involving the summoning of demons could even develop, he mused. Dismissing the rumors surrounding demonic summoning rituals as inherently wicked, all parties merely sought to fulfill the conditions outlined in their contracts, akin to modern-day business partnerships. The rumored cost of life demanded by summoning rituals certainly sounded ghastly. Yet in reality, human lives held little value for demons, neither consumable nor enhancing their power. Thus, substituting it with something more tangible, like currency, seemed far more acceptable. Business, Shilly thought, having lost count of how many times she had heard such perplexing terms spring from Joshu's lips. Demon assistance, demon brokerage, demon all-service shops. Perhaps they could stimulate the economies of both the demon realm and the human world. The slogan could be, "A summoning circle can resolve all your issues." Merely a thought, Joshu mused. A notion predicated on the assumption that humanity could place its trust in demons. Achieving this goal would require considerable time, but the immediate step was to complete the filming. Presently, the only remaining scene in the village was Beryl's daytime duet with the villagers. Yet as dusk approached in the human world, Joshu could only resume filming the next day. It is time to check on the next filming location. The upcoming scene was set in the most crucial castle. The royal castle of the demon realm was far from Joshu's expectations. Thus, before commencing the shoot, he had identified a more suitable castle on the demon realm's map. However, whether the castle's owner would permit Joshu to use it as a filming site remained a pressing issue he needed to address. Chapter 18. You are gifted in the demon realm. The Karnas Mountains lay in the far north, perpetually cloaked in blizzards, were it not for the current summer season in the demon realm. The snow could freeze all living beings. Consequently, all who resided in the Karnas Mountains were the undead, possessing a second life. Your Highness, I believe it is unwise to pay a direct visit to that esteemed individual, Zenus. The valiant Sun demon, cautioned as Joshu emerged from the portal established by Zenus. The latter's race was second only to the chaos demons in the demon realm, rarely intimidated by anything, yet ironically. The master of these mountains was someone Zenus felt compelled to regard with trepidation and reverence. I have met the Duke on several occasions. He is quite affable, Joshu replied. Affable? Zenus, who had previously obeyed Joshu's commands without question, found it hard to accept this characterization. The demon realm's power structure consisted of one king, 4 dukes, and 7 heroes, with the king being the ruler of the demon realm. Nortline, the father of the 3rd prince, standing atop the hierarchy as the absolute sovereign. Below Nortline were 4 dukes, each governing one of the cardinal territories of the demon realm. Joshu intended to visit one of these dukes, known as the Bone Duke, about whom Zenus had heard only scant details. The 4 dukes of the demon realm were synonymous with danger. Unless Nortline himself paid a visit, they would slay any intruder in their territory based on their whims. To judge a person solely on rumors and appearances is to stoop to the level of those despicable humans, Joshu retorted. Leaving Zenus momentarily speechless, he recalled a small girl he had encountered in prison, and afterward, he had hidden in the shadows, using his flames to create a beacon that guided the girl safely to the portal. The image of her smiling and waving at the beacon before entering the portal stirred within Zenus some inexplicable emotions, which he could not comprehend but could not forget. That moment resonated more deeply than the memories of incinerating an enemy into ashes. Noticing Zenus' silence, Joshu refrained from pressing the matter further with his loyal subordinate. His gaze turned to Sheely, who had accompanied him into the demon realm. The crystal adorning her neck exuded an imposing aura, to avoid triggering an explosion during their transit. She had graciously taken Joshu's hand as they entered the portal. I have a nagging feeling that wolves or bears are watching me from the forest, Sheely remarked as she released Joshu's hand, brandishing her magic staff while surveying the darkened woods enveloped in snow. From the moment she stepped into the snow-laden forest, she had felt an unsettling familiarity, as if something maliciously fixated upon her. Here, you need not worry about such harmless creatures as wolves or bears. What may be watching you could very well be a soul eater or a heart stealer, and if luck is not on your side, it might even be a death knight, Joshu noted, recalling the 3rd prince's memories. This area was essentially the core of the Bone Duke's territory, inhabited by undead creatures far beyond the lowly, mass-produced skeleton soldiers. The moment an ordinary human set foot here, they would be besieged by the undead, devoured until nothing remained of their soul. Joshu stood here safely not merely due to his identity as a chaos demon, but rather because the forest master had granted him a small privilege. Sheely remained silent, as Joshu's words once again grazed the edges of her knowledge. All she needed to know was that the entities lurking in the darkness of the forest were formidable foes her little staff could never hope to vanquish. Let us proceed. We are not far from the master's castle. Joshu led Sheely and Zenus deeper into the woods. Indeed, at the heart of the forest stood a castle. Its exterior was cloaked in frost, yet within the castle's garden bloomed a variety of unknown flowers. Their hues muted, and statues meant for decoration were entwined with dark thorns. All cast in an eerie atmosphere under the night sky. As Joshu ascended nearly 100 steps to reach the castle's entrance, the doors creaked open as if to welcome him. The interior was adorned with an air of opulence, suggesting that the Bone Duke's aesthetic sensibilities had not decayed with his demise. Music echoed throughout the castle, an ensemble of familiar instruments producing a sound Joshu recognized. Thanks to the parallel world. Why do I find this music so peculiar? Sheely inquired as she followed Joshu up the staircase to the castle's grand hall, where a portrait of a young man hung. You little oddity, your words are enough to warrant my feeding your soul to my hounds. A voice, coarse as nails scraping a blackboard, reverberated throughout the hall as a shadowy figure emerged from the portrait. Prince Zenus, who had been trailing Joshu, instinctively moved to shield him, but Joshu raised a hand to halt this impolite gesture. The appearance of the skeletal lord diverges significantly from the standard image of a lich, such as that of Kel'Thuzad, which is etched in Joshu's mind. Despite the internal decay that has reduced him to mere bones, his attire resembles that of a pirate more than that of a wizard. You would do well to provide me with a reason for trespassing in my domain and disrupting my performance. Otherwise, Even if you are a scion of Northrend, I shall craft your skeleton as a gift for your father." Upon hearing the skeletal lord's proclamation, flames surged around Zenni's, yet a flicker of crimson light glinted in the lord's dark eye sockets, causing Zenni's massive figure to collapse to the ground with a heavy thud. Before such power, Joshu felt utterly insignificant. His identity held no sway here, rendering him unable to continue the bluster he had exhibited in the royal city. "I perceive you possess considerable talent. Let us form a band together." The skeletal lord's skull suddenly pivoted 90 degrees, seemingly contemplating the meaning of Joshu's words regarding a band. "In simpler terms, I have come to admire your performance, my Lord Duke. Might you indulge me with a piece?" Joshu proposed something that no performer could refuse. Had this lich been a musician amidst a concert of thousands, Joshu's suggestion might have been tantamount to courting death. Yet in this desolate place, aside from the spectral servants attending the skeletal lord, no others existed to appreciate his music. Chapter 19. The deaf musician Joshu's proposal bore fruit, and surprisingly, the skeletal lord graciously accepted Joshu's request, transforming Joshu and his companions from impudent intruders into esteemed guests who had traveled great distances to attend his concert. Yet, from a human perspective, the atmosphere of this musical gathering was somewhat eerie. Within the castle, the skeletal lord possessed a dedicated performance chamber, replete with instruments ranging from pianos to violins, fully capable of hosting a grand classical concert. The musicians performing these instruments comprised both skeletons and corpses, still bearing remnants of flesh. Their attire bore a resemblance to the gentlemanly fashion of 19th century Victorian England, which lent them an air of elegance when they grasped their instruments. The sole drawback lay in the fact that their flesh was rather scarce. The mere sight of their bony forms hardly evoked the notion of elegance, let alone those corpses with eyes that had fallen to the ground. The skeletal lord was not the conductor of this peculiar ensemble. He was the pianist. His excessively long and white fingers danced upon the keys, unleashing a series of peculiar melodies that heralded the commencement of this classical concert orchestrated by the undead. "What is happening?" Hiri, unfamiliar with the appreciation of classical music, felt an unsettling chill seep into her bones as the notes entered her ears, causing her to shiver involuntarily, prompting her to embrace her arms. Remarkably, only moments prior, while standing in a snow-laden forest, Hiri had felt no cold in her attire. Yet these eerie notes conjured an impression of being submerged beneath a frozen lake. Even more troubling was the lurking presence of an unknown water creature, fixated on her from the murky depths below the ice. This sensation made her shudder. Huddling your arms offers no solace. Try to envision the sun or flames, Joshu advised Hiri. How can one possibly imagine such things while listening to this performance? Hiri's complaint echoed Joshu's own sentiments. From the outset, Joshu discerned that this performance was fundamentally different from any he had previously encountered. The notes emanating from the skeletal lord's piano transcended mere auditory perception. They resonated through touch, sight, taste, and other senses, conveying an essence of coldness and silence, a profound solitude akin to drifting beneath a frozen lake, rendering one breathless. Joshu felt as though his skin had crystallized with frost, while icy lake water filled his mouth. This was magic capable of influencing the very spirit of others. As the piece concluded, Joshu finally emerged from the numbing chill that had enveloped him, only to discover that frost had begun to accumulate upon his hands, and his body temperature had plummeted alarmingly. This was no trivial impact on the mind. It was something far more severe. He brushed away the frost from his arm, exhaling a breath that transformed into a cloud of white mist. Should the skeletal lord continue to play, the listeners' body temperatures might plummet to the point of hypothermia, potentially costing them their lives. The term Death Singer inexplicably surfaced in Joshu's mind as a chaos demon. Joshu's constitution could withstand the onslaught. Yet Hiri's condition was deteriorating. Her lips began to pale, and frost clung to her long eyelashes, resembling someone who had endured hours in a frigid environment well below freezing. Without hesitation, Joshu shed his outer garment and draped it over Hiri. But your clothing is damp." Hiri's trembling voice nearly broke into tears. Yet any tears that fell might freeze into icicles. Grasping Hiri's hand, Joshu found it as cold as I see tea this rate. Hiri would perish from the imbalance in her body temperature. It seemed that appreciating the skeletal lord's performance was not as simple as purchasing a ticket, without sufficient strength. One might pay for their admission with their very life. Indeed, humanity's frailty is painfully evident. Even enduring a single performance proves too much for their fragile forms. The skeletal lord took note of Hiri's weakened state and ceased his piano playing. The frost that had accumulated upon his bony fingertips cascading downwards, as the music fell silent. Joshu felt some relief from his own symptoms of hypothermia. In that moment, he clapped his frozen hands together, not out of admiration for the performance, but merely as a basic courtesy expected of an audience member. Upon hearing Joshu's applause, the skeletal lord's demeanor improved slightly. It would be more accurate to say that the flickering flame of his soul within his eye socket steadied. Indeed, my Lord Duke's performance is extraordinary. It immerses one in the experience. To say immersive was an understatement. Had the performance continued, Joshu might have succumbed to frostbite. Countless game designers on Earth aspired to achieve such a virtual sensation. Yet Joshu found himself experiencing it in this concert. However, my Lord Duke, your performance may be beyond the appreciation of not just humans, but likely most denizens of the demon realm as well. Joshu could swear that if the skeletal lord were to perform the same piece in the capital, more than half of its residents would become frozen statues. It is they who lack the capacity to appreciate it. The skeletal lord was a quintessentially proud classical musician, utterly convinced that there was nothing amiss with his performance. Rather, it was the ignorant and feeble-minded who were unable to comprehend it. Indeed, they lacked the ability to appreciate your performance, my Lord Duke. But do you not feel a shiver yourself? Joshu readily acknowledged the beauty of the skeletal lord's music. The piece itself evoked an atmosphere of serene coldness and solitude. If employed as the soundtrack for a horror game, it would undoubtedly enhance the overall ambience. Joshu had always maintained that music itself bore no inherent quality of beauty or ugliness, aside from mere noise. Every genre possessed its audience, akin to some favoring classical while shunning electronic, or others relishing pop yet showing little interest in traditional folk. One could definitively categorize different musical styles as superior or inferior. Those who attempted to do so were simply arrogant. The distinction between beautiful and ugly was a matter of personal perception. Were it not for the overwhelming realism of the skeletal lord's performance, so palpable that Joshu longed for a heater to ward off the chill, he would have stayed until the end. Yet the influence extended beyond just Hiri and Joshu. Even the performers themselves were affected. The skeletal lord's fingers had already accumulated frost, necessitating the use of his other hand to remove it. This is an effect necessary for the performance. The skeletal lord did not refute Joshu's observation. Chapter 20. The performance. Pardon my audacity, my Lord Duke, but will the upcoming pieces maintain a similar atmosphere? Joshu, concerned for both his and Hiri's safety, felt compelled to confirm this matter before enduring the next performance. Should the subsequent pieces continue with this chilling theme, Joshu might become the first chaos demon in history to freeze to death whilst listening to music as for Hiri, even if the skeletal lord ceased playing. Without a heater or a pile of firewood, she would not endure for long. Zennies had not been permitted entry by the skeletal lord. Otherwise, with a Zennies brand heater at hand, Hiri would surely fare much better. Indeed, these pieces are all drawn from this score, which is the only one I possess. The skeletal lord retrieved a well-worn score, the cover marred by numerous signs of age, indicating that it had been in his possession for many years. Is one truly an exceptional performer, yet not a composer? My lord, may I play a piece? Joshu made another audacious suggestion, yet the skeletal lord did not express anger at Joshu's disruption. Rather, within the flickering flames of his soul, Joshu perceived a glimmer of mockery. Your Highness, this piano is an old friend of mine, and its temperament is far worse than my own. Should your performance fail to please it, it may very well devour your soul, and even I would be powerless to rescue you. The skeletal lord placed his hand upon the piano, and in response, it emitted a few notes, seemingly mocking Joshu's overconfidence. I am willing to give it a try. Even Joshu himself found it hard to believe. His father had harbored aspirations of cultivating him into a pianist since childhood. Introducing him to the instrument at the tender age of 6, however, after merely half a year of practice, he had failed to pass even the preliminary evaluations and ultimately chose to abandon the pursuit. The primary reason for his abandonment was akin to many childhood tales, becoming ensnared in the allure of video games. After so many years without touching the piano, Joshu should have long forgotten it. Yet following the merging of memories with that of the third prince, his recollections had become alarmingly vivid. Remarkably, even the muscle memory developed during his childhood piano practice had resurfaced. Thus, Joshu believed that playing a piece would pose no issue. Are you certain? The last challenger was a renowned composer from the human realm. The skeletal lord could not recall the third prince's musical prowess. The epithet of despicable human was certainly not a flattering one in the demon realm. My composition will surely satisfy your friend. Regardless of the composer's renown, be it Beethoven, Mozart, or Chopin, Joshu remained unconvinced that he could not elicit applause from this piano with a rendition of the Moonlight Sonata. Oh, Joshu had momentarily forgotten that pianos do not possess hands. Behind him stood countless classical music masters from Earth as a support. In a live classical music duel, he truly feared no one that the skeletal lord refrained from further idle chatter, descending from the performance stage to a corner of the room where a table was set up. He picked up a glass filled to the brim with red wine, exuding an air of anticipation, as if ready to witness a spectacle. Maintain your body heat. Do not succumb to slumber. Joshu gently rubbed the cheek of Siri, who still retained some warmth, wiping away the frost that had condensed on her eyelashes. She showed no signs of regaining her warmth, and with her drowsy state, should she fall asleep, she might never awaken. The room lacked a heating source, and due to the skeletal lord's orders, Zenith was unable to enter. Siri had no choice but to rely on herself to restore her lost warmth. However, her garments were drenched due to the melting frost, and Joshu's attire was similarly soaked. In such a state, it was nearly impossible for her to regain her warmth through sheer effort. It would be utterly frustrating to die merely from listening to a performance. I refuse to perish so easily. Siri shook her head, dismissing Joshu's hand that rested on her cheek, evidently displeased by his affectionate gesture. Then I implore you to hold on for just 10 more seconds, Miss Mage. Joshu withdrew his hand and approached the piano. It had been nearly 18 years since he last touched the keys. Even with the familiar sensations rekindled by memory, he was uncertain whether he could play proficiently as he pressed the first key. He felt a part of his soul being drawn from his body by the piano, confirming its peculiar nature. Yet he did not feel fear. Soon, his hands were poised over the keys, and he began to play. The melody was reminiscent of basking in the sunlight, embraced by the gentle spring breeze, and Joshu genuinely felt the warmth of the sun. This was no mere illusion. He sensed a comforting warmth enveloping him, accompanied by a soft breeze, akin to lying in a sun-drenched meadow filled with blooming flowers. Meanwhile, Siri, enduring the torment of cold beside him, was momentarily stunned upon hearing the notes he played that a subtle warmth swiftly dispelled the chill that enveloped her. Akin to a gentle embrace, evoking a deep sense of comfort and solace. This feeling was ineffable to Siri. It brought her to the brink of tears, her nose tingling with emotion. Memories flooded back, her early days of running away from home. Living alone, constantly reminding herself to remain strong in the face of adversity, yet feeling overwhelmed by loneliness and helplessness, with nowhere to express her grievances, until her gaze fell upon Joshu, who was engrossed in playing the piano. She gently touched her cheek, still retaining the warmth left by his hand. Enraptured, everyone present seemed to be immersed in the notes emanating from Joshu's fingertips, their soothing and tender tones weaving an atmosphere of warmth. Even the skeletal lord was no exception. He stood transfixed, oblivious to the glass slipping from his grasp and shattering on the floor. Music truly had the power to awaken myriad emotions within a person, unlike film or painting, which required time to evoke feelings. Music could stir the heart in an instant, with just a single note. Yet, just as the gentle melody approached its crescendo, it abruptly ceased. The skeletal lord snapped back to reality from the enchanting atmosphere. "Why have you stopped? Continue," he demanded loudly. I cannot play the rest," Joshu replied, retracting his hands from the piano. Though he had never participated in formal evaluations, his skill level lay somewhere between the 3rd and 4th grades. The subsequent portion of the piece, while simple for a piano virtuoso, was beyond his capability. "You cannot continue." The skeletal lord, after so many years, was once again confronted with the taste of frustration. The abrupt halt of a peace that had just begun to blossom left him seething with rage. What is the title of this composition? After a moment's contemplation, he realized that should he harm Joshua, he would never have the opportunity to hear the continuation of the piece. Thus he was eager to know its name and its composer. The canon in D, which means melody, is by Pachelbel, a great composer. Joshua replied, Chapter 21. Surrender. An hour later, Joshua found himself in the dining hall of the castle, seated at a long table laden with an array of dishes. It was hard to imagine that a castle inhabited primarily by undead creatures would boast such a plethora of fresh ingredients. Joshua prodded the roasted meat before him with a fork, suspecting it contained a few maggots, especially since a zombie servant stood nearby, its body adorned with decaying flesh that, in contrast, Ciri, seated beside him, was less discerning. Having lost considerable body heat, she needed to replenish it quickly, and thus devoured the feast before her without hesitation. Your Highness, I raise a toast to you. The skeletal lord lifted his goblet, filled with a translucent liquid that swayed like blood. After downing it, Joshua watched as the wine dripped from the skeletal lord's jaw onto the table. Could a skeleton truly savor the taste of wine? If you have something to say, my lord, please speak candidly. Joshua discerned the skeletal lord's intent. He had not organized such a grand banquet merely due to Joshua's status. Then I shall be forthright. Your Highness, I desire the sheet music for the piece you just performed. The skeletal lord set down his glass, the flames of his soul flickering with intensity, his tone lacking the earlier calmness, revealing his unmistakable yearning. I agree, but with conditions. Joshua had anticipated this bargaining chip from the outset. From the memories of the Third Prince, he knew the Duke was obsessively infatuated with music. Legend spoke of him having obliterated a small nation to obtain the whereabouts of an ancient score from a human's lips. Setting aside the nature of a lich, with its potential for malevolence through soul manipulation to glimpse others' memories, this rumor alone indicated the skeletal lord's deep obsession with music. Lacking the creative inspiration for music, one must wonder from whence a skeleton could derive such inspiration. Through this interaction, Joshua began to comprehend why the skeletal lord was so captivated by music. It was indeed that peculiar piano. If I am not mistaken, my lord, you cannot truly taste the wine, can you? Joshua glanced at the droplets of wine pooling on the table. Indeed, drinking in such a manner would yield no flavor. The skeletal lord possessed no taste buds, no sense of touch nor hearing. His perception of the world stemmed solely from the flickering flames of his soul within his eye sockets, serving as both his eyes and ears. Have you discerned that? Your Highness, indeed, since becoming a lich these past few centuries, I have gained unparalleled power, yet I am slowly forgetting the taste of my beloved wine. The skeletal lord poured himself another glass of wine, gazing at the swirling liquid within. If he had skin upon his face, one might imagine a self-deprecating smile gracing his features. Only that piano, my old friend, can evoke the sensations of my humanity. Even if those feelings are as frigid as frost and snow, they are still far more exquisite than this skeletal form, devoid of any tactile sensation. With that, the skeletal figure set his wine glass back upon the table, and the fire of his soul once again turned its gaze towards Joshua. The piece you just played rekindled in me the warmth of sunlight. Oh, how I have nearly forgotten what it feels like to bask in its glow. It was truly magnificent. As the skeletal figure spoke, he leaned back wearily in his chair. Power is indeed intoxicating. He had sacrificed his own life to gain immense strength. Initially, he was entranced by the unparalleled might, reveling in the thrill of wielding life and death. Yet, when the novelty of such power faded, what could he truly feel? This formidable body does not experience fatigue, thus he cannot relish the comfort of sleep. It is impervious to the heat, rendering him incapable of feeling the warmth of the sun. Having lost his tongue, he is on the verge of forgetting the delightful taste of roasted meat. Were it not for that piano, through which his soul could reclaim some semblance of human sensation, he might have long succumbed to madness. Due to this body point, one could say that in acquiring everything, the skeletal figure has lost everything. Your Highness, speak plainly, that why trifling tricks with souls are of no concern to you chaotic demons, so I accept your proposal. What must I sacrifice to obtain the sheet music of that piece? The skeletal figure expressed an urgent desire to play the canon Joshu had just performed. He yearned desperately to once again feel the sun's warmth. You need not sacrifice anything. Joshu shook his head. The offerings the skeletal figure could provide, treasures, wealth, powerful undead servants, were all too trivial. Joshu was far greedier than one might expect. I hope you will submit to me, Joshu stated, enunciating each word with utmost seriousness and sincerity. The skeletal figure fell silent for a few seconds upon hearing Joshu's words, then erupted into a harsh laugh. I had heard that the third prince abandoned his claim to the throne and thought you uninterested in power. But it appears you were merely concealing the truth. The skeletal figure quickly misinterpreted Joshu's intentions. It seemed clear that his long journey to recruit him was a preparation for the imperial power struggle 2 years hence. With the aid of one of the 4 great dukes, even the most ineffectual third prince would possess a fighting chance. No, I truly have no interest in the throne. Governing a nation is far too cumbersome. I do not approach you as one of the 4 great dukes or as the Lich Lord, but rather as a fellow performer and musician, Joshu clarified. A performer. The skeletal figure mused, genuinely intrigued by music, for it allowed him to feel undeniably alive. Indeed, my Lord Duke, are you content to perform alone in this desolate place? Your artistry is exceptional and should not be buried here. It deserves to be heard by many, thousands, in a grand theater. This is the treatment that the scores I know deserve. Trust me, I possess the works of countless musical masters from various nations. These masterpieces should not rot away in obscurity, but rather be showcased upon the world stage under your esteemed performance. There is an abundance of classic music on Earth, and to disseminate it in this world, Joshu requires an exceptional musician. And this skeletal figure is the ideal candidate. You mean to say that the level of scores you just played is not unique? This time, it was the skeletal figure who was astonished. Not at all. These are the creations of musical masters from a far-off land. Another kingdom. For the description of Earth, Joshu could only resort to the vague notion of a distant place. The soul fire within the skeletal figure's eye sockets flickered rapidly, and soon a dark box and a tattered contract floated down from the air. The obsidian box radiated a potent corrosive force. Joshu knew without asking what it contained: the lifeblood of liches. The contract. I shall relinquish 1/4 of my soul to you, and in return, you will provide me with all the sheet music required for my performance, that I shall not disappoint the masters you speak of, the skeletal figure declared. The soul is indivisible. Obtaining 1/4 of it equates to acquiring half of the skeletal figure's life. This lich truly is a madman, willing to forfeit his very existence to reclaim his human sensations. Yet a solitary life in a dark room devoid of light, food, and water for over a millennium must be akin to a living hell. The skeletal figure likely endured such an existence. Of course, I accept. Joshu let a drop of blood escape from his fingertip, hovering before the contract. Soon after, a vast cloud of dark, translucent mist poured forth from the box, enveloping the droplet of blood. The blood coalesced into an object resembling a black gem, falling into Joshu's palm and melting away, leaving behind a peculiar mark. Through this mark, Joshu sensed a faint connection to the surrounding undead beings. For the future music master. Cyronica, wait. Joshu suddenly realized the true name of the skeletal figure, momentarily taken aback. The skeletal figure let out another harsh laugh, merely raising the glass filled with wine in his hand. Cheers, he proclaimed. Chapter 22. Night, a raven perched by an open window of the castle, observing the interior with a tilted head. Suddenly, the gentle sound of piano music filled the castle. Under the soothing melody, even the eerie hues of the castle's lights softened. The surrounding forest seemed to be affected by the piano's resonance. The malevolent spirits dwelling in the shadows ceased their restlessness, some lifting their heads in bewilderment to listen to the notes that seemed to soothe their inner turmoil, soft and warm enough to invite slumber. The raven hopped a few times on the windowsill, initially intending to spread its wings and depart, but it too was captivated by the sunlit warmth of the melody, closing its eyes to rest briefly on the ledge. A delightful lullaby, Joshu mused. Seated on the floor of the dining room, savoring the slow version of the canon played by the skeletal figure. The dedication the skeletal figure poured into music seemed to rival his mastery of necromancy. After Joshua had provided him with the sheet music, the performance evoked countless sensations. This rendition, intended for sleep, indicated that the skeletal figure still remembered Joshua's need for rest. The floor was adorned with a plush carpet, so soft it could serve as a bed. Indeed, the sorceress Miss Hiri had already claimed it as her own, resting against a pillow embroidered with golden patterns by the fireplace as she drifted into slumber. The recent experiences had left Hiri utterly exhausted. Her encounters in the demon realm could only be described as thrilling and perilous. Despite her awareness of the necessity to conceal her vulnerability before these demons, fatigue and perhaps a momentary lapse of vigilance around Joshua led her to fall asleep in the hall. However, Hiri had not truly let her guard down. Joshua noted the way she tightly gripped her wand, ready to awaken at the slightest disturbance. The sorceress's light gray hair cascaded to her shoulders. Her cheeks slightly flushed in the firelight that in the stillness. She appeared rather lovely. Joshua had always perceived a unique quality in Hiri, though he struggled to articulate it. Perhaps feral was an inadequate term, but it conveyed a sense of fierceness. Hiri seemed like the type of girl who would never wear makeup, even with a boyfriend. Yet Joshua felt such girls deserved the most affection. Hiri had succumbed to sleep, yet Joshua found no hint of drowsiness within himself. Programmers, after all, are creatures that can forego sleep while coding. Working overtime is nearly routine. Though Joshua's work was not as grueling, he often lost track of sleep while engrossed in his coding. As for the reason, he could only say that modifying code is far more engaging than writing it. Zenas, do you not require sleep? Joshua's fingers danced in the air, attempting to translate the runic symbols into a programming language he recognized. Although he could see the runes, it did not mean he could wield them. Currently, he understood roughly half of their meanings, with the remaining portion still under study. Yet, that half was sufficient for him to create a few small functions that could run without a system basis. With his other hand, Joshua lifted a cup of warm red wine from the floor, and this working state finally rekindled feelings reminiscent of Earth, though there was certainly no towering anthropomorphic lion standing behind him there. "Your Highness," Zenas said, kneeling slightly since Joshua was seated on the floor, hesitating as if unsure whether to voice his next statement. "Speak freely. I shan't mind." Joshua discerned that this demonic figure bore some hidden troubles. His inner world was far more intricate than his outward appearance suggested. "I do not oppose your camaraderie with humans. Yet should you seek a partner, your Majesty would undoubtedly disapprove of your union with a human," Zenas remarked, casting a glance at Shiri, who was peacefully slumbering by the fireplace. Ahem. Zenas' words caused Joshua to choke on his red wine. The bloodline of the Chaos Demons was exceedingly rare within the demon realm, compounded by their tragically short lifespan and low reproductive rate, leading to a prohibition against intermarriage with other races. The nobility of the demon world would certainly not allow it, let alone a mere human. "I have 3 other siblings. My father would not rely on me to continue the lineage. And besides, I already have someone I hold dear," Joshua asserted, tilting his cup aside while gracefully gesturing with his other hand. The inscribed runes he had crafted were drawn to the side, and with a swift motion, he clenched his fist, causing the runes to coalesce into a singular form, transforming into a window. This sensation reminded Joshua of the scenes in Iron Man where Tony controlled Jade. Let us not dwell on that. "Zenas, do you possess any beliefs?" Joshua retrieved a wooden statue, the very one Shiri had used for her teachings. Dipping his fingers into the red wine, he inscribed magical runes upon the floor, forming a magical circle. "We, the demon kin, revere the flames of sin, symbolizing the fires of sin and retribution. The more transgressions our foes commit, the greater their suffering." Sparks of light emitted from the cracks in Zenas' skin, reminiscent of molten rock. Since Joshua intended to conclude this topic, Zenas dared not inquire who this favored individual might be, and instead focused on the small magical circle Joshua was crafting. "Would you mind learning another spell?" "Zenas?" The magic employed by demons was not as systematic as that of humans. Demons emphasized sheer power and intensity, opting for a rocket launcher over a mere pistol whenever possible. Consequently, demon magic did not rely on intricate inscriptions to create spells with varying functionalities. They simply unleashed their magical energy directly, in a manner that was both simple and forceful. "If it is your highness's command," Zenas replied, "then place your hand upon this statue." If a demon leader could trust in God, then Zenas had no qualms. A pale radiance surged into Zenas's being, and this fearsome-looking demon successfully transitioned into a white mage, embodying order. "You see several symbols before you." Joshu presented a few of the simplest runes for Zenas's examination. 1. It appeared that this valiant demon of sin lacked any expertise in magic, for the strength he possessed sufficed for him to disregard such so-called knowledge. "Now, can you perceive this object in my hand?" Joshu spread his fingers, revealing a white square that spun in the air. Zenas nodded, indicating he could see it. "Then continue." With a flick of his wrist, Joshu tossed the square toward Zenas, who effortlessly absorbed it into his body. This outcome delighted Joshu. It seemed that even with minimal comprehension of the runes, Zenas could still accept the programmed inscriptions Joshu had devised. After all, one does not need to first learn how to code a program before utilizing IT. It appeared that the divine definitions of runes in this world were similarly structured. Suddenly, a white square materialized in Zenas's field of vision. "Your Highness, what is this?" Zenas rubbed his eyes, realizing the object continued to float within his sight. "Ah, it's a chat window to AS for its purpose." Joshu's finger danced in the void. "Are you prepared for the performance the day after tomorrow?" A line of text unexpectedly appeared in the window before Zenas, leaving him momentarily stunned as he turned to Joshu. It seems a single rune cannot respond to me. I suppose I need to create an input method as well?" Joshu realized that achieving internet interaction was a long way off. Despite currently operating on a local network to Chapter 23, Talent, or rather, Genius, Your Highness, the magic you have devised bears significant strategic value. Zenas could only associate the utility of the chat window with warfare, having participated in several conflicts to quell unrest within the demon realm. He understood the criticality of information dissemination during war. "This is not merely a tool for warfare, Zenas. What lies before you is a new world, a realm of equality for all." Joshua's words once again left the sin demon in a state of bewilderment. For Zenas found it exceedingly difficult to grasp the concept of the internet in this remarkable age. "Go rest," Joshu said, as the square vanished from his hand, choosing not to further perplex his guardian. Even a race as formidable as the sin demons required rest. Moreover, having opened several portals in succession over the past few days, the construction of such portals demanded a considerable amount of magical energy, making rapid recovery challenging. Understood. Joshu had forged an alliance with the Bone Duke, effectively transforming this castle into his domain. With the Duke's support, Joshu had transitioned from a prince known merely for tinkering with minor inventions to a contender within the higher echelons of demon society, now vying for power alongside the Grand Prince and Second Princess. Of course, this was contingent upon Joshu's desire to pursue the throne. He watched Zenas depart the hall, redirecting his focus to the mark upon his hand. This mark served as proof of his pact with the Bone Duke. Having grasped a fragment of the Duke's life force, Joshu now wielded the authority to command the Duke's undead army. However, with Joshu's current magical capacity, commanding even a handful of high-ranking Death Knights was his limit. He was still far from the level of the Bone Duke, who could wield Frostmourne and command legions of the undead. Yet, Joshu perceived that the abilities of these undead extended beyond merely claiming the lives of the living or devouring souls. They possessed a far richer array of capabilities. Clenching his marked left hand, the insignia erupted with an inky glow, and soon, one or two translucent specters drifted through the window into the parlor. These phantoms resembled young women clad in tattered gowns inscribed with ominous runes. They were an advanced form within the ghostly hierarchy, the Banshee. Devoid of their own consciousness, these Banshees would go into a frenzy and attack any living beings within their sight unless controlled by a master. Their piercing wails capable of affecting the minds of their targets with overwhelming hatred. Furthermore, they possess the ability to phase through walls like ordinary spirits, float through the air, manipulate objects when necessary, and even render themselves invisible. Most crucially, they were not averse to sunlight. It merely diminished a portion of their strength without harming their essence. Joshu opened a suitcase and retrieved a camera, then commanded the two Banshees, They gracefully floated beside the camera, and one of the banshees successfully grasped the lightweight device, hovering to the ceiling of the room, even though Joshu anticipated the outcome. Witnessing the banshees maneuvering the camera throughout the room brought him a flicker of delight. With the assistance of these banshees, Joshu would no longer need to worry about capturing footage. Issues such as long shots, short shots, camera stability, and the necessary equipment for filming would all be rendered obsolete. Were banshees to exist on Earth, every esteemed Hollywood director would surely enlist their services as cinematographers, while these directors might not skimp on the expense of camera equipment. The banshees' help would ensure truly comprehensive 360-degree shots. It is a waste of talent for you to remain here as mere undead. Come, let us venture to Hollywood. The banshee race undoubtedly represented photographic genius. Or rather, they were true prodigies. Alas, these two banshees lacked their own consciousness. Joshu released his grip, and the two banshees relinquished the camera before vanishing into the air. His gaze then shifted to Shiri, who was stirring from her slumber by the hearth. Can't sleep? How could I possibly sleep with two malevolent spirits watching me? Shiri remarked, glancing at the spot where the banshees had just been. The moment they entered the room, she awoke, and even the soothing melody of the Bone Duke's cannon failed to lull her back to sleep. Then continue resting. There shall be no disturbances tonight, Joshu yawned. For he had gone several days without sleep, and even his formidable lineage had its limits. You're not planning on sleeping here, are you? Shiri looked around, realizing she only had a single pillow. If Joshu were to find a room in the castle, she would have to accompany him due to the necklace around her neck. Are you displeased by my presence here? Joshu inquired. Displeased? Well, let me make it clear. I have no interest in you, and that shall never change. Though Ciri harbored a certain fear of death, she never concealed her inner dissatisfaction. Having overheard the conversation between Joshu and Xenus earlier, her mind was now in disarray. Then go to bed early. There is work to be done tomorrow, Joshu replied, unperturbed by Ciri's sarcasm, as he pulled out a chair beside the table, leaned back, and closed his eyes. Ciri scrutinized the profile of Joshu's closed eyelids, falling into a contemplative silence. Upon reflection, even though Joshu had curtailed her freedom, her very survival in the demon realm depended on him. In a certain light, he was indeed her savior. Yet, Joshu's lack of authority made it difficult for Ciri to express her gratitude sincerely, for she was certain he would mock her. Thank you, she murmured to herself, clutching the pillow with a voice only she could hear. What did you just say, Miss Ciri? Joshu's keen hearing pierced through the soothing strains of the lullaby. Catching her whisper, I will make you pay once I gain my freedom, Ciri declared, her face suddenly flushed with crimson hues, compelled to utter such a fierce retort to maintain her assertive stance. Oh, Joshu replied indifferently, disregarding her words and continued to rest his eyes, conserving energy for the morrow's tasks. Ciri bit her lip lightly, and in a fit of defiance, turned her back to Joshu and fell asleep, clutching her pillow tightly. Chapter 24. The Director. Macanal Village, a quaint hamlet nestled in the mountains, welcomed a new day. The sorrow wrought by the recent bandit raid and the demon's descent had been entirely dispelled by the villagers' jubilant celebrations upon the safe return of their loved ones. Today, a beautiful maiden graced the village, and her presence instantly captivated the entire street. In this tranquil village, Inno stepped out from her abode, softly singing the melody composed by Joshu, having practiced throughout the night. It was clear that Inno possessed a remarkable talent for singing. As a succubus, her voice was enchanting enough to ensnare any man. Music echoed in the sky, its origin unknown, yet the villagers accepted it as a natural occurrence. Entranced by Inno's song, the succubus's abilities were showcased in full splendor, as her voice bewitched the villagers, compelling them to follow her will. As dawn breaks, everyone greets the day. Inno reached the entrance of the village market, where the Soul Clock Tower could be seen. The chime of the clock signaled the villagers' awakening. Good morning. The villagers greeted one another enthusiastically, that a vibrant symphony commenced, with Inno traversing the village, her presence weaving the villagers' conversations into a harmonious melody. This scene was nothing short of magical. Even though Inno knew it was influenced by her charming powers, the villagers greeted her warmly, calling her by the name of Belle, which delighted Inno. However, beneath her joy lay a sense of unease. she sensed a malevolent force occupying the heavens. A presence starkly different from the demons, one that exuded a decayed, deathly aura. This stood in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the village, yet the villagers remained oblivious to this ominous presence, which lingered unsettlingly close. Ino could only vaguely perceive it, as if two distinct forces had been trailing her since earlier. Nevertheless, heeding Joshu's counsel, Ino diligently maintained the guise of Bel. She lifted her skirts, stepping across stones to leap over a small brook, arriving at the village's only establishment resembling a library, as designated by Joshu in the script. Upon entering, she paused momentarily. The village's only bookworm has arrived. The librarian halted her cleaning, descending the ladder to greet Bel with familiarity. So, where have you traveled this time? To the two cities of the Frost Kingdom, Astra. Are there any new places for me to explore? Ino recognized the librarian as Joshu, although his appearance had transformed into that of a fickle. She quickly regained her composure and recited the lines as scripted. I fear there are none, but perhaps you could revisit your favorite books. Thank you. Your collection has expanded this little corner of the world. As Ino completed her lines, she let out a small sigh of relief. Pause. At that moment, the librarian removed her ring, reverting to Joshu's form, while a she-demon wielding a camera suddenly appeared beside Ino, causing the succubus to tense up. Even among the demon race, there existed a fear of spectral entities. Your Highness, did I perform poorly? Ino clutched the book in her hands, cautiously regarding Joshu. The deathly aura carried by a she-demon was no trivial matter. Her wails could wreak havoc far beyond Ino's charm. No, I am quite satisfied, so Ino, wear this. Joshu produced a pendant and handed it to Ino. Curiously, she examined the pendant, sensing an unknown magical power emanating from within. This pendant will enhance your mental fortitude. Wear it beneath your clothing. The pendant was one of the skeletal lord's collectibles, a mere trinket among his vast collection, yet Joshu had procured it specifically to ensure Ino's charm could envelop the entire village. Obediently, Ino donned the pendant, concealing it beneath her collar, and with its aid, she found her thoughts to be markedly clearer, along with a significant boost to her mental prowess. Your Highness, such a precious item. Only upon wearing it did Ino realize its true value, a magical artifact capable of swiftly augmenting mental faculties without side effects was something she could never have afforded in the past. Even if sold. No, it is not precious. You are the true treasure, Ino. You must understand that your allure is not merely to enchant the villagers, but the entire nation, indeed the world. Do not underestimate yourself, Joshu stated. Joshu's lofty praise left Ino somewhat flabbergasted, rendering her exceedingly anxious. Now, you simply need to perform your role as you initially intended. With Joshu's reassurance, Ino managed to regain her composure, and he gently patted her shoulder, guiding the succubus back into the camera's view. Camera 1. Take note. The lead actress has exited the library. Whereas Camera 3? Camera 2, close-up, follows suit. As Joshu stepped out of the library, he began directing the positions of the she-demons. This time, he brought 12 she-demons from the skeletal lord's domain, one of whom possessed her own consciousness, while the other 11 followed Joshu's commands. The camera served merely as a medium, as long as it was centrally placed. The recording function of the crystal would activate automatically. Only upon entering the practical rehearsal did Joshu realize how convenient it was to have she-demons as photographers. They were capable of traversing both land and sky. If the camera were small enough, Joshu could capture any shot he desired as a director. Lacking any innate talent or formal training, he relied solely on his memory of every scene from films past. With the assistance of the she-demons, Joshu successfully replicated all the shots from the film in the first grand scene, that he even enlisted one she-demon to capture behind-the-scenes footage, while the main scene brimmed with vitality and beauty. The behind-the-scenes footage took on a more eerie tone. Over a dozen she-demons radiating a deathly aura swirled around Bel, leaving onlookers to wonder if she were a spectral sorceress. Yet this beautiful girl exuded a lively and vibrant demeanor, seemingly at odds with the notion of a necromancer. Furthermore, the pendant Joshu provided had successfully amplified Ino's charm, and under her subtle influence, the villagers of the entire hamlet began to revolve their activities around Bel. Chapter 25, the second act. The filming in the village progressed smoothly, though a minor hiccup occurred when Joshu portrayed Gaston confessing his feelings to Belle. Ino, by her very nature, dared not express any dissatisfaction with Joshu's requests. Yet reality and performance diverged, that it took considerable persuasion for Joshu to convince Ino to reject his character's advances. This instance marked the sole segment of the shoot that required multiple takes. Everything else unfolded seamlessly in one go. The ensuing scenes would delve into the true narrative of Beauty and the Beast. The target had exited the village, estimated to reach the location of the portal in 1 hour. Xenus, be prepared. Do not allow the target to discover any traces of the portal. Joshu sent a message to Xenus through the chat window he had created himself. At that moment, Belle's mother, Marina, had already boarded the carriage to bid farewell to Belle, preparing to journey to the magical capital of Nolan. Located several kilometers away from the small village, that a notification appeared on the window, indicating that Xenus had received the message. Joshu tightened his grip on his left hand, which bore the engraved mark, and began to concentrate fully on controlling the actions of the banshees. This mark not only allowed him to manipulate undead creatures, but also enabled him to share their sensory experiences. Here, Joshu only shared the vision of the banshees, and the shifting perspectives of the 12 banshees could easily induce a state of 3D vertigo in anyone unaccustomed to it. But fortunately, Joshu was not afflicted by such ailments. Through the eyes of one banshee, Joshu observed a carriage traversing through the snow-laden forest. Marina tightened the cloak draped over her shoulders. This year, the snow season had arrived exceptionally early, and as she stepped outside, a few snowflakes began to descend from the sky. This was not a promising omen. If the snowfall intensified over the next few days, the road from the small village to Nolan would be obstructed. To ensure Belle could settle into her new home as soon as possible, Marina needed to hasten her journey to Nolan. Her anxious thoughts compelled her to urge her servant and the old horse onward. The accumulation of snow on the road began to increase, and suddenly, Marina felt an unsettling pang in her heart. She slightly pulled down her hood and surveyed her surroundings. The forest remained the forest, and the snow remained the snow, yet Marina sensed an odd atmosphere enveloping her. It was too quiet. Despite her advanced age, her mind remained sharp. The sudden silence of the forest was excessive. Moments ago, she could hear the occasional calls of unknown birds, but now it seemed as though all the creatures of the forest had vanished. The snowflakes falling from the sky grew ever denser. And before long, a blizzard would descend upon this place that as Marina contemplated where to seek shelter from the impending storm. An ancient and imposing structure came into view. Though she had traveled this road to Nolan before, she had never encountered such a grand castle in her memory. Could it have been constructed by a great wizard? The snow continued to fall heavily, leaving Marina with little time to ponder. She instructed her servant to steer the carriage towards the castle, hoping that its master would graciously allow her to take refuge for a night. As the carriage entered the somewhat eerie castle garden, Marina disembarked and signaled her servant to take the carriage to the stables within the castle. Straightening her belongings, she ascended the steps to the castle's grand entrance. Before she even knocked, the castle door creaked open. "Thank you." Marina stepped inside, believing it was a servant of the castle who had noticed her. But upon glancing behind the door, she found it was utterly vacant. This surprised her, yet as a worldly merchant, she understood that wizards often possess peculiar abilities. So out of politeness, she closed the castle door behind her. "Is anyone there?" Marina called out, her voice echoing through the empty interior of the castle, the atmosphere and lighting casting a dim pallor. "Is anyone there? I apologize for the intrusion. I am a traveler merely seeking refuge from the storm." She called out once more, but still received no response. However, in the darkness, countless pairs of eyes were fixated on the uninvited human, including 2 spirits. The Duke truly allows a human to enter his domain. In the past, this human would have been devoured by my relatives long before reaching the outskirts of the Shadow Grove. Silence. Warlock. The Duke has allied with the Prince, and the Prince's command is the Duke's will. His Highness specifically instructed us to participate in that film. Fuck, another conspiratorial voice reminded him. Yes, participating in the film is a tremendous honor. Stop complaining. Have you memorized your lines? The banshees are approaching. What is the first line again? The candelabrum on the table opened its eyes and tapped the nearby clock, whispering, "He must have lost his way in the forest." "Shut your mouth." The murmurs in the darkness instantly drew Marina's attention. She gazed towards the source of the sound, but saw no one, save for the candelabrum and clock resting on the same table. "Excuse me, is anyone there?" Marina approached the table, her gaze quickly captured by the exquisite candelabra and clock. She picked up one of the candelabra to examine it. As a merchant, she immediately recognized the value of these items. Yet she dared not entertain any thoughts of theft, as this place felt far too bizarre. She set down the gilded candelabrum and scanned her surroundings until she found the only source of light flickering in the dim hall. "I merely seek a place to warm myself," Marina proclaimed loudly, hoping someone might hear her, as she followed the flickering light to a room with a fireplace. The warm flames emanating from the fireplace were enough to bring joy to Marina. She hurried towards it, the heat dispelling the chill brought on by the blizzard. Almost immediately, she heard the clattering of dishes from the adjacent room, and following the sound, she entered to find a sumptuous dinner laid out on the table, seemingly prepared just for her. "Thank you so much." Marina looked around. Though she had no idea where the inhabitants of the castle had gone, the pangs of hunger compelled her to sit down and savor the feast. However, before she could take more than a few bites, the teacup on the table suddenly moved on its own. Marina gazed in astonishment at the teacup, and only then did she notice what appeared to be a face upon it. "Mother said I shouldn't move around too much. It might startle you," the teacup spoke in a childlike voice. Marina's mind froze for 2 or 3 seconds. No wonder she had seen no living soul in this castle, for it was alive itself, requiring no human presence to manage it. "I apologize," the teacup spoke earnestly to Marina. "And no problem." She struggled to maintain her composure. Yet the thought crossed her mind that perhaps the living inhabitants of this castle had been transformed into furniture. Had the castle fallen under some curse? Soon, a myriad of fearful thoughts flooded Marina's mind, compelling her to make the resolute decision to flee this haunted place. Chapter 26. The servants, the two spirits, who had just inhabited the candelabrum and clock, slowly revealed their ethereal forms in midair. Is it not too audacious to allow that human to reside within this castle? The Duke has always harbored a disdain for humanity. Fox spoke, his tone still laden with trepidation. These two spirits had served the Bone Duke for centuries, remaining steadfastly loyal. Over the years, they had witnessed countless ignorant humans trespass into the Bone Duke's domain, only to be swiftly consumed by a horde of soul-eating wraiths, leaving not even a trace behind. Even the few fortunate ones ultimately met a fate worse than death, transformed into undead beings. The outcome for any human daring to approach the Bone Duke's territory was invariably tragic, and yet this woman, who was scarcely more than a mere mortal, had not only entered the castle, but had also enjoyed a delightful dinner within its walls. Such a scenario would have been unimaginable for them before, or even considered a blasphemy. Yet the reality lay before them. The Bone Duke had warmly welcomed this human. "This is His Highness's decree. Did you not notice how joyous the Duke has been since the prince's arrival? His soul's fire is almost taking the shape of musical notes," Warlock said of the violinist in the Bone Duke's orchestra. His knowledge from life still intact even after becoming a relic of the Duke's retinue. Furthermore, the prince's canon is a truly magnificent composition. Had I still been alive, I would have longed to visit some distant land to meet the brilliant composer. As they conversed, a gentle piano melody filled the castle, the notes far more tender than the previous eerie and cold ambience. Do you not think the Duke has become somewhat reminiscent of his former self these days? Listening to the music, Warlock realized that since Joshua's arrival, the Bone Duke had undergone a profound transformation. That in the past, the Bone Duke was an absolute recluse, permitting no living creature to tread upon his territory, preferring to remain within the confines of his castle for ages. Indeed, the Duke at least smiles now. "It has been nearly decades since I last witnessed such a sight." Fox glanced at his friend. Having been companions for so long, he understood precisely what Warlock meant by former. "It is infuriating. Were it not for those accursed revolutionaries, I believe the prince would have captured the Duke's heart by now." "Ahem, Warlock," Fox coughed to remind him, and Warlock immediately sensed a chill in the air. "If the Duke were to overhear your recent remarks, you would undoubtedly be treated as mere fodder for his hounds." A somewhat immature voice resonated from behind them, prompting their immediate turn to bow before the youthful apparition. "Butler, Joshu followed the specter into the grand hall. This guiding spirit held a rank second only to the skeleton lord within the castle, and was indeed the very ghost that had previously masqueraded as a teacup. Thank you all for your cooperation. There remain many unfinished segments of this film that require your contributions. Joshu was not particularly skilled in the art of small talk as a programmer. He was accustomed to doing rather than speaking. Thus, he could only briefly outline the upcoming tasks to the spirits residing in the castle. There were a total of 21 spirits bestowed with the privilege of serving the skeleton lord. Clearly distinct from those who had maintained their spectral forms for merely a year or two, several of these spirits could trace their ages back to an era long before humanity. Each of the 21 spirits possessed the remarkable ability to attach themselves to objects, treating them as extensions of their own corporeal forms, which also resolved one of the film's key spectacles akin to Beauty and the Beast, the animated furniture. As long as it is your highness's desire, command us freely. The three spirits performed a curtsy that seemed to hail from an unknown nation. The tasks at hand have reached a temporary conclusion. You may take a respite. Although Joshu was merely an outsider to the castle, lacking the authority to command them, he found it peculiar that he sensed no trace of dissatisfaction emanating from these three spirits. Could it be that the identity of the third prince had some bearing? Joshu dismissed such thoughts as he watched the three spirits vanish from sight and turned to his side to gaze at Xenus. The Sin Demon had donned a custom-tailored outfit that concealed his magma-like skin, finally imparting some semblance of princely elegance. Xenus had just completed his inaugural scene, wherein the beast cast Belle's father into a cage that he had performed admirably, embodying a restless and communication-averse beast prince with profound depth. Yet now, an air of despondency enveloped Xenus. The lullaby played by the skeleton lord has already lulled that merchant lady into slumber. She shall be well cared for upon awakening. Joshu understood the source of Xenus's melancholy. As a formidable sin demon, he had mercilessly beheaded brigands in the village, cleansing the earth with their blood. However, in the presence of a powerless old woman, merely roaring at her and roughly tossing her into prison left Xenus feeling guilt-ridden. Compassion was an emotion that a sin demon born for slaughter ought to be devoid of. It was merely a fundamental aspect of dignity and refinement expected of a strong being. Xenus's flames were reserved for the wicked and the criminal. In the afternoon, Ino will arrive at the castle. Once filming concludes, that humans shall be free. During this time, Xenus, you might seek out a few dancing spirits to learn the waltz. Joshu was confident that he could wrap up the filming of Beauty and the Beast in a short span. The majority of time consumed in film production typically stemmed from actors' mistakes, camera arrangements, and post-production effects, none of which posed a challenge for Joshu. The actors within the castle were servants of the skeleton lord. Unlike the villagers, who were much harder to manage, that if all went well, the filming could be completed in about a week. After all, this film was merely a small fragment of Joshu's grand design. Beauty and the Beast served simply as a stepping stone for him to penetrate the human realm. Chapter 27. The ball. A day later, within the tower of the castle designated for imprisoning wrongdoers, the experiences of the past fortnight had led Marina to believe she could pen a travelogue. Not everyone could claim the misfortune of being abducted by demons twice. During her 24 hours of confinement, Marina found the ordeal bearable, as the occasional strains of piano music wafting through the castle enveloped her in a tranquil embrace. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching, and upon reaching the edge of her cell, she beheld a figure most out of place, Belle. What transpired next unfolded as if scripted, as the benevolent Belle, in a bid to save her kin, resolutely chose to remain in the castle in their stead. The aged Marina stood no chance against Xenus's might. He roughly dragged her outside the castle and unceremoniously cast her into the garden beyond. As the castle gates swung shut once more, Marina collapsed in the snow, shrouded in sorrow and despair. Madame Marina! Madame Marina! In that moment of utter hopelessness, Marina heard the voice of her servant. Her servant, leading an old horse, hurried through the thorny garden to stand before her. You haven't left yet? Marina gazed at her in disbelief. This servant was merely someone she had hired for money. With no emotional bond between them, a merchant, Marina understood all too well that no sentiment was more fragile than one sustained by financial means. Yet this servant had risked death at the hands of demons to remain within the estate. Honesty is the most fundamental principle for a person. But that is not the crux. Madame Marina, Quickly mount this horse and depart. Deity will take you back to the village, where you can seek out Mr. Gaston. Perhaps he could rescue the young lady." The servant urged. "Gaston? Yes, I can seek Mr. Gaston's assistance." Marina recalled that she was acquainted with a powerful sorcerer capable of traversing the demon realm freely. Without hesitation, she swiftly mounted the horse, her movements surprisingly agile for a woman of her advanced years. "And what of you?" This was the only horse Marina had brought from the village. "Do not fret. I have found a hiding place nearby," the servant replied. Marina did not protest. She was a woman who could discern priorities. After leaving a parting wish for her servant's safety, she promptly kicked the horse's flanks, and it galloped forth from the castle. The servant watched as Marina vanished into the forest beyond the castle, then removed the transformation ring from her finger. "It's quite amusing that you could so solemnly utter the word honesty." Hiri emerged from the opposite side of the garden. Observing Joshu standing in the snow, they asked the mastermind behind everything. Joshu had meticulously orchestrated the planning, script, filming, and even personally played several roles. However, the role of a servant was not among those he had chosen to cameo in. "Why not? I am, after all, a demon," Joshu replied briskly as he made his way into the castle. This retort left Hiri momentarily speechless. Had it not been for Joshu's deliberate reminder, she might have forgotten his identity as a demon prince. The hall within the castle was not nearly as foreboding as the exterior. Since Ino's arrival the previous afternoon, Joshu had been working diligently on the filming of Beauty and the Beast. The scene he was about to shoot was the most poignant moment of the entire narrative, one that would elicit countless gasps from young maidens. The dance between Belle and the Beast in the castle's grand hall. Upon entering, Joshu found Ino leading Xenus in a graceful waltz at the center of the hall. At that moment, Ino donned a resplendent princess gown, and her inherent charm ensured she was the focal point from the moment she appeared, captivating the gaze of every male and female present. 3 minutes later, the music began to fade, and Ino and Xenus gradually ceased their dancing that moment. Both demons coincidentally turned their attention toward Hiri, standing at the edge of the dance floor, rather than toward Joshu. Remarkably, even Joshu himself could scarcely believe that the once destitute sorceress, who had survived on tree bark and occasionally feasted on rabbit meat, had now become the dance instructor for Ino and Xenus. "Satisfactory? Though I am loath to admit it, you both have learned quite swiftly." This social dance was not particularly difficult. Once one grasped the rhythm, anyone could master it with ease, although it was considered a noble dance. To Hiri, it seemed no more than two individuals spinning in circles, lacking any real significance. Let us conclude for now. Xenus, Ino, you may rest for a while, review the script, and prepare for the next scene. Joshu held the 7 original crystal stones that the succubus had handed him. The filming of this scene had consumed a total of 7 such stones, each recording different angles. Joshu borrowed all 7 crystals at once, his hands emanating a soft white magic as he meticulously edited the footage in his memory, merging them into a single crystal. He inscribed the number 72 upon the surface of the crystal and placed it into a storage case. "By the way, you don't know such a simple social dance?" Hiri suddenly inquired, sidling up to Joshu. "If I knew, I wouldn't have needed you as a teacher." After fostering a close relationship with the young sorceress, Xiao Xiao found that she increasingly disregarded his identity as the demon prince. Were it not for the collar he had gifted her, there was a strong possibility that Hiri would have taken up her small wand and continued to spar with him. If you ever wish to venture into human society, you will surely find this useful. Would you like to learn? At last, Hiri seized an opportunity to assert herself that in previous interactions with Xiao Xiao, she often felt a sense of intellectual suppression, as his words invariably touched upon her areas of ignorance. However, she had finally discovered something that Xiao Xiao was not adept at. Xiao Xiao regarded Hiri and was suddenly reminded of the husky he had kept on Earth. Although it was inappropriate to compare a girl to a husky, he could not shake off the feeling. "Then I shall entrust this to you, Miss Hiri." To Hiri's astonishment, Xiao Xiao genuinely chose to humbly seek her guidance. "Very well, I shall teach you." Hiri acknowledged that her previous statement had been impulsive. Her desire to showcase her superiority was overshadowed by the inspiration she had drawn from the performance of Xenus and Ino. Even as an observer, aware that Ino and Xenus were merely acting, She remained captivated by the enchanting scene of Beauty and the Beast. Any young girl witnessing such a moment would undoubtedly be touched. Despite her impulsiveness, regret was futile. Xiao Xiao had already extended his hand, and Hiri could only muster the courage to grasp it. "Place your hand on my waist." Hiri's body stiffened momentarily before she managed to utter the instruction. Following her guidance, Xiao Xiao gently rested his hand on her waist, while Hiri placed her other hand on his shoulder. As music began to play, Hiri led Xiao Xiao in a new rendition of Beauty and the Beast upon the dance floor. Though it was indeed a fresh performance, Hiri could not help but wonder if her fate would mirror that of Belle. Perhaps it could. She lowered her head, casting furtive glances at Xiao Xiao. Yet, not long into their dance, her beautiful reverie was shattered by Xiao Xiao's misstep. "You stepped on my foot." Reality, it seemed, was far from the perfection of the films, as Xiao Xiao, a novice in social dancing, ruthlessly disrupted the romantic scene Hiri had envisioned. "I apologize." Xiao Xiao's apology bore no fruit. "You've stepped on it again. Was that deliberate? Can we extend some leniency to a newcomer?" Xiao Xiao mused. Although his mind was elsewhere, upon grasping Hiri's hand, he noticed numerous scars upon her delicate skin, even on her arms. Despite her attempts to conceal them, the stark contrast between her fair complexion and the marks was evident in their close proximity. Such hands were hardly befitting of a young lady. Chapter 28. The preview screening holding a crystal stone inscribed with the number 1. Xiao Xiao infused it with magic, causing the stored images to project into the air. He maneuvered this projection onto a smooth wall of the castle that in that moment, the cinema-quality visuals, typically reserved for Earth, graced the ancient castle. The lights dimmed, leaving only the glow emanating from the projected images. As Xiao Xiao secured the crystal on a table and returned to the makeshift audience area fashioned from a few chairs, the film Beauty and the Beast had reached 70% completion, with the remaining scenes depicting Gaston rallying the villagers to assault the castle. Even though Xiao Xiao had forged an alliance with the Bone Duke, he knew he must first report to him. After all, it was only courteous to inform the host before staging a ruckus at their doorstep. Thus, Xiao Xiao utilized this unique method to express his intentions to the Bone Duke, who became the first audience member for the world's inaugural film screening, accompanied by his cadre of ghostly servants. As the film unfolded according to Xiao Xiao's plan, he found satisfaction in the camera angles, scene depictions, and lighting. The score was graciously performed by the Bone Duke himself, in that instant, the castle was enveloped in silence, with only the dialogue of the characters filling the air. Many scenes depicted locations familiar to the Bone Duke, while Hiri remained a captivated observer throughout the village scenes. Both the Duke and Hiri were wholly engrossed in the film's progression, and during pivotal moments, Xiao Xiao could even hear the collective holding of breaths. Utilizing various camera angles could evoke different emotions from the same scene, and the film's pacing and dialogue possessed a rhythm absent from their everyday lives. Xiao Xiao believed the greatest allure of cinema lay in its ability to reveal the existence of such beauty in the world, which could also be described with a myriad of other adjectives. The essence of film was to allow audiences to experience diverse lives. Intelligent beings would always yearn for lives they had yet to possess. However, as the film reached its midpoint, the image abruptly vanished. What happened to the rest? Before Hiri could voice her thoughts, the Bone Duke's voice resonated within the dark hall, the flickering flames of souls in his eye sockets turning toward Xiao Xiao. "My lord, this film is not yet complete," Xiao Xiao began, initially intending merely to showcase what cinema entailed to the Bone Duke, which is why he had presented the unfinished version of Beauty and the Beast. "When will it be finished?" The Bone Duke admitted he had begun to anticipate the unfolding plot, when the film reached its climax and suddenly cut to black. He initially thought something had gone awry with Xiao Xiao's crystal. Xiao Xiao, however, offered him the disappointing revelation that it remained incomplete. This was the second time Xiao Xiao had successfully ignited the Bone Duke's impulse to confront him. "If you, my lord, permit those humans to take a brief tour of your castle, I can complete this film within 2 days," Xiao Xiao proposed. The Bone Duke pondered for a moment, his bony fingers drumming incessantly on the armrest of his chair, as if he were torn by indecision. "Your Highness, are you serious about having me perform in the human realm?" The flickering flames of souls in his eyes subsided, as he recalled that he had entered into an alliance with Xiao Xiao to obtain his musical scores. While Xiao Xiu's desire for him to host a concert in the human world seemed a mere jest, as a harbinger of calamity, he had never encountered a more terrifying joke than this. Yet, Beauty and the Beast had struck a chord within him, leading the Bone Duke to entertain the notion that perhaps Xiao Xiu could indeed alter humanity's perception of them. I am serious, and I shall credit you at the film's conclusion. My lord, every viewer who experiences this film will know that the exquisite score was composed by you, Xiao Xiu asserted. Then continue, Your Highness. I eagerly await the film's conclusion. Xiao Xiu's response solidified the Bone Duke's final decision. Having received permission, Xiao Xiu prepared to shoot the concluding scenes, only for the Bone Duke to once again grasp his hand. Your Highness, could you divulge whether the film concludes with Belle and the prince together? The Bone Duke's long-dormant curiosity surged forth, as he initially intended to withhold the ending until after filming was completed, but he realized he could not wait that long. As the Bone Duke posed his question, the other viewers, including Hiri and the specters, turned their gazes toward Xiao Xiu, all seemingly eager to learn the film's conclusion. Xiao Xiu felt the weight of their stares, a tremendous pressure bearing down on him. Ultimately, he relayed the truth of the ending. No, what? The conclusion sees the demon prince sacrificing himself to protect Belle, ultimately dying in her arms. A chill coursed through Xiao Xiu's body, particularly as he felt the Bone Duke's relentless gaze upon him, which ignited a sense of imminent danger. Are you serious? The Bone Duke's inquiry was the most terrifying he had encountered since meeting him. Although the Bone Duke had previously harbored little fondness for Xiao Xiu, he had at least maintained the basic decorum expected of a subject. However, now he radiated an aura that suggested, should Xiao Xiu dare to pen a tragic ending, he would unleash a torrent of death upon him. Xiao Xiu recalled how certain screenwriters on Earth crafted tragic tales so beautifully that audiences wept uncontrollably, only to resolve to send the writer a hefty package of blades as a gesture of goodwill. My lord, this is a fictional narrative crafted for the sake of storytelling. Beauty and the Beast had undergone countless adaptations on Earth, with the most renowned being Disney's version, alongside a French rendition. Xiao Xiu's endeavor in creating this film was to reshape humanity's views on demons. Thus, the character of the demon in the tale is portrayed as a prince with a dual heritage of one half human and one half demon, cursed to remain in his demonic form for eternity. He can only revert to his human state upon finding true love with another. Ultimately, the narrative takes a tragic turn, culminating in the demon sacrificing himself to protect Belle, collapsing lifeless in her embrace. Is it not true that tragedy often resonates more profoundly than comedy? However, observing the reaction of the Lich Lord, Joseph felt compelled to alter the conclusion, envisioning a scenario where, despite the curse remaining unbroken, the demon prince joyfully cohabited with Belle in the castle, living a life free of shame. What truly surprised Joseph was the revelation that this Lich Lord harbored a fragile, youthful heart. Chapter 29. The birth of the world's first video game following the conclusion of the preview. Joseph hastened the filming process under the Lich Lord's urging. Presently, he found himself seated in a carriage, embodying the persona of the hunter Gaston. Beside him were a group of villagers, inflamed with righteous indignation, brandishing torches and armed with bows and pitchforks, prepared to confront the beast that had imprisoned their village's fair maiden, Belle. The villagers, primarily reliant on hunting for sustenance, might have quaked in fear had they known their adversary was a demon. Yet, Joseph cleverly portrayed Xenus as a mere anthropomorphic beast. To these hunters, any beast was merely prey, and any creature susceptible to arrows posed no threat. Thus, with this mindset, the villagers accompanied Joseph into the perilous depths of the Lich Lord's shadowy forest. It remained uncertain whether these villagers would maintain their bravado upon discovering the multitude of malevolent spirits within the forest, capable of tearing their souls asunder. The restless spirits, having not savored fresh souls for over a century, were agitated by the sudden influx of the living into their realm. Yet, the Lich Lord's ominous presence pervaded the forest, compelling the spirits to merely gaze hungrily at the succulent morsels passing before them. Too intimidated to approach, save for a few designated harpy photographers, the tragic ending was indeed inevitable. A.S. Joseph concentrated on directing the harpies to capture this scene as perfectly as possible. A window suddenly popped up before him. It appeared that a few lines of code were necessary to display reminders in the chat window. Thankfully, Joseph was not on horseback, for the abrupt emergence of this message could have caused his steed to collide with the carriage ahead. He glanced at the instigator of this distraction, Shiri, who was seated in another carriage, her gaze fortuitously meeting his. Without hesitation, Joseph sent a reply to her. Shiri, a novice white mage, quickly grasped the chat window's functionality after Joseph introduced her to the program. Delighting in the playful banter that ensued, there was no room for modification. It was merely a film. Joseph clenched his left hand, bearing the mark, and issued a series of commands to the harpies, while his other hand swiftly struck the air. This dual focus ability was a recent discovery for Joseph. Ever since his soul absorbed the memories of the demon prince, he found his thoughts clearer than ever, capable of producing a flurry of code in mere seconds. Yet if the conclusion were indeed tragic, what fate awaited the prince and Belle? As Shiri reached this point in her editing, her actions abruptly halted as a chilling realization struck her. She felt sympathy for the demon. Despite being a mere character in a film, she found herself indignant at the unjust treatment suffered by the demon prince. After witnessing Joseph's preview, Shiri's sole wish was for Belle and the prince to live happily ever after. This yearning was intense, yet she could not pinpoint its origin. Upon hearing Joseph's assertion that the prince would ultimately be slain by the villagers, Shiri was overwhelmed with sorrow and indignation, compelled to alter the script herself or even intervene to prevent the villagers from carrying out their grim intention. Joseph welcomed this response, for it validated the success of the film Beauty and the Beast. He believed that a truly exceptional romantic film should not merely serve the audience a superficial experience, but rather evoke a genuine desire for the protagonists to unite and heartfelt blessings for their happiness. This epitomized the film's successful portrayal of love, a feat that Beauty and the Beast undoubtedly achieved. The world, however, is not replete with such idyllic endings that in contrast. He had created an intriguing small program yesterday. Upon seeing this message flash in the chat window, Shiri's attention shifted instantly. She had never encountered such a concept as a chat window. Even when Joseph explained it as a form of magic crafted with runes, Shiri remained perplexed by its intricacies. She understood that spells like Eagle Eye and Insight could alter one's field of vision, yet she had never encountered a window that allowed textual communication to manifest within her sight. When she inquired how to conjure this window using runes, Joseph replied nonchalantly, "Oh, it's quite simple. You only need to chant approximately 2,000 to 3,000 bytes. No, wait, in original runes, about 70,000 or so." At that moment, Shiri could only assume Joseph was jesting. After all, even strategic-level spells capable of mass destruction required around 10,000 runes, and she found it implausible that a mere chat window could necessitate 70,000. Then, Joseph conjured a rotating cubic illusion in his hand and flung it toward Shiri, who was seated in the adjacent carriage. The cube successfully entered her body. This was a tangible manifestation of localized network transmission, with Joseph's mental energy serving as the medium, covering a range of approximately 1 to 200 meters. Shiri received the runic program Joseph had provided, and soon, beyond the chat window, a new element appeared within her field of vision. "What is this?" Shiri inquired, observing the newly emerged window, which featured 2 elongated rectangles on either side and a tiny cube at the front. "Pong," Joseph replied, bestowing upon the world a name that would etch itself into the annals of video game history. This game, the progenitor of all electronic games, was conceived by American physicist Willie Higginbotham, and the moment this machine came into existence marked the dawn of a revolutionary form of entertainment. Pong was remarkably simplistic, reduced to 2 rectangles serving as paddles and a small square as the ball. Yet in an era when video games were virtually unknown, Pong was met with immediate acclaim upon its release. Joseph recalled how Willie Higginbotham had placed this machine in a bar, allowing patrons to insert a coin for a game, essentially birthing what would later be known as arcade gaming, within mere days. The machine was inundated with coins. After Joseph elucidated the game's rules, Shiri found herself irresistibly drawn to it, marking her inaugural encounter with video games and her first experience of becoming engrossed in one. Chapter 30. Filming concludes. The demon, battered and bruised, collapsed in Belle's arms, her slender hand resting upon his robust shoulder, tears streaming from her eyes. With his last vestige of strength, the demon lifted a sharp claw to gently wipe away the tears at the corners of Belle's eyes before closing them forever. Departing from this world, Belle then fell upon the demon's chest, weeping inconsolably. The camera panned upward, ascending to the heavens, capturing the entire castle within its frame as a ray of light emerged from the distant mountains, heralding the sun's rise to illuminate the castle. Thus, the film concluded, enveloped in this radiant glow. Cut. That it's a wrap. As the director, Joseph emerged from the nearby cliffside, where Xenus, portraying the demon, exhausted his final ounce of energy to hurl Gaston over the castle's edge. Joseph even captured a close-up of his own descent into the abyss. Upon hearing Joseph's cut, the already lifeless demon opened his eyes, promptly rising to his feet and tidying the blood that adorned him. This blood, provided by the Lich Lord, was a far cry from the crimson hue of human blood. Ino also wiped away her tears, brushed off the dust from her gown, and turned to Joseph. Congratulations on the flawless completion of the world's first film. Joseph extended his hand, and the 12 harpies sequentially presented their recorded footage to him. This was the final segment of Beauty and the Beast. All that remained was for Joseph to edit the footage, add the opening and closing credits, and thus officially declare the production complete. Your Highness, do you have any further instructions? Xenethus was still unable to comprehend the magnitude of his actions. He merely performed as commanded by Joshu. Not for the time being. Xenethus, return to the castle and take care not to be seen by those humans, Joshu instructed. As you wish, the Sin Demon replied, retreating into the castle. At this point, only Joshu and Ino remained in the scene. Ino did not seem to feel any joy from the completion of the film. Her hands fidgeted with her gown, as if she harbored unspoken thoughts but dared not voice them to Joshu. Ino, come with me, Joshu said, having discerned the inner turmoil of the succubus that he offered no elaborate plans, merely issuing this command as he walked towards the other side of the castle. Ino followed, her heart heavy with unease. Her thoughts a tangled web. Eventually, she realized that Joshu had brought her to the castle's grand entrance. When Joshu opened the door, the villagers outside beheld their beloved Belle standing there unharmed, erupting into cheers. Belle, are you all right? Marina exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement as she sought to embrace Belle, who stood beside Gaston. Yet Ino instinctively stepped back, for she was no longer Belle, the cherished, beautiful, kind-hearted girl beloved by the villagers and cared for by her adoptive mother. That beautiful narrative had reached its conclusion. Now she was Ino, a lowly succubus. The only reason Ino had survived in the depths of the demon realm was her acceptance of her identity. She understood what did not belong to her. At that moment, however, Joshu grasped Ino's arm and gently nudged her forward. Miss Marina is quite worried about you. Go to her. But your highness, I am not. Ino attempted to express her thoughts but was interrupted by Joshu. Indeed, you are not Belle. Your name is Ino. Therefore, you must now tell Miss Marina your true name, while your identity can remain confidential. She will not accept it. Ino shook her head, her body trembling slightly. Joshu understood how devastating Marina's concern could be for Ino, who had endured much suffering in the lower echelons of the demon realm. Perhaps Marina was the first to genuinely care for her. Do you think Miss Marina would come to despise you over such trivialities? Joshu asked. His words momentarily stunned Ino, seemingly infusing her wavering heart with newfound strength. She began to take steps toward Marina, and ultimately, amidst the villagers' cheers, Ino and Marina embraced that moment of being enveloped by Marina. Ino felt a tightening in her nose, tears welling in her eyes once again. This time genuine, not the feigned tears shed during a performance. Joshu watched this scene unfold. Perhaps this was the true, fulfilling conclusion for Ino. How ironic, said Hiri, standing among the villagers who had rushed into the castle to rescue Belle, unable to contain her words as she observed their jubilant celebration. But for them, this is indeed a happy ending, is it not? That demon was the villain who kidnapped Belle, and they have saved her from his clutches. Justice has triumphed over evil. Perhaps this story will be passed down in this small village for generations. Joshu, in the guise of Gaston, approached Hiri. Hiri remained silent. Having been present throughout the filming, she alone understood the absurdity of the villagers' cheers. Listen to me. After that beast perished, it placed a curse upon this castle. Anyone who steps foot inside will be haunted by vengeful spirits. Joshu did not continue to engage Hiri in conversation, turning his attention to persuading the villagers to leave. Although the skeletal lord had permitted these humble humans to briefly traverse his castle, should they linger after filming or dare to engage in thievery, he would show them no mercy. In fact, had it not been for Joshu's intervention, the villagers would have already plotted to claim the castle's treasures as their own. Victorious over the dragon, they believed they were entitled to its treasures, a universal tenet in the human realm. Considering that these villagers were dedicated extras, Joshu could not simply cast them aside to feed the vengeful spirits once their performance concluded. Having vanquished the beast, Gaston had become the undisputed authority among the villagers. Upon hearing this warning and witnessing the onset of hauntings within the castle, they were driven by primal fear to flee. Mr. Gaston, Marina seemed inclined to express her gratitude to Joshu, for it was he who had rescued her adoptive daughter. Please, call me Joshu. Gaston is merely a pseudonym. Miss Marina, you should leave this place. I will follow shortly. As he spoke, a horrifying wail echoed throughout the castle, and the sky darkened ominously, prompting Marina to realize that the dangers within the castle had not yet dissipated. Understood. Mr. Joshu, Marina nodded, taking Ino's hand and departing with the villagers. Now all that remains is post-production. Joshu mused as he examined the original crystal stone in his hand. This was the first crystal to encapsulate the cultural essence from Earth. Chapter 31. The Bearer of Culture. You truly ended the story on a tragic note. The skeletal lord fumed as he sat at the long table in the hall, watching Joshu busily engaged in editing. He ought to be enraged by the audacity of those wretched humans trespassing upon his territory. Yet after viewing the complete footage of Beauty and the Beast, he was moved to tears, tiny flickers of soul fire escaping his empty eye sockets. However, his sentimentality was fleeting, as the realization that the film's writer sat beside him prompted an urge to confront Joshu. Your Grace, if you are dissatisfied, you may pen a perfect ending yourself. Joshu, holding a charcoal pencil and sketching a spherical shape, replied without lifting his head, Your Highness, do you truly believe I can alter the conclusion? The skeletal lord's tone was unfriendly, as if he were genuinely contemplating changing the ending with Joshu's permission. What I mean is, you may create a story based on this template, one that aligns with your desires. Anyone can do this. Joshu's suggestion referred to a creative process known on Earth as adaptation, or more nichely, fanfiction. Most contemporary renditions of Beauty and the Beast stem from adaptations of the original work, whether by Disney or French filmmakers, all categorized as film adaptations rather than original works. Joshu had no objections to the inhabitants of this world adapting Beauty and the Beast, even encouraging them to do so. It was precisely through numerous adaptations that this tale would achieve widespread dissemination. That Joshu's sole stipulation for these adapters was to credit the original author, Madame de Beaumont, the French writer who penned the original tale. This was also Joshu's personal requirement. He had never intended to claim these works as his own in this alternate realm. After all, Joshu had come to this world to promote Earth's culture, not to pilfer as a qualified cultural bearer. This was the most fundamental expectation. I have not yet sunk to such self-degradation. The skeletal lord reconsidered and ultimately abandoned the idea, acknowledging his lack of creative flair. Then, Your Grace, may I be so bold as to inquire about your full name? Joshu paused his painting, as he had only learned the skeletal lord's first name since signing the contract. Your Highness, what significance does this hold? Because I wish to inform the audience who composed the film's score. Joshu blackened a sufficiently long sheet of paper, then inscribed the cast list in white paint. At the top was, of course, Madame de Beaumont, the original author of Beauty and the Beast, followed by Ino as Belle, Zenithus as the Prince, and he noted the names of those portraying the animated furniture ghosts, as well as several cameo villagers and Hiri. My surname is inconsequential. Your Highness, you need only remember my first name, and I shall be satisfied. The skeletal lord appeared particularly averse to revealing his surname. Yet since it was his own request, Joshu ultimately inscribed only the skeletal lord's name, with the score credited to Veronica. Following this, a lengthy list of credits followed, all attributing various roles to Joshu, including director, planner, screenwriter, props provider, scene designer, cinematographer, and editor. After investing such effort into the film, Joshua felt no hesitation in promoting himself. Once he completed the end credits, the only task remaining was to create the opening sequence. The opening sequence merely serves to showcase the logo of a particular production studio. After careful contemplation, Xiao ultimately sketched a globe on a blank sheet of paper, inscribing beneath it the words "Produced by Earth Production Studio" in both Chinese and English. Although it may appear somewhat foolish, this perpetually rotating blue planet would become Xiao's signature logo, as both the films and games stem from Earth. The rotating effect was achieved through the simplest method of flipping through a flipbook. Yet Xiao had yet to comprehend how to integrate images into the program he was developing. Done. After finalizing the opening and closing credits, Xiao transferred them into the original crystal, marking the successful completion of the final product for Beauty and the Demon. Your Grace, this is a memento for you. Xiao presented an empty original crystal as a copy to the Skeleton Duke. The film shoot had utilized over 100 original crystals, and having learned the white magic taught by Siri, Xiao was now capable of reusing these crystals, resulting in minimal consumption. Your Highness, are you next going to the human world to screen this film? The Skeleton Duke accepted the original crystal from Xiao, having already heard of his ambitions. Xiao's aspirations extended far beyond merely showcasing the film to a few hundred people. He aimed for a global audience. Of course, the first stop is the magical city of Nolan, Xiao replied. However, he had yet to determine the screening location and intended to consult Siri for advice, as she was more familiar with the human realm than Xiao. At that moment, a ghostly figure suddenly floated beside Xiao. He was the Skeleton Duke's steward, who played the role of a teacup in the film. After placing a badge on the table beside Xiao, he vanished. Xiao picked up the badge, noting the exquisite floral design engraved upon it, imbued with a kind of magic that words could scarcely articulate. The surface of the badge appeared to have aged, bearing numerous signs of wear. What is this? An ancient artifact, of no use to me now. Your Highness, you may take this badge to seek assistance from someone of the dark surname among humans. If I am not mistaken, that family is currently engaged in the theater business, the Skeleton Duke explained. I understand. The Duke's badge undoubtedly opened a new avenue for Xiao, yet he refrained from inquiring further. The Duke's evident aversion to his surname hinted at a past he preferred not to discuss. Then I shall bid you farewell for now. The next time I visit, it will be to invite you to a performance at a theater. Here is the sheet music I have prepared. Xiao gathered his belongings and pushed a thick stack of sheet music towards the Duke, containing works from Earth's musical masters. A performance? I do not expect much from such antiquity. If you happen to produce another film, you must inform me in advance. The Duke gingerly tucked away the sheet music, as if it were a precious treasure, before addressing Xiao. Had he become addicted to watching films? This form of entertainment was indeed novel for the inhabitants of this world. Certainly. After agreeing to the request, Xiao carried his suitcase to the entrance of the Duke's castle, where Siri had been waiting for quite some time. Are you excited to return to the human world? Xiao inquired as he descended the stairs to join Siri. Returning to the human world? Forget that for now. Let us have another round of ping-pong. Siri challenged Xiao. Since the completion of the film, they had been engaged in a series of ping-pong matches, with Xiao achieving a dismal 10 consecutive victories, which had thoroughly ignited Siri's competitive spirit. Can we play once we're on the carriage? Sure. Xiao initially believed this simple game lacked depth for him. It hardly counted as a pastime, given his exposure to a plethora of AAA titles on Earth. However, video games were fundamentally about providing enjoyment, and ping-pong brought immense joy to Siri, regardless of its simplicity. Siri quickly hopped onto the carriage driven by Xenus and patted the seat beside her, urging Xiao to join her. Xiao could already envision what Siri would become once the internet era truly arrived. And he felt that this time was not far off, as he had already forcefully kicked open the door to this new age. Chapter 32. The magical city of Nolan. Xiao sat in a carriage, pulling back the curtain to gaze outside. This carriage had been borrowed from the Skeleton Duke. Initially driven by Xenus, Xiao had specifically hired a villager to take the reins upon entering the human world. leaving Xenus to await orders in the Duke's territory. The journey took approximately 3 days, finally emerging from the snowbound forests, with foot traffic gradually increasing along the road. Is the flow of people in Nolan always this substantial? Xiao Xiao observed the bustling crowd, noting the opulent decorations adorning many carriages, too lavish for mere commoners. Along the way, he also spotted several merchant caravans transporting goods. Just from the sights along this road, Xiao Xiao could already imagine the prosperity of Nolan. The foot traffic likely consists of envoys from various nations. Mr. Xiao Xiao, are you not here to attend the World Expo in 2 months, having traveled to Nolan from other countries? Marina and Inno sat across from Xiao Xiu, a savvy businesswoman. Marina quickly deciphered the meaning behind Xiao Xiao's peculiar terms. Her gaze drifted to the merchant caravan outside, recalling that her goods had vanished half a month prior, prompting an involuntary sigh. No, I am merely visiting a friend in Nolan with Siri, though I might consider attending the expo. Xiao Xiao remembered this term, as similar gatherings were held on Earth. The first World Industrial Expo took place in England during the Victorian era in 1851, when the sun never set on the British Empire, inviting nations worldwide to participate in the event. While it may be somewhat abrupt, Mr. Xiao Xiao, could you divulge what you intend to showcase? Of course, if it's inconvenient. Marina swiftly sensed the potential for business. Ever since Nolan enacted the patent law 30 years ago, its wizards realized that merely enhancing their own powers would not transform the world. Many ambitious wizards began researching the fabrication of magical machinery, leading to a flourishing of alchemical workshops throughout the nation. This advancement propelled Nolan's already leading position in magical research even further. However, this small nation, built upon the foundation of students and teachers, could hardly compare to the vast neighboring empires, thus maintaining a stance of neutrality. The reason other nations hesitated to act against Nolan was due to its welcoming attitude towards sharing knowledge with all intelligent beings. This resulted in scenarios where a king from a certain empire might very well be an alumnus of a school in Nolan, perhaps even the son of a former professor at a prestigious academy. Furthermore, the qualifications for wizards in Nolan had become the standard by which spellcasters were assessed across nations. Yet the true deterrent against the world's powers lay in the overwhelming number of extraordinary archmages that Nolan possessed. Marina possessed a rudimentary understanding of magic and was acutely aware of the immense value a new type of magical machine could hold. If Xiao Xiao truly had such a creation, she would not need to concern herself with her lost goods. However, this hinged entirely on Xiao Xiao's willingness to offer this technology to her as a product. It is no trouble to share. What I plan to exhibit is right here. Xiao Xiao gestured to his head, but Marina displayed a puzzled expression. Do not worry, Madam Marina. When the time is right, I will propose a deal that could grant you unimaginable wealth. What Xiao Xiao intended to convey was the interface that appeared before him. Since Marina had not learned the magic of the God of Order, she was unable to perceive the program that Xiao Xiao had crafted. Then I shall await news from you, Mr. Xiao Xiao. Marina had initially aimed to seize the opportunity presented by the World Expo to profit in Nolan. Yet the unforeseen disaster had completely dashed her plans. Nonetheless, she did not feel particularly disheartened. She reached out to caress Inno's silvery hair beside her. Currently, this succubus was dressed in male attire, her hair tied back into a single ponytail. Unfortunately, this did not bestow any semblance of valor upon Inno, who instead appeared more like a delicate maiden. However, Inno had already confided her name and gender to Marina, who accepted her unreservedly and prepared to care for her. Yet, merely having a house was insufficient for survival in Nolan. Marina required a stable source of income. Engaging in commerce was her sole expertise, but without capital or merchandise, she had no means to begin. Nevertheless, Xiao Xiao's response offered her a glimmer of hope. That as the conversation unfolded, the carriage gradually approached the entrance of Nolan. This city, devoid of walls, was instead encircled by a transparent magical barrier, built upon the remnants of an ancient civilization. Nolan was fortified by walls of untouchable history, rendering it the most formidable bastion in the world. This was a narrative that Joshu had encountered in the annals of global history, where one must undergo an immigration inspection before entering the barrier. Marina carried no goods. Thus her customs duty amounted to merely a few silver coins. Yet for the common folk, Even this tax weighed heavily. After crossing the border, the carriage traveled for over 2 hours, passing several small towns and villages, until it finally entered Nolan, the most prosperous city in the world. Joshu opened the carriage door and stepped down. The air around him was far fresher than that of the demon realm. The architectural style of the entire city bore a slight resemblance to the Victorian structures of the 19th century, yet the attire of the pedestrians resembled a delightful mlang. Sandmen, lizard folk, elves, dwarves, gnomes, and goblins. Joshu could easily spot these races along the streets, with the majority being robed mages. "This is the address of my residence, Mr. Joshu, that if you have any good news, please come here to find me." Marina handed a piece of paper to Joshu, which bore a remarkably precise location. "I shall. I hope you adapt to the life in this city swiftly," Joshu replied in a commanding tone, despite the words sounding like a blessing that I in response. Ino promptly nodded in understanding. Joshu picked up his suitcase and closed the carriage door. "Where shall we go next?" asked Hiri, standing beside Joshu with a tone that sounded somewhat weary. Throughout the journey, her match record against Joshu was a staggering 210. She had once suspected that Joshu must have been cheating. Yet no amount of protest seemed to have any effect. "Did you not say you came here to see your sister?" At this moment, the city was a chaotic blend of creatures. Before searching for the theater mentioned by the skeletal establishment, Joshu needed to procure a map of the city, though the guidance of the locals proved far more useful than any map. Well, returning to the human realm from the demon world should have been a source of joy for Hiri. Yet the thought of meeting her affluent sister in this manner left her feeling utterly crestfallen. Hiri tugged at the collar around her neck. She had become so engrossed in the game with Joshu that she almost forgot she was his captive. "All right, let me think. It should be over here." This was not Hiri's first visit to Nolan. She was quite familiar with the surrounding districts. Thus, under Hiri's guidance, Joshu officially commenced his journey through Nolan. Chapter 33. Reunion in the lower district of Nolan. Ever since the introduction of patent laws, an inventive fervor had swept through the city. Mages established various workshops, and the lower district was the most densely populated area for such establishments. However, these workshops primarily belonged to relatively unknown apprentice mages, all hoping that one day their creations would catch the eye of a wealthy merchant, enabling them to ascend to greatness like those renowned inventors. Herlin was merely one among many apprentice mages. Yet her aspirations soared far above those of her peers, who were fixated solely on wealth and status. She sought fame, aspiring to showcase her innovative magical machinery at the World's Fair in 2 months, hoping the world would recognize her name and her surname, Loydell. This ambition was a legacy left by her mother, who had passed away prematurely, and the project she was preparing for the exposition was her mother's unfinished work. Unfortunately, reality proved to be far harsher than Herlin anticipated. Her stereoscopic drawing machine paled in comparison to the so-called new modes of transportation that promised to replace horses. After all, any painter would prefer to create art on genuine paper, rather than on projections refracted by magical energy, relegating their work to mere storage units within inscriptions. Thus, Herlin found herself wavering on whether to abandon this line of research and return to school to complete her studies, having already missed several classes in her race to meet the deadline for the fair. Continuing down this path might prevent her from even obtaining a level 4 mage certification upon graduation. Setting down her inscription tool, Herlin heard a knock at the door. Could it be that classmate again, urging her to give up? She brushed her long, light gray hair which cascaded down to her waist, and hurried to the entrance of her alchemical workshop. Peering through the window beside the door, she beheld a long-lost relative, her sister, Hiri. Under Joshu's insistence, Hiri had no choice but to obediently guide him to her sister's residence. Introducing a dangerous demon to her family would undoubtedly be deemed a despicable act if word got out. Hiri admitted to herself that she was indeed a tad cowardly. Anyone with a ticking time bomb around their neck would hesitate to boldly declare their fearlessness. Moreover, Joshu was not as malevolent as Hiri had envisioned. "Hiri, where have you been for the past 6 months?" Herlin opened the workshop door, appraising the sister she had not seen in half a year. "In many places," Hiri replied, contemplating whether to disclose that she had spent a fortnight in the demon realm. "And who is this?" Herlin did not scold her sister for her sudden disappearance, but instead turned her gaze to Joshu, who stood behind Hiri. This is a friend I met during my travels. My name is Joshu. He introduced himself, having prepared this introduction for the tall woman before him, that Hiri's sister matched Hiri's height. Yet her figure far surpassed that of her sibling, and her demeanor exuded a mature tranquility that Hiri lacked. Helen Loydell. Hiri, I appreciate you looking after my sister during this time. Please come in and sit for a while. Herlin's demeanor was less that of a sister and more akin to a motherly figure. At Herlin's invitation, Hiri had no choice but to step into the alchemical workshop, and Joshu followed suit without hesitation. The arrangement of the workshop was far simpler than Joshu had anticipated, compared to the Demon Prince's experimental grounds. This space greatly satisfied Joshu's minor obsession with cleanliness, that in the center of the workshop stood a pale blue cube, its translucent projection capturing Joshu's attention. Mr. Joshu, may I ask you to rest over there for a moment? I have something to discuss with my sister. Herlin grasped Hiri's arm, making it clear that even if Hiri wished to escape, it would not be permitted. Of course, that is no problem. After such a long separation, Joshu allowed the two sisters ample space for privacy. Herlin led her sister by the hand into a small compartment within the workshop. She cast a glance at Joshu on the opposite side, confirming that he was not paying attention before lowering her voice to inquire of Hiri. Last time you ran away for a year and returned with a level 2 mage certification. This time, you've been gone for 6 months and brought a man back with you. Hiri, did I not tell you to inform me if you were going to engage in such affairs? Sister, I'm already 19 years old. Hiri bit her lip, countering her sister with words she had repeated countless times before. Hiri's life was neither a tragedy nor a fairy tale. Their mother had passed away when Hiri was 10, and their irresponsible father had abandoned both Hiri and Herlin that same year, leaving the two to rely on each other for the past 9 years. From the age of 15, Hiri believed herself capable of independence. Yet her sister Herlin seemed to think she would never grow up, that it was for such childish reasons, along with the unbearable droning of the academic teachers at her school, that Hiri had chosen to run away. Indeed, you are an adult now. Can you inform me about the identity of this guest who traveled so far with you, and how you came to know him? Herlin's inquiries left Hiri at a loss. Was Joshu, the third prince of the demon realm, considered a valid identity? If Hiri were to speak the truth, Herlin might immediately call the authorities, and the Nolan Guard would swiftly arrive to seize Joshu, potentially resulting in the explosive collar around Hiri's neck, separating her head from her body. This is a gift he gave you. Hiri's instinctive touch to her neck drew Herlin's attention to the beautiful ornament adorning her sister's neck. Is that not a flame crystal? Hiri, this is an incredibly precious gift. Herlin recognized the red gem around Hiri's neck. Hiri was indeed aware of its value, as it was worth her very life. Sister, that fellow named Joshu is merely an ordinary artisan, but some of his creations are rather intriguing. Hiri had been influenced by Joshu's presence for so long that she had picked up some peculiar vocabulary, including the quirky terms Joshu had sent her regarding his projects. Intriguing creations, such as this. Hiri waved her hand, revealing the game of ping-pong that Joshu had transmitted to her consciousness, displaying a record of 1-2-10 that, however, judging by Helrin's puzzled expression, she has yet to comprehend the significance of this number. I recall he seemed to have done it this way. Throughout the journey, Joshu taught Siri the method of program transmission, and Siri displayed a commendable aptitude, mastering it within a day that a faint cube materialized in her hands, which she promptly handed to Helran. Among the deities that Helran venerates is the god of order, whom Siri also reveres. In addition, Helran worships the god of flow and healing, Swingelka. Thus she received the program transmitted by Siri without any hindrance. The interface of ping-pong manifested before Helran, and as she gazed at the windows floating within her line of sight, she experienced a peculiar sensation. Chapter 34. The value of human creation. In this alchemical workshop, Joshu stumbled upon a familiar object, one that had once been a staple in his life on Earth, the drawing tablet. The advent of the drawing tablet marked the onset of the grand painting era on the internet, where a plethora of civil CG artists emerged, producing an abundance of exceptional CG works. Joshu's fingers glided over the pale blue cube, which emitted a soft glow, and unknown inscriptions began to appear on its surface, presenting the painting interface in a projected manner. This experience left Joshu in disbelief. as it felt as if he had transcended the era of carriages and was now indulging in a painting experience reserved for humanity's venture into space. Perhaps Earth had already achieved this. Joshua had once experimented with an AR device at Google's headquarters, which allowed for unrestricted painting in the surrounding space. Armed with a blank canvas and a brush, it was imperative for Joshua, a prodigious talent, to explore this century-spanning method of illustration in a mere matter of minutes. Joshua swiftly sketched the likeness of an elf, characterized by piercing eyes and a figure that would leave all women in awe. This elf was a familiar figure to most players on Earth, Sylvanas Windrunner, the queen of the Forsaken from World of Warcraft. The sketch Joshua produced was merely a rough outline, yet the interface boasted formidable capabilities, including basic coloring functions, while Joshua was engrossed in outlining Sylvanas. Ciri emerged from a small compartment alongside Helran. The magical device is so extraordinary that I couldn't resist giving it a try. Joshua ceased his artistic endeavor and looked towards Helran and Ciri. Helran, as the proprietor of this alchemical workshop, had presumably crafted the device. "Do not mind it, Mr. Joshua. It is here for visitors to experiment with." Helran cast a glance at the image projected from the cube, and Joshua's outline quickly captured her attention. Numerous human artists had depicted elves as protagonists, for the elven race is often regarded as the epitome of beauty from a human aesthetic perspective. Yet, the elf sketched by Joshua left Helran with the impression that it differed from those living amidst the forests. Are visitors being exhibited? Joshua surveyed the rest of the workshop, and aside from Helran and Ciri, he did not see a third soul. Compared to the bustling alchemical workshops he had passed earlier, this one felt rather deserted. "So, Miss Helran, do you intend to present this magical device at the upcoming expo in 2 months?" Joshua's inquiry seemed to strike a nerve with Helran, whose expression shifted to one of despondency. "If only I could participate. The magical devices showcased at the World Expo are crafted by renowned masters. While I yearn for my creation to be exhibited, I must embarrassingly admit that I now find myself contemplating how to exchange this for some monetary gain." Helran's tone bore an air of self-mockery. She craved fame more than wealth. Yet reality compelled her to confront the significance of financial stability. Previously, she had been an exemplary student at one of Nolan's most prestigious magical academies, where each academic year scholarship had afforded her a comfortable life. However, recently, in her quest to have her late mother's work featured at the World Expo, she had taken a gamble by dedicating herself to the creation of this magical device. The outcome, unsurprisingly, was a loss. She not only forfeited her scholarship, but also jeopardized her eligibility for future funding, having invested all her savings into the device's construction. I see. Joshua understood the reason behind Helran's groundbreaking invention being overlooked. It was simply too ahead of its time. In Earth's context, it would be akin to people marveling at the emergence of small steam engines while someone suddenly unveils a liquid crystal drawing tablet, a creation that would seem as alien technology to those of any era and would undoubtedly struggle for acceptance. In this world, there exists no timeless artwork stored in data. Only paper creations possess the merit of enduring legacy. Then, Miss Helran, I wish to invest in your research. Perhaps invest is not the right term. Let us say collaborate or venture together. Joshua, a being not of the Industrial Revolution, but of the information age of the 21st century, recognized the immense value of Helran's magical device that IT would significantly aid in propelling this world into the internet era. And more importantly, it could be utilized to create CG for games. Venture? The first two terms were comprehensible to Helran, yet the term venture was unfamiliar to her, prompting her to cast a puzzled glance at Ciri, who shrugged in acknowledgement of her accustomed nature. It means to collaborate in promoting the artworks produced by your magical device. Mr. Joshua, the artworks created on this magical device are merely stored as streams of magical energy within the inscription unit. They lack any tangible form. Should the device be damaged, all these artworks would vanish. Although Helran understood how to store the magical streams within a crystal, the intangible nature of these virtual artworks implied they held no intrinsic value. Regardless of their artistic merit, they could never be exhibited in an art gallery. Value. Everything in this world initially possesses no value. Their worth is artificially created. Joshua did not expect to sell a random CG for exorbitant sums in a world unfamiliar with the concept of the internet. Even in the 21st century, CG painstakingly crafted on a computer might hold little worth, as data can be easily replicated. Creating value. Halrin's bewildered expression brought a peculiar joy to Ciri, as their communication often unfolded in this manner. Allow me to demonstrate. Joshua approached the line drawing of Sylvanas he had completed, adding several notations. The upper left corner bore the number 6, while the lower right and lower left corners each displayed the number 5, that after refining some details and inscribing the introduction in the center, stating, Death Rattle. Control a random enemy minion. The strongest neutral Death Rattle legendary card, Sylvanas Windrunner, materialized before Joshua. He had once expended a considerable sum to acquire this legendary card from Blizzard. This epitomized the value of human creation. Chapter 35. The guide introducing video games to this world was also part of Joshua's grand design. However, the progress of the inscription editing system was only about 20% complete. Attempting to develop large-scale games based on the system was clearly an overly ambitious endeavor. Thus, Joshua's initial plan was to create pixel games akin to Pong, such as Super Mario or Castlevania. Yet, the magical device crafted by Halrin inspired him to pursue a new idea: arcade games. Joshua's early gaming experiences were primarily derived from arcades rather than the classic titles on the Famicom, that he envisioned creating a dedicated arcade machine capable of running Hearthstone, figuring out account and registration functionalities, and then placing several of these machines in a bar, allowing patrons to purchase card packs using coins at a rate of 1 gold per pack. When Joshua first encountered Hearthstone, nothing was more delightful than sipping a drink while playing the game. The Hearthstone tavern concept was undoubtedly feasible. Joshua was confident that this simple yet engaging card game would captivate the world. Yet before he could embark on establishing the Hearthstone tavern, he faced a predicament common to all: a lack of funds. Miss Halrin, as Ciri has mentioned, I am essentially a cultural worker. My purpose in this city is to visit a theater. Joshua realized that the Demon Prince had no concept of currency. As the third prince, he could acquire whatever he needed in the demon realm without the need for money. However, this is the realm of humanity, where Joshua's status in the demon world holds no significance, which is precisely why he finds himself in a state of utter destitution. There exists no one in the world who can be impoverished to the point of death. The foundation for investment lies in possessing capital, and Joshua's capital resides within his suitcase. Now, he is poised to maximize the value of the film Beauty and the Demon. Are you planning to take Ciri to the performance at the theater? Harlan's gaze flitted between Ciri and Joshua. Having watched Ciri grow up, Harlan understood how challenging it was to win her affection. Yet, given that Ciri stood beside Joshua and even leaned against him, it was clear that her feelings for him were decidedly positive. It is not a performance. I merely intend to discuss a small business deal with the theater's owner. Miss Harlan, do you happen to know the surname of the owner of this city's theater, Dark? Dark? I believe you mean the White Blossom Theater. Joshua had successfully persuaded Harlan earlier with the potential value her magical machinery could bring, leading her to agree to collaborate with him for the time being. Additionally, Harlan wished for her late mother's legacy not to languish in this modest alchemy workshop. It is not far from here, just across the river. Harlan opened the door to the alchemy workshop, fully prepared to act as a guide. Across the river lay the bustling district of Nolan, where several prestigious magical academies resided. Before Joshua arrived, Harlan had intended to close the alchemy workshop and return to her studies, but Joshua's persuasion rekindled a glimmer of hope within her. Please follow me. Under Harlan's guidance, Joshua and Ciri made their way to the prosperous district, separated only by a river. Along the way, Harlan introduced Joshua to the layout of the city of Nolan. The magical capital of Nolan can broadly be divided into 2 layers: the surface, predominantly inhabited by spellcasters, and the underground, home to dwarves. In truth, these dwarves were the original inhabitants of Nolan, residing within the ancient ruins below, tirelessly excavating countless tunnels in their quest to explore the relics. Soon after, humans were drawn to these ruins. Although dwarves were robust, their magical aptitude was considerably inferior to that of humans, not to mention their struggle to comprehend the complex inscriptions found within the ruins. Consequently, the dwarves agreed to the assistance of humans, and thus, over the course of several centuries, A bustling city emerged atop the stronghold that once belonged to the dwarves, established by human spellcasters. The curiosity and humility of the spellcasters earned the respect of the dwarves. And this amicable relationship has endured to this day, with one member of the seven-person council, the highest authority in Nolan, being a dwarf that as Joshua walked along the street. He indeed observed numerous dwarves, along with many shops owned by them. Here we are, the White Blossom Theater. It seems there are no performances today. Harlan halted before an elegant and grand building, which appeared somewhat desolate compared to the bustling shopping street they had just left. No performances? If Joshua's intuition was correct, this should be the liveliest time in Nolan, as the upcoming World Expo in 2 months had captured the attention of countless nations, prompting them to visit the city weeks or even months in advance. For merchants, this was undoubtedly a time ripe with opportunities, while for theaters, a performance at this moment would truly attract audiences from around the globe. Sir, if you wish to see a performance, you should head to the Nolan National Theater on Belsic Street. The Black Swan troupe from the artistic nation of Pholosia is currently performing, where you can witness Miss Gallory, the flower of Pholosia. A young boy clutching a flyer suddenly approached Joshua. The Black Swan troupe. Joshua accepted the flyer offered by the boy, noticing that it appeared to be handwritten, clearly indicating the address of another theater and the performance schedule. It seemed that competition among peers remained a constant throughout the ages. Just as Joshua was about to inquire further about this troupe, the boy dashed into another crowd, continuing his promotional efforts. This prompted Joshua to abandon the idea of pursuing him for more information, and instead, he briskly ascended the steps to the White Blossom Theater while carrying his suitcase. It was rather desolate. Upon entering the theater, despite the opulent and artistically rich decor, the lobby felt somewhat empty. Sir, I apologize, but we currently have no performances scheduled that if you are here for a visit, I can show you around. A servant approached Joshua immediately upon his entrance. I am here to meet the manager of your theater. Joshua produced the emblem of the Bone Baron and casually flipped it between his fingers. To an unknowing observer, it might appear as though he were merely playing with a coin, but the servant clearly recognized the significance of the emblem, his expression shifting to one of nervous apprehension. Sir, please follow me. The servant promptly altered his address to Joshua and led him down a discreet corridor within the theater. Chapter 36. Sir White Blossom following the servant. Joshua traversed a corridor lined with oil paintings. The paintings depicted scenes of war, with swords clashing, blood spilling, and bones and corpses serving as the most common decorative elements. These artworks made Joshua feel as though he were in a war memorial rather than a theater for performances. The corridor was not long, and soon they reached its end. The servant halted at the door, stepping aside to gesture for Joshua to enter. If this door led to the manageress office, the servant should have knocked to announce a visitor, yet he refrained from doing so. The clamor emanating from within the room suggested that even a knock would likely go unheard. No matter how high your offer, I will not sell this theater to you vile merchants. Get out. Sir White Blossom, your productions are outdated. No troupe wishes to perform here anymore. Why not take one last profit and retire? Classics never go out of style, as long as there is one last audience member. This theater will continue to operate, but if you do not depart, I shall resort to forceful measures. The shouting from within the room rendered the servant's expression rather grim. Shortly thereafter, 2 men clad in elegant black attire exited the room. Casting a mere glance at Joshua and the sisters before indignantly choosing to leave that moment, Joshua composed himself, adjusting his attire as he was about to engage in a business negotiation, and the mood of the counterpart seemed less than favorable. Please wait here. After instructing Siri and Harlan to remain, Joshua pushed the door open and stepped inside. Marlin, did I not say not to? Who are you? Inside the room sat a solitary figure behind a large wooden desk, somewhat rotund and dressed in a heavy costume. Most striking were the rosy cheeks and the lips, which appeared to be adorned with a vivid hue. Seemed this somewhat effeminate gentleman was none other than Sir White Blossom, the owner of the theater. A collaborator capable of saving your theater. After a moment's contemplation, Joshua deemed it prudent to define his role as a collaborator, for he possessed no troupe, only a crew composed of demons and the undead behind the scenes. Collaborator, you heard my earlier rebuke, did you not? You merchant shall not take an inch of this theater from me. His agitation was palpable, and he appeared exceedingly impatient as he rang a bell on the desk. Almost instantaneously, two towering spellcasters emerged from another door in his office. Sir White Blossom, consumed by wrath, was ready to eject Joshu from his presence. That it was evident that his anger had clouded his judgment, rendering any attempt by Joshu to calm him for negotiation futile. Thus, Joshu revealed the emblem given to him by the Bone Baron. The intricately engraved emblem quickly caught Sir White Blossom's sharp gaze. And much like the servant before him, his furious expression froze, replaced by a look of trepidation. However, he soon regained his composure. The two spellcasters, who had been summoned moments ago, were about to forcibly remove Joshu when they were abruptly halted by Sir White Blossom. "What are you doing?" "He is a guest. Quickly, fetch a pot of red tea." The influence of the Bone Baron was indeed formidable. Joshu watched as the two spellcasters hurriedly made their way to another room, only to be replaced by a female servant who rushed in with a cart bearing a teapot and cups. Joshu, feeling quite at ease, took a seat directly across from Sir White Blossom at the desk. The Bone Baron had granted Joshu not only prestige, but also the very life of Sir White Blossom. As Joshu drew closer to the somewhat plump gentleman, he noticed a reaction from the mark on his left hand. Within him lingered the residual magic of the skeletal lord, yet Sir Whitebriar did not resemble a creature of the undead. "Might I inquire, who has sent you, my lord?" he asked, his voice tinged with trepidation, after a tea-serving maid had handed Joshu a cup of red tea and exited the office. "No, I am merely a friend," Joshu replied. Although he addressed the skeletal lord as my lord, and the skeletal lord referred to Joshu as your highness, their statuses were equal. Following the skeletal lord's newfound admiration for the film Beauty and the Beast, the relationship between Joshu and this lich became more akin to that of friends. Our friend. It seemed he had come to grasp the true gravity of Joshu's identity, and he rose to bow, only to be halted by Joshu's gentle intervention. "I have stated that I come as a collaborator. Sir Whitebriar need not be overly formal. Collaborator, I implore you to show mercy. My lord, this theater once flourished under Nolan's reign. You must have heard of the girl of Siniglen, the Great Revolution. I penned the scripts for both and staged them here," he implored, as if truly believing Joshu to be a businessman come to acquire his theater. "Sir Whitebriar, what you speak of was indeed a time of glory." Joshu emphasized the words, casting a glance at a painting hanging on the wall behind Sir Whitebriar, a portrait of an armored maiden bearing a flag, reminiscent of Eugenie Delacroix's Liberty Leading the People. "It is still the same," Sir Whitebriar attempted to defend. "Is it truly the same? The hall is devoid of patrons, and this theater's most glorious moments are my interpretation of glory, which diverges from yours, does it not?" Before such a flawed argument, Joshu had countless ways to render him speechless. "Relax, sir, I am not here to acquire your theater. Rather, I come to save it." Observing Sir Whitebriar's neck reddening and his pale cheeks flushed from anxiety, Joshu feared he might suffer a heart attack from the strain, and thus candidly revealed his intentions. "Say," Sir Whitebriar ceased his defense, awaiting Joshu's next words. "Indeed, I have a performance that can restore your theater to its former glory, perhaps surpassing it entirely." Joshu held an unwavering confidence in Beauty and the Beast. A truly moving film must be a good one, that he could hardly believe that these emotionally expressive humans would not be touched. "A performance? I beg your pardon, my lord. I was unaware you managed a theater troupe. May I inquire about its name?" Joshu's response brought Sir Whitebriar immense joy. He had previously managed two troupes, both of which were poached by that damned Nolan National Theater. Thus, he had been preparing to gather a new ensemble, and if Joshu were indeed a troupe manager, Sir Whitebriar would be more than willing to allow his troupe to perform. "I am neither a troupe manager, nor do I have a troupe," Joshu clarified, shaking his head. "Then what?" Sir Whitebriar was left in confusion. "My performance will take place here," Joshu stated, tapping his briefcase. "A performance grand enough to herald the dawn of an era." Chapter 37. Film critique. Joshu refrained from elaborating further on the performance. Allowing Sir Whitebriar to witness it firsthand was the best form of explanation. Thus, he opened his briefcase, producing the master copy of Beauty and the Beast, and found a flat wall in the room to project it upon. When the film concluded, Joshu felt it was time to discuss the formalities of screening it in the theater. However, Sir Whitebriar appeared still unsteady. "I apologize, my lord. Sir Whitebriar dabbed at the tears spilling from his eyes with a handkerchief, his makeup ruined by the flow of emotion. The once somewhat effeminate and portly figure now appeared even more so. Joshu had only witnessed others weeping after the conclusion of a film, yet Sir Whitebriar had begun to cry from the moment the demon prince endeavored to rescue Belle from the encircling wolves. Was it typical for artistic souls to possess such depth of emotion? Sir Whitebriar was now utterly drenched in tears. The demon's exterior conceals a truly beautiful heart, for the sake of his beloved's happiness. He ultimately chooses to forsake his own life. Such is the essence of selfless love. Sir Whitebriar lamented through his tears, articulating profound reflections that neared 1,000 words, leaving Joshu momentarily speechless. Joshu realized there was a reason this gentleman had become the proprietor of the theater. As the director, Joshu's sole interpretation of the film's theme was that one should not judge a person based solely on their appearance, while Sir Whitebriar had gleaned far more from the experience. What constitutes a film critique? This is a film critique. After several minutes, Sir Whitebriar finally emerged from the somber atmosphere he had conjured. My lord, this method of performance is truly unprecedented. It is as though another world has been unveiled before me. May I be so bold as to inquire the name of this mode of presentation? Sir Whitebriar struggled to comprehend the mechanics behind these animated images. While watching, he felt like an observer peering into the happenings of another realm. Each scene felt tangible, unlike the mere props of a stage play, and his perspective was not limited to the distant view from the audience. Several times, he found himself reaching out to touch the moving furniture within the film. This enchanting experience was beyond anything Sir Whitebriar could have ever envisioned. Film, Joshu replied. The term he uttered, movie, was entirely novel to Sir Whitebriar. Film, indeed. Just as you have stated, my lord, it heralds the dawn of a new era. Sir Whitebriar repeated Joshu's words in a hushed reverie, now fully comprehending the implications of Joshu's earlier statements. The cinematic portrayal and exposition of a narrative far surpassed that of a stage play. Film could wholly immerse the audience within the story, devoid of the need for stagecraft and costume changes, allowing the performance space to entirely transcend the stage. Beauty and the Beast transported Sir Whitebriar to myriad locales, tranquil villages, snow-laden forests, and eerie yet cozy castles. Yet, alongside his awe and astonishment, a tinge of melancholy lingered within him. For the inception of one era signifies the conclusion of another. The advent of film may well herald the decline of the stage play. Much like Sir Whitebriar's theater, which, no matter how splendid, would inevitably fall into oblivion. However, such sadness was swiftly eclipsed by the emergence of Beauty and the Beast. My lord, do you truly intend to screen this film in my theater? Sir Whitebriar understood that the moment this film premiered, it would be enshrined in the annals of history. I suspect the Nolan National Theater will not extend such a grand reception to me. Joshu lifted the cup of hot red tea beside him and took a sip. As expected, being inherently a programmer, he preferred coffee over red tea. Though green tea and cola were his true favorites, he wondered if this world possessed coffee beans. Indeed, those wretches at that theater are nothing but a bunch of despicable charlatans. Merchants who grasp not the essence of art. The mere thought of the theater that had poached all his troops filled Sir Whitebriar with ire. Yet, he quickly composed himself. In these times, even the most illustrious artists must eat. The theater's recent losses had made Sir Whitebriar acutely aware of this reality, leading him to understand that their forthcoming conversation would be one between merchants rather than artists. My lord, I shall take full responsibility for the film's screening in the theater, including all promotional efforts that I ask for the proceeds from ticket sales. How does a 70-30 split sound? Were it not for the dire financial straits that had rendered him unable to pay his staff, Sir Whitebriar might have considered granting Joshu 100%. He simply wished for the film to be shown in his theater. No objections, Joshu acquiesced. Compared to films on Earth, where ticket sales were siphoned by cinemas and subject to promotional costs and taxes before the filmmakers received their share. Sir Whitebriar's proposal was exceptionally generous. Not to mention, Joshu's film had, in theory, cost him not a single penny, rendering it all profit. Please, allow me a moment to draft a contract. Additionally, my lord, you may want to register the copyright for this film with the Patent Association. as well as the patent for your technology. Nolan was a nation of contractual integrity. Its legal framework was well established, and even the concept of litigation had begun to take shape. I shall attend to that. Beforehand, I wish to inspect the environment of this theater. The scale of this theater is sufficiently grand, and its opulent decor is lavish enough. However, all of this has been meticulously designed for the stage plays. As the venue itself is dedicated to theatrical performances, there exists a distinct difference between a cinema and a theater, and prior to the film's release, Joshua must temporarily transform this theater into a cinema. Of course. That is not an issue, please follow me, Sir Whitebloom said, rising to personally escort Joshua on a tour of the theater. Upon opening the door, Joshua beheld Harlan and Shiri, who had been waiting outside for nearly 2 hours. The attendants had thoughtfully arranged a table and 2 chairs for them, adorned with red tea and delicacies, suggesting that the 2 sisters had indulged in a delightful afternoon tea accompanied by numerous rounds of table tennis during their wait. Chapter 38. The premiere once again. A devastating defeat diverted Harlan's attention from the game of table tennis, as she turned to observe Sir Whitebloom and Joshua emerging from the room. As the discussion with Mr. Joshua concluded, "In that case, Shiri, you should accompany me back to the academy." Harlan had underestimated Shiri's affection for Joshua. Prior to entering the room, Joshua had warned Harlan that the negotiation might be lengthy. Consequently, Harlan intended to drag Shiri back to school to salvage her academic standing. Yet Shiri resolutely clung to the doorway, unwilling to depart. Her demeanor suggested that she would wither away if she ventured too far from Joshua. This was, in fact, the reality that only Shiri and Joshua were privy to. The truth that Shiri had yet to find a suitable moment to elucidate her relationship with Joshua to Harlan. Fortunately, the theater's hospitality was exceptional, and coupled with the allure of table tennis, it managed to divert Harlan's focus. "Sister, it is already evening," Shiri pointed out, indicating the clock mounted on the wall in the corridor. This timepiece was one of the magical devices birthed from the patent revolution 30 years prior. Since the advent of rune-driven clocks, humanity had, for the first time, measured time with precision to the second. But it has only been mere minutes past evening. Harlan's sentence abruptly halted upon glancing at the clock, which accurately indicated 7 o'clock. Prior to Harlan's arrival, it had shown 5, meaning she had spent a full 2 hours here with Shiri. Yet to Harlan, those 2 hours had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Her sole activity this afternoon had been to engage in a few rounds of the game, known as table tennis with Shiri. What a dreadful realization. Harlan felt a chill run down her spine as she gazed at the white table tennis table. Harlan had always considered wasting time to be a grave sin, and table tennis had led her to squander 2 precious hours. She hesitated, contemplating whether to erase the memory of table tennis from her consciousness using magic. The source of her reluctance was her unwillingness to accept defeat. She had just lost 3 consecutive matches to Shiri, each time tantalizingly close to victory, had she only persevered a little longer. Thus, after some contemplation, Harlan ultimately dismissed the notion. "I apologize for the wait. We still have preparations to make for the premiere." "I fear Shiri will not wish to return so early," Joshua remarked. His words struck a chord with Shiri's innermost thoughts that a true aficionado of a film would not tire of viewing it repeatedly. However, Shiri's circumstances were not as fortunate as those of the Skeletal Duke, as she had yet to see the concluding portion of the film. Therefore, Shiri had eagerly awaited this day for quite some time. But, Mr. Joshua, Harlan appeared somewhat conflicted. The High Magic Academy she attended ceased its classes at 8 o'clock in the evening, and if they rushed back, they might still catch the teachers in session. Shiri had not reported to the academy in nearly 6 months, and had it not been for her terrifying talent in magic, she might have been expelled long ago. In fact, the faculty had expressed considerable discontent regarding this errant girl who had failed to attend a single class in half a year. The profession of a magician in Nolan was a true symbol of status, and Harlan still hoped for Shiri to continue her studies at the High Magic Academy. "After all, it has been 6 months since I last attended a class. Waiting one more day is of little consequence. Sister, I choose to stay and witness the premiere. Should I miss it, I would regret it for a lifetime," Shiri declared. Harlan had always perceived stage plays as mere pastimes. She had previously been dragged by her classmates to watch them. Yet she had no genuine interest. Even now, her efforts to bring Shiri to the academy as an elder sister would be futile, for she could not defeat Shiri. although she possessed a third-level magician's certificate. She was no match for a second-level magic apprentice, but Shiri's magic leaned towards practical applications, while Harlan's was more academically inclined. Very well, Harlan finally acquiesced. Under Sir Whitebloom's guidance, Joshu proceeded to the theater's performance hall. The Whitebloom Theater boasted 2 performance halls. The first was utilized for formal performances, with the audience seating divided into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower, capable of accommodating 2,000 spectators for a single performance. Even though the theater had not welcomed patrons for an extended period, the seats remained pristine, and the ceiling was adorned with intricate light golden patterns, endowing the theater with a resplendent aura. This theater had indeed once basked in glory. "My lord, what do you think?" Sir Whitebloom approached Joshu, now devoid of the earlier humility, as he stood amidst surroundings that warranted pride, enabling him to stand tall before others. "The stage is too small," Joshu remarked, stepping beside the stage to glance at the rear of the audience seating. While it was quite suitable for an opera house, those seated above the 3rd tier would require the use of an eagle-eye spell to view the stage effectively during a theatrical performance. "My lord, I can assure you this is the largest stage in Nolan. Even that wretched theater pales in comparison. Yet it remains insufficiently sized." This theater's area was indeed larger than that of a cinema. Were Sir Whitebloom amenable to it, Joshu would certainly consider demolishing and rebuilding the entire theater. However, he lacked the time for such endeavors, and this nobleman, who valued the theater above his own life, would undoubtedly reject such a proposal. "Remove the curtain above," Joshu instructed, pointing at the drapery suspended from the theater's ceiling, which was typically raised during scene transitions in stage plays. After a moment's hesitation, Sir Whitebloom complied, allowing the long-hanging red curtain, which had adorned the stage for decades, to be taken down. Once the curtain was removed, the stage was fully revealed to the audience. But Joshu's concern lay not with the stage itself, but rather with the enormous white screen that occupied the majority of the theater's floor space. "My lord, that is the white wall intended for backdrop arrangements," Sir Whitebloom explained to Joshu. "Can it be moved?" Joshu did not expect to achieve seamless panoramic cinema in this world, but a large screen was essential. The advantage of the crystal stone was that the projected image's size would not compromise its quality. The white screen at the rear of the stage was undoubtedly an excellent medium for projection. "Certainly, bring it to the very front of the stage." Following Joshu's directive, Sir Whitebloom had the massive white screen slowly moved to the forefront of the stage. "Perfect. Sir, extinguish those luminous stones." Joshu believed this white screen could serve as an effective projection medium. He descended the steps to a position about 10 rows from the front of the audience section. And after channeling magic into the crystal stone, the film's image was magnified countless times and projected onto the white screen. The effect was commendable. Seated on a plush seat, Joshu gazed at the projection on the large screen, finally recapturing the sensation of watching a film in a cinema. "It has begun." Shiri unceremoniously took a seat beside Joshu and whispered to Harlan, "This is a stage play." While Shiri was engrossed in the film's plot, Harlan's attention was more fixated on the image appearing on the screen, which bore no resemblance to any performance Harlan was familiar with. Chapter 39. The poster of the film continued to screen. Seizing the opportunity, Joshu stepped outside the screening room to thoroughly inquire with Sir Whitebloom regarding the theater's operational procedures. "This is the ticket," Joshu stated, holding a silver-white coin in his hand, its obverse embossed with dark golden patterns and its reverse bearing the number 38. This coin was not the currency of Nolan, but rather a token akin to those used in arcade halls. "Indeed, my lord, what you hold is a ticket for the standard seating. There are also premium and VIP tickets available." Sir Whitebloom presented 2 pale gold coins to Joshu. The distinction between the 2 silver coins lying solely in the color of the designs that in an era devoid of printing technology, using such tokens as tickets was undoubtedly more convenient than handwritten paper tickets. The standard ticket is generally priced at 1 silver coin, while the premium ticket costs 1 gold coin, and the VIP seats are typically reserved for guests I personally invite. Sir Whitebloom's pricing for tickets could be considered fair, at least in the economically prosperous small nation of Nolan. The common folk could easily afford the price of a standard seat. In terms of promotion, The handwritten flyer that Joshua received during the day from the Nolan National Theater was entirely crafted by hand. In the past, we never needed any promotion. The name of White Azalea itself was the best advertisement. However, recently, Sir White Azalea had barely begun to bask in the glory of his past when he was abruptly thrust back into the harsh and unforgiving reality. It turned out that this theater had been surviving solely on its reputation thus far. Indeed, there is a Chinese saying that good wine fears not the deep alley. But what if there is another tavern right at the entrance of your alley, enticing customers away? No matter how exquisite your wine, patrons will flee. Sir White Azalea is currently facing such a predicament, and it is even graver. Not only have all his customers been lured away, but even his wine barrels have been completely taken by the Nolan National Theater. Now, all that remains for Sir White Azalea is a single theater. Promotion is imperative, he declared, while reputation is undoubtedly significant. Relying solely on it could lead to one's demise without an inkling of how it happened. Of course, my lord, I will promptly hire someone to write flyers. The flyer format is too slow, and I do not believe the National Theater will allow you to distribute them smoothly. Joshua recalled the recent plight of the White Azalea Theater. It was evident that the Nolan National Theater had resolutely decided to erase White Azalea from the city of Nolan, establishing its dominance. Nothing is more profitable than a monopoly that if Sir White Azalea were to send people out to distribute flyers now, he would undoubtedly encounter myriad obstacles. Thus, whether the flyers could even be distributed was still a significant issue. Then, my lord, what method should we employ for promotion? Sir White Azalea wiped the sweat off his brow, and Joshua could already discern that he was at an absolute disadvantage in the competition against the Nolan National Theater. With flyers being the only promotional method Sir White Azalea could conceive, let us go directly for a poster. Joshua could fully utilize the advantage of the original crystal's projection, which could be infinitely enlarged. The White Azalea Theater, being a magnificent structure, could feature a colossal white wall at one side of the theater's entrance, upon which the most iconic moment from Beauty and the Beast could be projected, accompanied by the title of the play and the cast list. This form of promotion would be far more effective than any flyer. Such oversized posters are commonplace in cities on Earth. What is a poster? Sir White Azalea seemed to have not yet grasped the meaning of Joshua's words. No need for flyers. I require a sufficiently large backdrop for the performance hall. I do not know what materials you will use, but it must be able to stand at the side of your theater entrance. I will prepare it. It may take 2 or 3 days. After Sir White Azalea spoke, he glanced at Joshua and cautiously inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to instruct?" "No. You may return to your viewing. I trust you have not missed too many splendid scenes." "Understood, my lord." Having received permission, Sir White Azalea hurried back to the performance hall. Meanwhile, Joshua contemplated whether to purchase popcorn and soda for the theater, but after some thought, he ultimately dismissed this option. Beauty and the Beast is not a film that warrants popcorn, and it is not yet time to profit from movie merchandise. What Joshua needed to do now was to spread the popularity of this film. Helran sat in her seat at a loss for words. She had indeed been moved to tears by the plot of Beauty and the Beast, but aside from that emotion, her mind was left in deep contemplation. Helran's thoughts were far from as naive as Shiri's. Beyond the outstanding storyline of Beauty and the Beast, what was more daunting was the profound feelings the film evoked within her. It unveiled a new world that no previous stage play had managed to achieve, and Helran found herself yearning for this world. She wished to somehow participate in the realm of Beauty and the Beast, to help Belle encounter the beast sooner, or to assist in driving away the ignorant villagers in the end. This impulse was undeniable. Helran gazed at the interface of the ping-pong game floating in her vision, recalling the sprite Joshua had previously illustrated using her magical mechanical device, Sylvanas Windrunner. Helran believed that this character possessed not only a name, but also an untold story behind her, perhaps akin to the unforgettable narrative of Beauty and the Beast. Joshua indeed planned to share Sylvanas' story with the world, but not in the manner of Beauty and the Beast, rather through ping-pong. This thought filled Helran with anticipation, though she could not pinpoint the source of this feeling. She had read numerous travelogues in the Academy Library and had often marveled at the protagonist's journeys. Yet, she had never so desperately desired to personally engage in a story. "Sister, do you believe that a demon could truly fall in love with a human?" Shiri's sudden question interrupted Helren's musings. As the film depicted the enchanting scene of the beast and Belle waltzing in the castle's grand hall, the romantic atmosphere, paired with the music, was enough to provoke any viewer's impulse to embark on a love affair at that very moment. Helran felt the same influence, and Shiri was no exception. "Why do you ask this all of a sudden?" "Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I'm just overthinking." Shiri touched the collar around her neck. Now that she was alone with Helran, it would be the perfect opportunity to reveal her true relationship with Joshua and to seek help from Helran. However, after some hesitation, Shiri chose to remain silent, for revealing the truth to Helran would mean losing her only connection to Joshua. Chapter 40. Voice acting in the dead of night. Joshua declined the opulent accommodation offered by Sir White Azalea and returned to the alchemical workshop with Helran and Shiri. This modest workshop was hardly spacious enough to accommodate 3 people. And as a gentleman, Joshua could not allow Helran and Shiri to sleep on the floor. Therefore, he declined Helran's proposal to relinquish the only room for him and opted to find a separate workspace to engage in his programming and nocturnal endeavors. The start of any entrepreneurial venture is invariably arduous. Countless IT moguls on Earth began their journeys in small garages. Whether it be Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, or Larry Page and Sergey Brin, they all started humbly in garages. Most of the prominent billion-dollar companies in Silicon Valley trace their origins back to such unassuming spaces, although Helran's alchemical workshop was not intended for parking. It was only marginally larger than a typical garage. Joshua unfurled a blank sheet of paper on the desk, while a luminous orb floated beside him, gradually dispelling the surrounding darkness. This was the most basic form of illumination magic, a spell that nearly all magic practitioners could wield. The original crystal containing the illumination spell had replaced candles in Nolan, becoming the most common lighting tool, with the light provided by the illumination spell. Joshua had just completed the poster for Beauty and the Beast. He had not yet resolved how to import the imagery into his consciousness for editing with runes, so he resorted to hand-drawing the title on the blank sheet and capturing the moment when Belle and the Beast gazed into each other's eyes during their dance. Having completed the poster, Joshua exited the small room and entered the chamber where the finished products were displayed. The entire room was illuminated by the illumination spell, and the magical devices crafted by Helran emitted a gentle glow, projecting the portrait of a female mage. Her pupils were filled with a pale blue arcane light, and torrents of magical energy surged from her hands, set against a backdrop of pouring rain, with her silver and light golden hair billowing in the downpour. Simply gazing at the portrait of this female mage conveyed the immense power she possessed as a spellcaster. Who is she? Shiri emerged from behind the magical device, holding a white sheet of paper, the very draft that Joshua had sketched. Jaina Proudmoore, Joshua replied, naming the character who was a central figure throughout the narrative of World of Warcraft and also represented the mage class in Hearthstone. What is your relationship with her? Shiri pondered for a moment, but could not resist asking this question. Relationship? Joshua momentarily faltered. Jaina was merely a fictional character in a game, with no real relationship to him. Yet, as a World of Warcraft player, he felt that such a response was inadequate. I suppose we were once comrades in battle. Joshua had played as part of the Alliance faction in World of Warcraft, sharing the same faction as Jaina. Thus, as a player, he could indeed consider himself a comrade who fought alongside her. Shiri remained silent, glancing at Jaina's portrait. Suddenly, she recalled an earlier moment in the castle when she had eavesdropped on Joshua's conversation with Xena, where Joshua had mentioned, "I already have someone I like." Joshua could sense what Shiri was contemplating, but he chose not to elaborate, instead directing his gaze back to Jaina's portrait. The artwork projected within the magical machinery was meticulously replicated by Siri from the original manuscript of Joshua. The result of Siri's efforts once again made Joshua acutely aware that she was fundamentally unsuited to be a magician, that he merely imparted some basic techniques regarding coloring and composition, allowing Siri to reinterpret his manuscript on the magical apparatus. Although the outcome of her painting still bore a considerable distance from professional standards, it had at least entered the realm of usability. Most notably, Siri's artistry remained untouched by the influences of her era. The predominant painting style of this time leaned heavily towards oil painting, evoking feelings akin to the enigmatic smile of the Mona Lisa, alongside the traditional Chinese ink wash style. Joshua had previously witnessed such artistry at the theater of Sir White Blossom, where he learned that the artist hailed from a land known as Dacia. Nevertheless, both the oil and ink wash styles stood in stark contrast to the modern CG aesthetics found on Earth, and within series creations, Joshua could not detect even a hint of nostalgia. Have you truly never considered pursuing a career in painting? Joshua mused, inspecting the original portrait of Jaina Proudmoore. While there were still minor flaws in the details, they were acceptable after Joshua's revisions that if Siri continued to practice at this pace, she would undoubtedly become an exceptional concept artist. I don't know, Siri replied, initially poised to firmly reject Joshua's suggestion. Her assistance in painting arose from a deep sense of gratitude towards him for saving her life, yet she had no intention of abandoning her ambitions as a magician to dedicate herself solely to the arts. After all, in this world, powerful magicians stood at the pinnacle of existence, and Siri possessed ample talent to become a formidable one. I am not suggesting you relinquish your primary vocation. Merely consider painting as a supplementary career. Joshua provided her with the most splendid of answers. A supplementary career, Siri echoed, glancing at the portrait of Jaina, a formidable female mage. Suddenly, she recalled that perhaps, for Joshua, only the profession of an artist bore significance, given the multitude of powerful individuals surrounding him. That could work, but one day, my magic will surely rend you to pieces, Siri quipped, quoting a line from Jaina that was inscribed on the back of the original manuscript. Yet, Joshua felt no sense of impending danger. Instead, her words sparked a sudden illumination in his mind. Oh, Siri, that line has a certain resonance to it. Would you be interested in providing a voice for this character? Voice acting. Joshua had once again uttered a term that brushed against Siri's knowledge gap, but she had long since grown accustomed to it. Jaina already has an established character. Would you be interested in becoming the voice of this persona? Joshua was determined to create the game Hearthstone, a venture that could be completed with just concept art and some relatively straightforward animations. However, a significant challenge lay in the voiceovers for the cards within the game. Siri's voice was already melodious, and with a touch of emotion, it would perfectly align with Jaina's character. Chapter 41. The Owl Correspondence Club. The following morning, Sir White Blossom's promotional work required approximately 2 more days of preparation. During this interim, although the theater had officially premiered Beauty and the Beast, it remained largely unknown. Seizing the opportunity, Joshua took Siri and Herlin to the Nolan Patent Council. This was a building erected merely a decade or so ago, resembling a museum more than a governmental institution. Inside the Patent Council, although throngs of people bustled about, the atmosphere was remarkably orderly. Wizards clad in various robes hurried past, clutching stacks of papers, while foreign visitors of diverse complexions were similarly affected by the tranquil ambience. Speaking in hushed tones, this way, Herlin guided Joshua to the registration window with familiarity. Behind the counter sat a woman with wooden-framed spectacles, her expression shifting to one of surprise upon seeing Herlin. Herlin, has your work finally been completed? At last, you need not endure the professor's incessant ramblings every day. Not by a long shot, Sansa. Herlin shook her head, denying her friend's assumption. The woman at the registration window was a classmate of Herlin's from the academy, a dear friend who occasionally caused Herlin a bit of vexation. Given the time that has elapsed, you ought to make an appearance at the academy. It's not just the professor. Several young men have been inquiring about you. By the way, today, Reichel acquired 4 tickets to the National Theater from that flower of Faloise, the artistic nation of Faloise. Have you heard of it? It is rumored that the girls there are the most beautiful in the world. Herlin refrained from reminding her friend that she was also a girl, choosing instead to steer clear of that topic. She had heard whispers about the recent arrival of the Black Swan Theater at the Nolan National Theater, as their promotional efforts had been exceptionally vigorous. Nowadays, whenever Herlin stepped outside to tidy up the alchemical workshop's courtyard, she would encounter numerous flyers regarding the theater. Initially, she had felt a flicker of interest, but after viewing Beauty and the Beast, her curiosity towards stage plays had completely dissipated. Those who have tasted exquisite delicacies will never yearn for the simple fare they once consumed. While stage plays undoubtedly represent an artistic form worthy of historical acknowledgement, their entertainment value pales in comparison to that of films. We shall discuss this later. I am here to introduce this gentleman, who wishes to apply for a patent for an innovative invention. Herlin swiftly redirected the conversation. Please hold for a moment regarding the patent application, the woman said, retrieving a document bearing an unknown wax seal from behind the counter. The paper was surrounded by a series of inscriptions, and a subtle magical aura flowed across its surface. This was a special registration form. Joshua took the document and glanced at its contents, which primarily consisted of basic personal information that he filled in the details sequentially, writing only his given name without including his surname. And after a moment of contemplation, he refrained from disclosing his true identity in the country section, ultimately writing Dacia. The ink-wash painting he had seen at the White Blossom Theater the previous day served as proof that a nation akin to China indeed existed in this world. Known as Dacia. Room 372. Simply stand on the teleportation array over there with this badge, the woman instructed, her eagerness to converse with Herlin causing her to overlook the details of Joshua's application. He received the badge marked with the number 372 and, wishing not to prolong the conversation, led Siri to the inscribed teleportation array beside the window. The badge emitted a soft white glow. And after a brief sensation of weightlessness, Joshua found himself standing in a disordered office. Papers were haphazardly strewn across the desk, and the surrounding bookshelves were equally chaotic. The most striking feature in the room was an owl perched upon a shelf, its unblinking gaze fixed intently upon Joshua, who had unexpectedly materialized. Joshua knocked on the door to signal his arrival, and the occupant of the office, hearing the sound, suddenly emerged from behind the desk. The individual appeared to be a man in his 70s, clad in a somewhat disheveled gray robe, reminiscent of the gray wizard from The Lord of the Rings, or perhaps a melee spellcaster akin to Gandalf. Ahem. I am here to apply for patent ownership. Joshua broke the silence. Please hold for a moment. I am searching for a letter, the elder replied, rummaging through the disarrayed books on the shelf. As he pulled out one tome, the rest tumbled down like a cascade of dominoes, burying the poor man beneath them. Suddenly, a pale white inscription appeared in midair, enveloping the fallen books in a similar glow before they floated to a corner of the room. These damned tomes nearly crushed my old bones, the gray-robed wizard grumbled, rising from the floor and rubbing his forehead. The owl on the shelf seemed unable to bear the sight any longer. It flapped its wings and used its talons to retrieve a letter titled, "Can the Order Inscription Facilitate Long-Distance Communication?" from the agenda of the 72nd Owl Correspondence Club meeting. Placing it on the desk. After 2 days of searching, I've finally found it, the gray-robed wizard exclaimed, brushing the dust off the book, donning his spectacles, and flipping through its pages that he found a specific line. Picked up a nearby quill and wrote down his latest response before rolling the letter up. The owl then hopped onto the table, took the slightly worn letter, and flew out the window. Not long after the gray owl had departed, a pure white owl landed beside the window, depositing another letter onto the desk. The wizard opened the letter and perused its contents. Constructing a teleportation inscription in such a nonsensical manner is utterly meaningless. With indignation, he seized a pen and inscribed a passage on the envelope before dispatching it with the owl. Having witnessed the entire process, Joshua finally comprehended the actions of the gray-robed mage to in essence. He was simply venting his frustrations online, berating the original poster as intellectually deficient. In an instant, Joshua discerned that the handwriting on the letter varied greatly, evidently penned by different individuals. They exchanged their thoughts by inscribing them on letters, which were then relayed by the owl, enabling discussions without ever leaving their homes. Perhaps it was time for Joshua to create a forum for spellcasters, but for now his primary focus remained on promoting Beauty and the Beast. Chapter 42. The Server, thank you for your patience. Esteemed guests, please bear with me a moment longer. The gray-robed mage Rolst diverted his gaze from the letter, only to be interrupted by another owl, this one adorned with brown spots, which flailed awkwardly as it landed on the table. Its feathers scattered, after a few feeble attempts to regain composure, it managed to deliver a missive right before Rolsk that he lifted the tattered envelope, the contents marred and the writing indistinct, yet he could faintly make out the title, How to Dispel Undead with Healing Inscription, Owl Pen Pal's 12th Agenda. Rolsk gazed at the letter and the aging owl, a pang of melancholy washing over him. He was one of the founders of the Owl Pen Pal Society. This society lacked any official status, and he was unaware of its members' identities. Whenever he harbored a query, he merely inscribed it on paper and entrusted it to the owl for delivery to his fellow correspondents. After several exchanges, each time the letter returned to him. It bore numerous responses. However, obtaining genuinely academic replies through this method proved unreliable. Yet he cherished this free-form mode of discussion. The anonymity of all participants ensured a truly egalitarian dialogue, allowing everyone to voice their opinions. Regrettably, the wait for a reply could stretch on for months, often exceeding 2, with the possibility of never receiving a response at all, that if memory served him right, this particular letter could be considered one of the earliest. Once filled with responses from mages across Nolan, now reduced to a mere scrap of paper, all he could feel was a mix of nostalgia and heartache. "Come, old friend," he said, untying a scarf from the aging owl's leg, granting it a well-deserved retirement. The owl tilted its head, emitting a plaintive hoot, seemingly reluctant to part ways. Rolsk stroked its feathers gently and carried it to the window, whereupon the owl spread its wings and took flight. "Now we can finally commence our work. I apologize for the delay." Rolsk tidied his desk, and both Joshu and Siri took their seats before him. "May I inquire if the letters delivered by the owls were random?" Yet, before registering the patent for the camera, Joshu found himself captivated by the nascent concept of the Mage Forum. "Indeed, they are random. They do not deliberately travel to any specific location. Are you interested in the Pen Pal Society?" Rolsk beamed with pride over his creation, which facilitated scholarly discussions among nearly 10,000 spellcasters in Nolan through the efforts of thousands of owls. A negligible figure in relation to the city's population. "No, I merely believe that this cumbersome method of discussion could benefit from some improvements," Joshu replied. "Improvements," Rolsk acknowledged, conceding that the owl-based correspondence was indeed cumbersome. Yet it was the only means by which letters could reach others that I end face-to-face discussions. Lower-tier mages would scarcely have the opportunity to voice their thoughts. Perhaps something along these lines. Joshu gently waved his hand, conjuring a white window before him, upon which appeared a succinct message. The gray-robed mage regarded this display with a perplexed expression, seemingly struggling to grasp its purpose. "To elucidate further," Joshu sent a message to Siri. Upon receiving it, Siri discreetly shifted the chat interface away, ultimately manifesting it through magic. "This is," Rolsk stammered, utterly speechless. As a founder of both the Owl Pen Pal Society and the Patent Council, he had witnessed countless astonishing inventions over the years. Yet Joshu's demonstration seemed rather pedestrian compared to the magical devices that could replace carriages. However, as a fervent enthusiast of written communication, yearning to engage with a broader audience to gain knowledge, Rolsk instantly recognized the value of the white window before Joshu. A quaint device crafted from order inscriptions, with a bit of time, I could engage more individuals in discussion and preserve the data of our discourse flawlessly. Joshu's elaboration left Rolsk nearly unable to remain seated with excitement. Yet, the current maximum range for communication is only about 200 meters. Messages sent beyond this distance cannot be received. This revelation dampened Rolsk's enthusiasm, leaving him disheartened, as a few hundred meters hardly sufficed for meaningful discourse. "Is there a method to extend this range?" he inquired with a glimmer of hope. "Certainly, I require a server," Joshu explained. Presently, he was utilizing his mental faculties as a network line. With his brain serving as a data terminal for a localized network to achieve long-distance communication, the establishment of an internet was indispensable. However, Joshu could not locate any primordial crystals capable of supporting such vast data. A single crystal inscribed with 100 inscriptions was already at its limit, while the better ones could manage thousands, even tens of thousands. The data of the internet was a veritable torrent on Earth, while a forum server did not necessitate such vastness. Joshu sought to create something far more substantial than a rudimentary server, but a subpar server akin to those of Ubisoft would simply not suffice. He needed a server of superior quality. A server, he clarified, in simple terms, is a primordial crystal capable of storing a vast number of inscriptions. The higher the quality of the primordial crystal, the more exorbitantly its price escalated. A crystal capable of inscribing only a few would cost merely a couple of gold coins, while one capable of housing hundreds would start at 100. The most crystals with engravings, aside from a few containing powerful magical inscriptions, were practically worthless. What magnitude are we discussing? Rolsk, having encountered numerous high-quality primordial crystals in his lifetime, knew of those that could accommodate tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of inscriptions. Billions that, of course, if it's temporary, a crystal capable of 10,000 inscriptions would suffice. Joshua wished to reference the unit of trillion, but reconsidered and lowered his expectations. He recalled that the highest quality primordial crystal in the possession of the third prince could inscribe around 20 to 30,000 inscriptions. That is indeed an excessive demand, Rolsk remarked, adjusting his glasses. If a crystal capable of billions of inscriptions was unattainable, one that could inscribe approximately 100,000 could serve as the foundation for a large nation's teleportation array, the value of which was self-evident. Is this what you wish to register a patent for? No. I seek to patent something else. The conversation shifted, as neither party appeared eager to linger on the topic. Joshua and Rolsk were mere strangers. Joshua had broached the subject on a whim. After finalizing the patent for the camera and departing the chamber, Rolsk pondered briefly before retrieving a quill and a fresh sheet of paper, a TO, all members of the Owl Pen Pal Society on the acquisition of a primordial crystal of near-infinite quality, yours sincerely. Rolsk the Grey. After composing a brief note, he rolled up the parchment and approached the window, that he understood precisely how to procure such a crystal, and this letter merely served to inquire with a few other founding members of the society. A pitch-black owl flapped its wings and alighted beside the window, seizing the letter in its talons before soaring towards the tallest structure in Nolan, known as the Tower of the Sage. Chapter 43. Promotion in the Hall of the Patent Council. You truly do not wish to attend, Helran? Those are tickets for the VIP section, and I hear their current price hovers around 1,000 gold coins. Enough to cover my wages for over 2 months. Sansa, Helran's classmate, had just concluded her morning duties and was quietly conversing with Helran in a secluded corner of the Patent Council Hall. How long have you been working here? Frankly, I have little interest in that Black Swan troupe. Helran mentally appended that she had lost any enthusiasm for stage plays. Rather than attending the theatrical performance, she would much prefer to watch Beauty and the Beast again. Suddenly, it dawned on Helran that today marked the official premiere of the film Joshua. Lacking a deep understanding of the performing arts, she merely recognized that Beauty and the Beast was significantly more captivating than those tedious stage plays. Even more so than any theatrical production could ever be. Indeed, Helran found herself believing that the scene where the Beast perished in Belle's arms could evoke a pang of sorrow within her. A rather cruel question loomed before Helran. If the White Azalea Theater commenced its promotions, would she be able to secure a ticket for a second viewing? The answer was a resounding no. The scarcity of tickets for the Black Swan troupe's performances was evident. And it was clear that the citizens of Nolan were not stingy in this regard. Securing a mere ordinary seat for the Black Swan troupe required either luck or a certain status and connections. Helran held no significant standing in this city. She was simply an ordinary student at a prestigious academy, merely an outstanding scholar at best. Sansa, I know of a theater performance that is far more breathtaking than that Black Swan troupe show. Would you be interested in joining me later? Helran thought for a moment, finding the term breathtaking the only suitable descriptor for the film. It had not only moved her, but also left her in awe. Isn't the White Azalea Theater out of new productions for quite some time now? Sansa seemed quite attuned to the news of stage plays. Your information is outdated. Miss Sansa, the White Azalea Theater premiered a new production just yesterday that if you're interested, you should certainly go and witness it. Before the formal promotion commenced, Joshua could only rely on verbal recommendations. And Helran's classmate Sansa was an excellent candidate for such endorsements. From her earlier observations, Sansa exhibited a rather ostentatious personality. To put it simply, if social media like Weibo or WeChat existed in this world, Sansa would likely take photos of her meals out and post them online. Naturally, Joshua would not miss out on such an untainted source of enthusiasm. What is the title of the new production? Is it from that troupe? She appeared genuinely intrigued. The title is Beauty and the Beast. As for which troupe, I will keep that a secret for now. In an era where people had yet to witness films, Joshua found it challenging to convey the essence of cinema through mere words. Thus, the most effective explanation was to take them to the cinema itself. I've already made plans to go. How about you? Helran did not wish to find herself waiting in line for an entire day during her next visit, only to possibly miss out on tickets. Anyway, Ricker's performance is in the evening, so it perfectly fills the time. Sansa seemed to dismiss Joshua's recommendation. The time was nearing 1 in the afternoon, and there were still several hours until the next performance by the Black Swan troupe. The format of stage performances typically meant that there would only be a show every few days, resulting in multiple troupes alternating at a theater. However, the audience in Nolan only desired to see the Black Swan troupe, rendering the other troupes dim in the glory of the illustrious Colossi. Please. This time, Joshua took on the role of a guide, leading them out of the Patent Council towards the White Azalea Theater. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at the theater's entrance. The exterior still appeared somewhat desolate. But on the opposite side of the entrance, inscriptions shimmered with light as several wizards clad in brown robes constructed a backdrop for promotional posters using clay figurine magic. Upon entering the theater, Sir White Azalea was surrounded by a group of elegantly dressed women. Why did the beast have to die in the end? Belle is truly a pitiful child. Where did those ignorant villagers come from? Ladies, please remain calm. This is merely a cinematic narrative, not reality. Sir White Azalea dabbed the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, attempting to explain to the noble women before him. They were staunch supporters of the White Azalea Theater. And following the official release of Beauty and the Beast, Sir White Azalea had personally invited them to attend. The outcome was that these noble women, while wiping away tears, fervently condemned the beast's unjust treatment. Why are they so upset over the beast's death? Sansa overheard the noble women's discussions. Upon hearing the title Beauty and the Beast, she initially thought of the kitsch detail of rescuing a princess from a monster's clutches. You will understand once you watch it. Helran kindly refrained from spoiling the story for Sansa. Rest assured, even after watching, I shall not pity the beast, for I am a devoted follower of the Holy Light and the God of Justice, Monacarl. Helran, have you forgotten that I am a citizen of the Holy Kingdom of Misai? To emphasize her point, Sansa displayed a faint golden inscription on her hand. Joshua had not anticipated that she was a paladin. The radiance emanating from the inscription resembled the purifying light of holiness, eliciting a subtle reaction from the mark left by the Bone Baron, albeit only a barely perceptible response, as the Bone Baron's power could not be threatened by such a trivial amount of holy light. The Holy Knights of Misai are the vanguard against the demonic invasion. As a citizen of this nation, my faith is unwavering. How could I possibly pity a demon? Sansa asserted dismissively. Chapter 44. The Guild the film screening concluded, and outside the White Azalea Theater. In the lobby, why did the beast have to die when he treated Belle so well? I cannot accept this. Sansa, clutching a handkerchief, was dabbing at her tears. This was already her second handkerchief, which she had borrowed from Helran. Shouldn't the citizens of the Holy Kingdom of Misai be cold-hearted towards demons? This was Syrah's fourth viewing, and she had long prepared herself. She managed to hold back tears during the more poignant moments. Now attentive to the small details within the film, such as how many shots she appeared in. In contrast, Sansa, seated beside Syrah, was unable to maintain her composure, breaking down in tears as the film reached its conclusion. Syrah was well aware of the Holy Kingdom of Misai, which staunchly believed that demons were nothing but evil invaders, harboring nearly a century of animosity towards them. The negative image of demons had been crafted by the missionaries of this nation while preaching their doctrines worldwide. In Joshua's words, it was a case of mindless demon bashing. This is different, Sansa faltered in response to Syrah's question, yet she stood firmly by the belief that Belle and the beast must be together, happily ever after. The reason lay in the film's earlier segments, especially when the beast fully accepted Belle. Sansa found herself enveloped in a romantic sentiment that a truly exceptional tragedy showcases the most beautiful elements to the audience before shattering them mercilessly. Stop crying. It's just a story. Helran, empathizing with Sansa's lamentations about the story's sorrowful conclusion, gently patted her back in a comforting manner. Helran was somewhat pleased with Sansa's reaction. The people of this world had not yet been brainwashed by religion to the point of becoming oblivious. Despite being a citizen of the Holy Kingdom of Misai, a nation dominated by faith, Sansa retained her individual thoughts. However, this could also be attributed to her years of study in Nolan. With this understanding, Joshua felt reassured that the theater would not be besieged by a horde of holy knights. After all, this was the realm of wizards. Sir, The background wall you requested will be completed by tomorrow, and the entire city of Nolan will be able to see the film's poster. Sir White Azalea finally extricated himself from the clutches of the noble women's inquiries, beginning to update Joshua on the progress of the promotional work. Please expedite it and increase the number of ticket sales locations. Joshua has imparted the method of projecting the original crystal to the sorcerers under Sir Whitebloom. Although the Whitebloom Theater has recently fallen into decline, Sir Whitebloom, as the steward of this establishment, still wields considerable influence throughout Nolan. This is particularly true given his extensive network of acquaintances, including many noble friends across various nations, most of whom are affluent ladies. I have already made preparations for this, and here is the contract I have drafted for you. While Sir Whitebloom's commercial acumen may be somewhat lacking, it is not entirely absent that he can envision the waves that the film Beauty and the Beast will create in Nolan. And he is certain that the Whitebloom Theater will reach another pinnacle in its history. Naturally, he dares not neglect the contributions of Joshua, for at present, he is the sole individual capable of producing films. Joshua is unlikely to be satisfied with merely Beauty and the Beast. In the future, many more remarkable films will undoubtedly emerge from his creative hands. The thought of all these productions being showcased at the Whitebloom Theater is enough to excite Sir Whitebloom to the brink of a heart attack. I will take 80%, Joshua remarked, glancing at the contract, which was entirely based on Nolan's patent laws. The terms could be summarized in a single phrase: do nothing but count money. Moreover, the ticket revenue share had shifted from 70-30 to 80-20. I have a bit of savings here. My lord, that I believe you will require substantial funds to create this magnificent work. Money, to me, is merely a figure needed to maintain the theater, Sir Whitebloom stated. Truly, he is a playwright wholly devoted to the arts. Joshua did not refuse Sir Whitebloom's goodwill, as his upcoming plans indeed necessitated significant financial backing. Joshua inscribed his name on the contract and handed it back to Sir Whitebloom, who carefully tucked it away. My lord, leave the remaining tasks to me. Should your new work require actors, please do not hesitate to ask. I will assist you in finding suitable candidates. In fact, the suitable candidates Sir Whitebloom referred to included himself. As a part-time actor, that he eagerly anticipated being chosen for a role in Joshua's next film, even if it were merely a minor part. It is indeed time to commence work in this area. The Sir intends to establish a commercial guild. The popularity of Beauty and the Beast will undoubtedly endure for some time, leaving Joshua to patiently await the film's reputation to gradually ferment throughout Nolan. Once Beauty and the Beast gains traction, it is certain that attention will turn to the individuals behind its production, as well as the opening logo. There will undoubtedly be many aspiring actors, like Sir Whitebloom, wishing to step into the realm of cinema, and Joshua has no reason to deny this seasoned performer, whose career spans decades. Thus, Joshua plans to formally establish an entertainment company that is in the realm of Nolan. The closest organization he can conceive akin to a company is a commercial guild. My lord, do you wish to engage in commerce? No, the nature of this guild resembles those established by spellcasters. However, the members of my guild will engage in performances, painting, and similar pursuits. Joshua intends to create a multifaceted commercial guild encompassing games, films, and music with a name yet to be determined. He is quite keen on calling it the Earth Entertainment Guild, though that does sound rather peculiar. Then, my lord, may I join? I believe I can provide a location for the guild. Sir Whitebloom is aware that spellcasters often establish guilds, which typically take on commissions to earn remuneration. A favored pursuit for those who view wizards as combat professions. I appreciate your kindness, Sir Whitebloom, but I believe your place is not suitable for conversion into a tavern. A guild's headquarters requires an office building. And Joshua indeed has a property in Nolan that he can invest in, belonging to the merchant Marina. Marina has recently lost her goods to bandits and has temporarily lost her status as a merchant. Joshua is willing to lend her a hand, though it remains uncertain whether she would be willing to transition from merchant to innkeeper, as the Hearthstone Tavern is envisioned as the future location of the guild. Chapter 45. Preparation. As Joshua exited the theater, dusk was nearing. Before his departure, Marina had given him a hand-drawn map, which guided him through Nolan's commercial street for over half an hour until he arrived at her temporary residence. Fortuitously, Marina's abode was merely 2 streets away from the Nolan National Theater, allowing Joshua to see the radiant glow emanating from the city's ostensible premier theater. This evening, the Nolan National Theater was hosting a performance by the Black Swan Troupe. And true to its name, it would surely be the most striking black swan upon the lake of Nolan. I possess the tickets to the Black Swan, Sansa exclaimed, brandishing 2 premium seats for the troupe's latest show, The World of Laughter. These tickets had been extorted from a male classmate named Ricard. With the promise of bringing Helran along, as the time approached for the show to begin, the value of these tickets, originally worth just over 500 gold coins, had likely skyrocketed to over 1,000. Logically, Sansa should have felt exhilarated at the prospect of meeting the legendary Floraki flower. However, after watching Beauty and the Beast, she could finally empathize with Helran's disinterest in stage performances. You needn't concern yourselves about me and Helran. After all, this may be our only opportunity to meet the renowned Floraki flower, isn't it? Joshua remarked. Well, Helran only has a little over an hour, so let's go take a look together, Sansa suggested, unwilling to squander the 2 tickets worth over 2,000 gold coins. Treating it as merely the price to glimpse the world's most beautiful girl, especially since she was not the one who purchased the tickets. With the agreement of the 3, Helran ultimately acquiesced to Sansa's proposal and accompanied her to the Nolan National Theater. Do you not wish to meet this Floraki flower? Asked Ciri, nibbling on a piece of bread purchased from a street vendor for her dinner, as she inquired of Joshua. Personal aesthetics vary. Rather than those heavily adorned, flamboyant girls, I prefer someone who can cook. While an attraction to beautiful women is a common trait among men, if forced to choose between beauty and homemaking, Joshua would unhesitatingly opt for the latter. That, of course, a well-rounded full-time wife possessing both qualities would be ideal. However, Joshua currently lacks the energy to manage matters of the heart or any related affairs. True enough. Considering those noble women are rather insipid, Ciri remarked, harboring hostility toward the sheltered women who navigate the ballroom social scene, for she had once been among them. During her mother's lifetime, Ciri had enjoyed such noble privileges. Yet she found the life constrained by rigid rules unsatisfactory. Thus, she now relished her current existence far more than her former life as a mere flower in a greenhouse. If only my mother were still alive, she lamented. Joshua refrained from responding. This audacious young sorceress, who dared to brawl with the brown bear, was indeed ill-suited for gracefully dancing in a ball gown that Joshua's gaze shifted to the hand-drawn map provided by Marina, which led him to the most inconspicuous location within the commercial street, an establishment devoid of the radiant inscriptions that marked every other building. The structure appeared reasonably spacious, boasting 3 full stories. Just as Joshua extended his hand to knock, the door was opened for him. Your Highness. As Joshua approached, Ino sensed his presence and hurriedly opened the door, her demeanor imbued with both reverence and trepidation. Where is your mother? Joshua inquired, not mentioning Marina by name. In her acceptance of Ino, she had come to view the young demon as a companion. Right this way, Mr. Joshua. I thought you would take a while longer to visit me. Marina rushed down from the 2nd floor, and Joshua entered the building. The 1st floor was remarkably spacious, sparsely furnished with a few display cases, though the items within had long since turned to ash. You are the only merchant I have met in this city. Miss Marina, yes, I am but a novice in matters of business. I knew I could only consult you first. Joshua seated himself at a table in the main hall, while Ciri unceremoniously took a seat beside him. And Ino, at Joshua's gesture, timidly sat opposite him. What sort of business do you intend to pursue, Mr. Joshua? If it lies within my capabilities, I shall certainly lend my assistance. Marina retrieved a teapot from the cabinet placed in the hall, followed by an object reminiscent of an alcohol lamp, albeit with a medium of magic in place of alcohol, that in this era, where magic prevails among the populace. Even as a merchant, Marina has mastered the art of igniting a fire. I plan to establish a tavern on the 1st floor. Joshua surveyed the ample space of the 1st floor once more, confident that transforming it into a tavern would be more than sufficient. Tavern, but Mr. Joshua, there are already quite a few taverns in Nolan. As a competent merchant, Marina possessed an acute business acumen. The city of Nolan, in a strict sense, is a place where humans and dwarves coexist. During the day, After completing their underground labor, dwarves indulge in the pleasures of drinking heartily at the taverns above ground. This has attracted numerous merchants eager to exploit the wallets of these seemingly affluent dwarves, offering them human-brewed beverages and roasted meats. However, dwarves are not as naive as they appear. Their stubborn nature leads them to patronize only a few familiar taverns. Most human wizards tend to keep their distance from intoxicating drinks that muddle the mind. Consequently, while the tavern business in Nolan can indeed be lucrative, it is also one of the most precarious ventures. What I intend to construct is a unique tavern, one that possesses characteristics compelling enough to attract our subterranean friends, and even pique the interest of the city's wizards.as for the financing of this establishment. I shall provide the funds, Miss Marina. Your task will be to connect with a few suppliers of beverages and handle the interior decoration and construction. The expected timeline is around 6 months. Joshua envisioned the construction of the Hearthstone Tavern as a long-term endeavor, and the profits from Beauty and the Beast would serve a purpose, given that the funding required for filming is minimal. And what do you intend to invest in for the second and third floors? Mr. Joshua? Marina, currently a struggling merchant, recognized the significance of Joshua's investment. Chapter 46. The Flower of Feroci. I plan to establish a commercial guild, Joshua revealed, echoing Marina's previous profession. During the time when her husband was alive, she had operated a commercial guild, but now all of that had turned to dust. Nevertheless, her experience in managing a guild remained, instilling her with enough confidence to make a resurgence. A commercial guild? What products do you intend to trade, Mr. Joshua? This. Joshua produced a token for a ticket to the Whitethorn Theater and placed it on the table, the pale gold token adorned with silver-embossed white thorn patterns, indicating it was a ticket for a VIP seat. A coin? Marina gazed at the gleaming token on the table. It certainly appeared expensive, yet such silver-plated luxuries do not have a strong market in Nolan. No. To be more precise, my product is this. Joshua pushed the ticket toward Eno and then pointed at her. Mr. Joshua, do you mean to trade her as a commodity? Marina gripped Eno's hand beneath the table, calming her unease. Should Joshua truly intend to treat Eno as a product, she would vehemently refuse. I refer to Eno's voice and her charm, not her as a person, that I believe. Miss Marina, you have heard of the title Flower of Feroci. Joshua stated. The Flower of Feroci. Marina glanced out the window, where the faint glow from the inscription above the Nolan National Theater was still visible. Though she was advanced in years, her intellect and perspective had not waned. Marina immediately comprehended what Joshua sought to invest in. Mr. Joshua wishes for Eno to become an actress in a theater troupe. Given Eno's appearance, she indeed had great potential. At the very least, Marina believed her adopted son possessed a charm that rivaled that of the famed Flower of Feroci. In truth, Eno is already an actress, albeit not in the conventional sense of a theater troupe, that if you desire to delve deeper into this, I suggest you attend a recent performance at the Whitethorn Theater. Ms. Marina. Joshua was prepared for this day to arrive. Observing Marina's concern for Eno, perhaps this elderly lady would accept Eno with equanimity after watching Beauty and the Beast. After all, Eno's feelings for Marina were genuine, and Marina would not wish to continue living in solitude. Joshua slid 2 VIP tickets across to Marina. I shall return tomorrow afternoon with the contract. Until then, Miss Marina, please familiarize yourself with the industry you are about to enter. I believe I can manage. In fact, she felt compelled to excel. Marina accepted the 2 tickets from Joshua, understanding that if she wished to continue her life as a merchant in Nolan, she must embrace new opportunities, and she was ready for this challenge. Then I shall conclude today's visit here. Oh, and one more thing. Joshua produced a pouch filled with gold coins and tossed it to Eno, who instinctively reached out to catch the thrown item. As a competent actress, it is unacceptable to be illiterate. Miss Marina, please use this money to send Eno to school. Joshua was aware of Marina's current impoverished situation. The Nolan Magic Academy is the most prestigious and expensive in the world, drawing wizards from other nations, most of whom are considered nobility or exceptionally gifted prodigies. Eno was neither, yet she still deserved the opportunity to gain knowledge. Everyone is entitled to this right. Mr. Joshua. Eno reverted to the anxious state he first encountered her in, overwhelmed by self-doubt. Even after gradually forgetting her identity as a lowly demon in the human realm, Joshu's presence served as a stark reminder of her worthlessness in the demon world. My investment in you must be repaid in full. Joshu did not offer any uplifting words to encourage Ino. Sometimes, the harsh realities of life resonate more profoundly than hollow platitudes. Do you understand? Ino nodded repeatedly, her throat choked with emotion, unable to articulate any words, merely watching as Joshu departed. Meanwhile, at the Nolan National Theater, Halran sat in a VIP seat worth thousands of gold coins, feeling little connection to the performance, her only thought being that the young man beside her, named Ricardo, was exceedingly noisy. The stage play, in Halran's eyes, had become tedious, despite its apparent brilliance to outsiders. To her, it was merely a group of individuals running and jumping on stage. Furthermore, the lines resembled more of a chant than spoken dialogue. Had she not been mindful of her ladylike demeanor, Halran might have already succumbed to yawning multiple times. Halran, the flower of Feroci, is making her entrance. At that moment, Sansa, seated beside her, whispered softly in Halran's ear. This statement rekindled Halran's interest, prompting her to look towards the stage, eager to see what the most beautiful woman in the world looked like. When the only Black Swan of the Black Swan troupe, the so-called Flower of Feroci, graced the stage, Halran was certain that the individual who coined the term was unequivocally deranged. The Black Swan on stage was diminutive, even smaller than her sister, Ciri, standing at a mere 5 feet tall, suggesting that this Flower of Feroci was likely not even 15 years old. She was merely a child. Yet, despite her youth, Halran, as an adult, felt a pang of envy. This child exuded an undeniable charm. Not only was her appearance stunning, but the moment she stepped onto the stage in her heavy black gown, she seemed to become the center of the universe. Every smile and gesture, even the simplest of movements, captivated the audience, who appeared entranced, holding their breath. This was an aura, having been dazzled by Belle's extraordinary beauty. Halran was indeed struck by the Flower of Feroci, but she quickly regained her composure. Beyond her beauty, what captivated Halran was an indescribable, unique quality that reminded her of her sister, Ciri, although the actress portrayed her character with grace and poise. Her gentle smile encapsulated the image of a delicate noble maiden. It was essential to remember that the roles played by actors are often not reflective of their true selves. Chapter 47. A visit. The performance of the Black Swan troupe concluded amidst a crescendo of applause. And even as the curtain slowly descended, many audience members lingered in their seats, reluctant to leave, yearning for just one more glimpse of the Flower of Feroci. Professor Shalina sat in the VIP section, listening to the resounding applause below, satisfied with the evening's performance and the Black Swan troupe. Truly, they deserved their reputation as the leading theater troupe from the artistic nation of Feroci, as nearly all in attendance were enchanted by the allure of the Flower of Feroci. Professor Shalinia, the carriage has been arranged. Are we leaving now? Indeed, it is time to bid farewell to our old friend. Professor Shalinia raised the goblet in his hand and drained the red wine within. Placing the empty glass on the nearby table, he had no understanding of what it meant to savor. The notion had never crossed his mind. He only discerned which wines were palatable and which were not. This was also one of his methods of managing the theater. The substance and artistry of the performances were of secondary importance. The paramount consideration was that they were visually appealing and engaging enough to captivate the audience. This was the most fundamental requirement for a theater's survival. However, one of his old friends had never grasped this concept, clinging to his pitiful notions of art. Now, that very art had driven him into a corner. And it was high time for Professor Shalinia to establish the Nolan National Theater as the sole theater in the nation. As he pushed open the door, several attendants followed closely behind him. Before he could reach the staircase, a figure at the end of the corridor halted his steps. Professor, where do you intend to go? I merely plan to visit an old friend. Miss Gallory, you have just concluded a splendid performance. Perhaps you should rest for a while. Professor Shalinia observed the young lady leaning against the corridor wall. The very same flawless Flower of Feroci who had just graced the stage with her charm. Though she had shed her makeup, the opulent and heavy gown she wore remained unchanged. I have heard my father say that Nolan is the most prosperous city in the world, far surpassing the capital of my homeland, Ligel. Yet I have been in this city for nearly 3 days and have not had the opportunity to truly explore it. Professor, would you be so kind as to show me around? Her demeanor and movements exuded elegance and poise. Yet who could fathom the true nature of this girl, capable of portraying a myriad of roles so vividly? Miss Gallery, forgive my bluntness. For any man, the chance to stroll through the city with a beautiful woman would be a privilege. Yet Professor Shalinia's purpose this time was to disrupt, not to sightsee. Bringing along a horde of burly wizards was sufficient for wreaking havoc. What significance did it hold to have the theater's leading actress? The flawless flower, alongside him? Professor, should I interpret your forthcoming words as defiance against the command of a duke's daughter? Though her tone bore no semblance of command, that one sentence was enough to cause beads of cold sweat to trickle down Professor Shalinia's back. The hierarchy within the Nolan National Theater was distinctly defined. As the theater's backstage manager, he ought to wield absolute authority. However, ever since the arrival of the Black Swan troupe, the dynamics had shifted. His relationship with the troupe was not that of employer and employee, but rather one of equality. Indeed, the status of the most prominent Black Swan within the troupe far exceeded his own. The reason for this lay in the fact that this flawless flower was the daughter of a Grand Duke of Pholosi, while Professor Shalinia was merely a theater administrator, his old friend. Sir Whitebloom was also from Pholosi. Only someone hailing from a nation rich in artistic spirit would establish a theater. The Black Swan's choice to come to his theater was purely a capricious whim. Much like her sudden desire to venture out now, a thought that Professor Shalinia found utterly inscrutable. However, Miss Gallery, should you venture out now and be recognized, Professor Shalinia was acutely aware of the influence the flawless flower wielded in Nolan. If Gallery were to be recognized in public, it could incite a commotion. I am aware, which is why I have prepared in advance. Gallery held up a mask and donned it over her face. A mere mask will hardly suffice to conceal one's identity, Professor Shalinia thought, wishing to directly advise the flawless flower. However, mindful of her status as a duke's daughter, he refrained from further delay. It would be an opportune moment for her to witness the dilapidation of the Whitebloom Theater. And in comparison to the currently flourishing Nolan National Theater, it would surely secure the latter's standing in the eyes of this proud Black Swan. After you, Professor Shalinia said as he led the way along a corridor known only to him and his attendants. Eventually exiting the theater, A.S. Gallery settled into the carriage. Lifting her cumbersome gown, Professor Shalinia let out a quiet sigh of relief. He was fortunate that the audience had yet to disperse. The carriage set off towards the Whitebloom Theater, and seated within, Gallery drew back the curtain to gaze outside. Before coming to this city, I heard my father mention that there are 2 theaters here. Miss Gallery, there is but one. The establishment you refer to, the Whitebloom Theater, has fallen into such disrepair that it has not presented a new performance in nearly 6 months and is on the verge of closing. Such a decrepit venue would hardly attract any patrons, Professor Shalinia replied. Is that so? I assure you, as I have previously assured your father, that everything you enjoyed in Pholosi was of the highest caliber. And what you will experience in Nolan will be equally exceptional. This is the assurance that the Nolan National Theater can provide. Gallery offered no further reply, her gaze fixed upon the exterior, her wine-red pupils reflecting the city's scenery, illuminated by the glow of inscriptions under the night sky. After a brief journey of 10 minutes, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Whitebloom Theater. Sir Shalinia disembarked, and despite the surrounding desolation of the theater, the emptiness only brought him greater joy. I hope this dilapidated theater does not tarnish your gown, Miss Gallery. Professor Shalinia had grown indifferent to the possibility of someone recognizing the flawless flower. Indeed, if she were recognized, it would only serve to enhance the spectacle, as this visit was not merely to disrupt, but to escort away those who occupied another space in one fell swoop. Chapter 48. The guest Gallery ascended the steps of the Whitebloom Theater, her gown in hand, and noticed a massive backdrop positioned beside the entrance that appeared that they intended to conduct an outdoor performance. A method she knew some smaller city troops employed, though such practices belonged to the realm of the unrefined. Indeed, the term circus would be more fitting than theater. Yet, as she surveyed her surroundings, she saw no stage, only the solitary backdrop standing there. Upon stepping inside the theater, however, she found it was not as desolate as Professor Shalinia had portrayed. At the very least, a dozen individuals stood in line at the ticket counter. many of whom were noble women dressed as opulently as she did. A slightly portly man, adorned with a hint of makeup, was eagerly engaging the noble women in conversation. "Miss Gallery, this place truly lacks intrigue," Professor Shalinia remarked as he entered the theater. Just days prior, he had visited this establishment, finding the hall entirely devoid of patrons. Even with the few noble women specially invited today, the contrast to the long lines at the Nolan National Theater was stark. Sir Whitebloom was the first to notice the two guests entering the theater. No, it was more accurate to say that he recognized a wretched merchant and a star of the Black Swan troupe. "Ladies, I must excuse myself for a moment." Sir Whitebloom extricated himself from the throng of noble women, hastening to Gallory's side. "I did not anticipate a personal visit from Miss Gallery." Sir Whitebloom bowed slightly, unaffected by the titles held by the young lady before him. What he truly admired was her talent, that as an actress. This Black Swan of the troupe was exceptional, so much so that Sir Whitebloom momentarily disregarded the merchant exuding the stench of coin beside her. "Sir, is it not rather callous of an old friend to visit without a proper greeting?" Professor Shalinia interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Gala. In Nolan, there were those who would spend thousands, even tens of thousands, of gold coins merely for the chance to behold her. "I have no acquaintance with you and scrupulous merchants. Leave my theater at once. Your foul odor is suffocating," Sir Whitebloom retorted. Having cast aside the decorum expected of a gentleman, his ire palpable, this merchant had stripped the Whitebloom theater of half its fortune. It was remarkable that Sir Whitebloom had not already rolled up his sleeves to confront him. "I am merely seeking to assist you. Dear sir, given your dwindling funds for maintaining the theater, why not transfer ownership to me? I shall restore this theater to its former glory." Professor Shalinia maintained his composure, mindful of Gallory's presence. "The glory of the Whitebloom Theater began yesterday. I require no assistance from you. Starting tomorrow, the entire city of Nolan will once again remember that this theater is the sole establishment of its kind." If previously Professor Shalinia had approached to undermine Whitebloom, the latter now stood with newfound confidence. With the support of Xiao Xiao, he was emboldened to openly contend with the Nolan National Theater, even in the presence of the Black Swan troupe. Sir Whitebloom firmly believes that Belle possesses a charm that rivals that of the Black Swan, and that the actress portraying Belle will undoubtedly earn a title akin to Nolan's Blossom. "Indeed, Sir Whitebloom, I believe the theater in question is the Nolan National Theater." Professor Shalinia found Sir Whitebloom's aggressive demeanor somewhat unbearable. Just as Sir Whitebloom was poised to have the insufferable merchant removed, he suddenly spotted two familiar figures appearing at the theater's entrance, causing his anger to dissipate instantaneously. Joshu did not anticipate that the efficiency of the construction crew summoned by Sir Whitebloom would be so remarkable. The backdrop wall, expected to be completed by tomorrow, had already reached its preliminary stage of completion by this evening. Having just returned from Marina's shop, Joshu took the opportunity to confirm the suitability of the backdrop. But before he could hang the poster, the sounds of an argument from within the theater compelled him to momentarily set aside his task. That he caught little of the earlier part of their dispute, but he certainly noted Sir Whitebloom's intent to dismiss someone. Such an act, if it were to leak out, could potentially tarnish the theater's reputation. Moreover, there was no need to expel anyone, as all who entered this theater could contribute to the box office for Beauty and the Beast. Joshu had no reason to let such lucrative patrons slip through his fingers. "Simply standing here resolves nothing," Joshu interjected, ushering Siri into the theater's grand hall, rudely interrupting the conversation between Sir Whitebloom and the merchant he deemed contemptible. "Perhaps you two might consider watching the latest production at the Whitebloom Theater before forming any conclusions. At last, a troupe is willing to take residence in this dilapidated theater." Professor Shalinia immediately associated Joshu's words with the possibility that he was an actor of the troupe. "I regret to inform you that the Whitebloom Theater currently has no resident troupe and does not require one. But the production being performed now will surely meet your satisfaction." The surface of the crystal stone in Joshu's hand began to radiate with runic light, projecting an image onto a stone column adorned with a white backdrop. A cinema's promotional poster, aside from those displayed at the entrance to attract patrons, necessitated an ongoing display of a currently screening film within its interior. The poster for Beauty and the Beast was projected onto the backdrop. capturing the moment of Belle and the beast elegantly dancing in the castle's grand hall. The noble ladies who had already viewed Beauty and the Beast erupted into ecstatic cheers upon witnessing this scene, as it undoubtedly rekindled their initial feelings of emotion and romance upon first viewing the film. Professor Sharinya and the woman beside him, Gialori, were similarly drawn to the poster. This, rather than being awestruck by the projected image of the crystal stone. Professor Sharinya's attention was fixated on Belle. Upon first glimpsing the girl dancing in the embrace of the beast, he experienced an unexpected flutter in his heart. Previously, when he had encountered this flower of Pharos, he had merely admired her beauty from the perspective of a man, but this moment felt entirely different, just as Professor Sharinya was about to inquire about the identity of the actress from Joshu. Joshu made a shushing gesture. Nothing can elucidate the matter better than witnessing it with one's own eyes. 2 tickets will answer all your questions, Joshu stated, faced with Joshu's almost provocative remarks. Professor Sharinya felt a strong urge to storm off, but he had long ago resolved to never contribute to the success of a competitor's theater. Even if it meant his demise, he would not set foot in the White Bloom Theater. Such a foolish act would not be entertained, regardless of the beauty of the girl on the poster. Yet, unexpectedly, Gialori, who had remained silent in the background, stepped forward and addressed Joshu. "Give me one, Miss Gialori. I shall procure 2 tickets for you. Allow me to cover your ticket expenses." Professor Sharinya reluctantly conceded, ultimately parting with 20 gold coins to purchase 2 VIP seats, a price far cheaper than that of his own theater. "Thank you for your patronage. Please." "This way," Joshu gestured, and a servant escorted the 2 esteemed guests toward the screening hall. Joshu then handed the 20 gold coins to Sir Whitebloom. "Unless there is malicious intent to disrupt, do not expel any patrons." "Understood." "My lord." Sir Whitebloom felt an overwhelming sense of joy, particularly upon witnessing Professor Sharinya's sullen expression. "Additionally, please relay the daily box office earnings for this film. How many tickets were sold and the total revenue?" "I trust you can manage that, Sir Whitebloom." "Certainly. I shall attend to it personally." Sir Whitebloom understood that Joshu's notion of managing contained multiple implications, and he was prepared for ongoing collaboration with Joshu. Sir Whitebloom was not foolish enough to jeopardize his own reputation for the sake of profit. Just as the verbal tasks were assigned, Joshu sensed someone scrutinizing him, but he lifted his gaze toward the entrance of the screening hall and discovered it was Gialori's gaze. However, the next moment, a hand appeared before him, waving slightly to assert its presence. "What is it?" Joshu retracted his gaze, turning to Siri beside him. "Nothing, just swatting a mosquito," Siri replied. Chapter 49. The Black Swan Belle is truly beautiful. This was Professor Sharinya's initial thought as he watched the film. Approaching middle age, he recognized that Beauty and the Beast might evoke tears from many young viewers. Yet for him, it was Belle, the protagonist, who captivated him most. The leading ladies in stage productions often appeared unreal, regardless of their acting prowess, as the audience was aware they were merely performing within a confined space. However, Belle was strikingly different. She lived in a quaint village, a kind-hearted, curious, and bold girl. Professor Sharinya found it increasingly difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion, as he wished to believe that Belle truly existed somewhere in the world. Yet, upon regaining his composure, he realized he was in the White Bloom Theater, and the film he was watching was merely a performance, implying that Sir Whitebloom might know the actress portraying Belle. This thought made him restless, for the cinematic experience had far surpassed that of a stage play in terms of both engagement and enjoyment. Continuing down this path would be unwise. He had the Black Swan troupe to consider. The reputation of the Black Swan, along with its allure, was sufficient to sustain the Nolan National Theater's popularity. While film indeed overshadowed stage productions, its greatest drawback was the absence of the actors themselves during the performance. Many ticket purchasers at the Nolan National Theater were not merely there for the show, but rather to catch a glimpse of Gialori. As the film unfolded, revealing Belle adorned in exquisite garments dancing with the beast, Professor Sharinya was startled to realize that Belle's allure seemed to rival that of any black swan. The film continued until its conclusion, and as the melodious music played, the credits began to roll before the audience. Professor Sharinya spotted the name of the actress portraying Belle. Ian O.it was a name he had never encountered before. Having worked in the theater for many years, he was familiar with numerous actors and actresses. Could it be that Sir White Bloom had discovered a talented new actress, unable to remain any longer? He committed the name to memory and stood up, only to find that Gialori had yet to vacate her seat. "You may leave without waiting for me. That is an order," she stated. "Understood." Professor Sharinya felt no obligation to ensure the safety of the Duke's daughter. As he recognized that he was hardly qualified to serve as her protector, he was little more than a guide. Thus, he hurriedly exited the screening hall, leaving Gialori seated in silence. "If you wish to cry, then cry," Gialori suddenly remarked. Soon after, the sound of muffled sobs filled the air, and a vague shadow materialized behind her. "Miss, why did that beast have to die in the end?" The weeping voice sounded like that of a little girl, albeit somewhat indistinct due to its incorporeal nature. A common technique employed by playwrights, presenting the most romantic scene only to shatter it brutally, is the simplest way to evoke tears from the audience. The more beautiful something is, the greater the pain when it is broken. With a gentle, whisper-like tone, Jaloli spoke of her journey, having practiced dance since childhood and graced the stage. The years spent performing in theatrical productions had allowed her to discern the familiar tropes woven into the scripts by playwrights. Initially, she would shed tears over a play, yet now, even when performing a heart-wrenching scene that moved the audience to tears, she felt no sorrow herself. She once believed she would never experience any emotions from performing a stage play. But unexpectedly, this film rekindled the feelings she had when she first took to the stage, pure, profound emotion. Wiping away the tears from her eyes, she found that beyond the sentiment, a new curiosity blossomed within her. The cinematic medium was unlike anything she had encountered before, liberating performances from the confines of a small stage. The characters she portrayed were not merely figures clad in specific costumes reciting lines. The filmic method transformed actors into the very essence of their roles. Questions flooded Jaloli's mind. How was this marvel crafted? What techniques were employed to achieve such seamless transitions between scenes? Ultimately, one thought emerged. Who was responsible for the creation of this film? Was it the actress Miss Eno, who played Belle, or perhaps the demon Zenas? No, there must be others behind the scenes. Sitting quietly, Jaloli's gaze fell upon a name that appeared amidst a lengthy list of credits. Director Joshu, producer Joshu, cinematographer Joshu, costume designer Joshu. That a string of identical names dominated the screen. "Caught you," Jaloli exclaimed. "My lady, I strongly oppose your association with this individual," the indistinct shadow behind her declared, now devoid of tears. Speaking to Jaloli in a grave tone. "Why?" Jaloli inquired. "Because that demon prince appears to be a creature of sin, a malevolent force that only my mentor can vanquish. Why do you always presume that demons must be our adversaries?" Jaloli suddenly posed a question deemed heretical in the Holy Empire of Misa. Yet, she was not a citizen of Misa. She hailed from the artistic realm of Pholoshi, and she took pride in her homeland, refusing to blindly accept the dogmas of foreign lands. Because those so-called doctrines by the missionaries, true. The demon race has a history of conflict with the Holy Empire and the Frost Kingdom spanning centuries. However, our nation also waged war against the Holy Empire centuries ago, only to reconcile and become allies in the end. Sensing the silence of her attendant behind her, Jaloli sighed. To put it simply, if the villagers in the film were replaced by the Holy Empire's holy army, they would not only slay that demon, but also execute Belle as a witch. And you would have the opportunity to aid them in escaping all of this. Will you help or not? Aye. Perhaps this was the greatest regret of everyone who had watched the film of Beauty and the Beast, wanting to rush forth and warn the demon of the approaching foolish villagers, including herself. I do not know how to respond. From her tone, Jaloli sensed a wavering resolve. Previously, when faced with a demon, her attendant would have acted without hesitation, even if it were merely a hypothetical example. She would have opted for a decisive answer. Yet now, that was not the case. Perhaps this was the true purpose of the film. Let us return. If you feel nostalgic, I can come again tomorrow. Though tickets may not be as readily available. Jaloli adjusted her heavy gown and rose, but as she ascended the steps, she suddenly halted. And one final question, do you find my performance entertaining, or is it this film? Please do speak honestly. Jaloli said with a smile. This film, my lady, your stage play has made me want to sleep since a year ago. The voice behind Jaloli grew softer, clearly lacking conviction. Yet Jaloli's smile remained unchanged. Only her tightly clenched hands betrayed her inner turmoil. Chapter 50. Premiere the following day. Marina had just completed the enrollment process for Eno at a magic academy when she brought Eno to the entrance of the White Broom Flower Theater. It was nearing noon, and the scene at the theater's entrance was entirely transformed from the previous day. With numerous carriages lined up along the street, young mages clad in magical robes congregated on the steps of the theater, awaiting something. Marina recognized visitors from other lands by their attire. The reason for their gathering was the colossal poster hanging at the theater's entrance, Beauty and the Beast. Marina's gaze was instantly captivated by the poster. In this world, the concept of a poster was foreign. The closest equivalent was a wooden sign used by shops. Yet the poster at the White Broom Flower Theater shattered all preconceived notions. Presenting not mere text but a complete tableau, Beauty and the Beast, adorned in magnificent attire, gracefully dancing in a resplendent hall. From the moment this poster appeared in Nolan, it was destined to halt the steps of all who passed by the theater. Marina was no exception. Her curiosity piqued. She pulled Eno up the stairs, only to suddenly realize that the girl embracing the demon on the poster bore a striking resemblance to Eno, or more accurately, to Belle, whom Marina had encountered in the village. Currently, Eno's hair was silver, while Belle's was flaxen, and the disparity in their demeanor made it nearly impossible for Marina to recall her adoptive son's former name. Belle. Just as Marina was about to inquire of Eno, two tall women approached, conversing in a language not native to Nolan, but rather unique to the Frost Kingdom of Asta, having traveled the world with her husband in her youth. Marina understood a smattering of languages, and she clearly caught snippets of the two Asta girls' discourse. Agatha, stop crying. You killed so many demons when you enlisted. Why the tears now? But that demon is innocent. This is merely a stage play. Right? Nolanites seem to refer to this novel form of performance as a film. Could film possibly be related to the god of thunder and punishment, Kalshaloth? Marina brushed past the two Asta girls, halting at the theater's entrance, which was now utterly congested with people. Despite numerous attendants attempting to maintain order, their efforts were in vain. After years in commerce, Marina had often attended stage plays, but she had never witnessed a crowd so dense it blocked the entire theater lobby. Welcome. Miss Marina, Joshua emerged from the throng. This time, he had underestimated the promotional impact of the poster that on Earth, one could hardly take a few steps without encountering a poster. People had long since grown accustomed to them, even to the point of aesthetic fatigue. However, in this world, posters were a novel phenomenon, and driven by curiosity, many young mages flocked to the theater. After viewing Beauty and the Beast, their curiosity was not only satisfied, but the emotions and enjoyment the film evoked became the currency of conversation among friends. Word spread rapidly. In an era where newspapers were still in their infancy, the best means of promotion was through word of mouth. The theater lobby, which had seen only a handful of visitors that morning, was now teeming with patrons, many of whom returned after bringing friends to experience it a second time. Is this what you meant, Mr. Joshua? Marina had many questions for Joshua but was unsure where to begin. As I told you last night, if you have doubts, watch the film to the end. Only then will we truly discuss collaboration, he instructed, guiding an attendant to escort Marina and Eno to the VIP seats. Currently, the theater's tickets were sold out, with only specific places reserved for a select few in the VIP section, accompanied by the attendant. Marina made her way to the VIP area of the White Broom Flower Theater, a private room situated high above the main hall, affording a clear view of the grand screen. Take a seat. Eno, for now. I shall follow Mr. Joshua's intentions. Marina observed her adoptive son's unease and patted the seat beside her, using her usual comforting tone to alleviate Eno's tension in a charming display of obedience. Eno settled herself onto another sofa, as the auditorium was enveloped in darkness. During this moment, Marina could still discern a multitude of hushed whispers emanating from below. Why can't I see the stage? That backdrop is pushed far too forward. Do you know which troupe is performing? Silence. This performance requires no troupe. The murmurs reflected the questions swirling in Marina's mind, yet her uncertainties were swiftly resolved as images began to materialize on the grand screen. Long ago, there existed a cursed demon prince. His veins coursing with the blood of humanity, that a ghostly voice, courtesy of the skeletal puppeteer, narrated the background of this tale, seamlessly drawing the audience into the world meticulously crafted by Joshu. Next came the quaint village. Familiar to Marina, where the story's heroine, Belle, who just happened to sit beside her, gently emerged. Alongside the villagers, she serenaded the audience, revealing the essence of who Belle was. Could such a beautiful girl truly arise from among the village farmers? Beautiful? I still find Miss Jaloli far more enchanting. The whispers faded into oblivion amidst the harmonious chorus of Belle and the villagers, as many began to forget their discussions with friends, with the unfolding of the film's narrative. Those who clung to the belief that the flower Philos was the most beautiful girl in the world began to waver. For although the rumored Philos was indeed breathtaking, she felt too distant for the assembled crowd to truly grasp her character. Obscured by the myriad roles she portrayed on stage, cloaked in an air of mystery that rendered her seemingly unattainable, in stark contrast, Belle appeared approachable. Despite the screen's barrier, she embodied the essence of an ordinary village girl until she donned a splendid gown and commenced to dance with the demon prince in the hall. Among the youthful audience members, none had yet tasted love, yet they felt their hearts skip a beat. Is that clock named Walro a servant demon? I wonder how to summon it. Hey, that's merely a servant of the demon. But I would certainly like that teacup. The women's interests diverged entirely, as another highlight of Beauty and the Beast lay in the animated furniture, while the film evoked a myriad of experiences for viewers. By the time the conclusion arrived, soft sobs resonated throughout the auditorium. Joshu, seated in another VIP section, observed the audience's reactions with satisfaction. The film Beauty and the Beast had undoubtedly triumphed, destined to be a topic of conversation among the people of Nolan for the coming month. Even the year ahead, as the film screening concluded, a rather amusing interlude unfolded that a brave magician seized the opportunity to confess his feelings to a girl beside him, seemingly a classmate. Under the poignant atmosphere of the film's tragic finale, the girl did not reject his declaration. Instead, she blushed and accepted it with a gentle touch to her cheeks. This bold confession rendered them the focal point of the entire auditorium, as the film's ending stirred profound emotions within all present, prompting many to extend their blessings to the newly formed couple. Joshu, ever the gracious host, instructed his attendants to procure red rose petals, which, through the power of his order-based magic, floated gently from above, creating a romantic tableau that would be etched in the memories of all, including the newlyweds. Perhaps, when they eventually wed, the girl would don the golden princess gown worn by Belle. Joshu mused that he should append a phrase to the promotional material for Beauty and the Beast. Wish for your confession to succeed 100%. Bring your beloved to this performance. However, since Joshu was currently showcasing the tragic version, he hesitated to guarantee such an effect. How delightful, how delightful. Yet another couple plunges into the grave. Silly leaned against the window of the VIP section, observing the couple embraced amidst the rain of rose petals, clapping slowly, her rhythm betraying a lack of genuine congratulations. If you have someone you fancy, you could employ this method as well. Joshu was perplexed by Silly's lingering resentment. What method? Silly withdrew her gaze from the couple to fixate on Joshu. Bring him to see this film, Joshu replied. Silly narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Joshu for an extended period, leading him to suspect that this sorceress might indeed be suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. Despite her intense gaze, Joshu's expression remained unyielding, until Silly, as if conceding, sighed softly and murmured something nearly inaudible before returning her attention elsewhere. Let us go. We should speak with Madame Marina. Joshu pushed open the door to the VIP section adjacent to Marina's. As a matter of courtesy, he knocked gently before entering. Inside, Marina sat wiping her tears with a handkerchief, while Eno comforted the elderly woman, who had surpassed 70. That Marina's misfortunes as a woman were profoundly tragic. She had lost her husband at a young age, and after years of striving, had finally accumulated some savings, only to have it all swept away by robbers. Joshu pondered whether Marina could be considered fortunate, for that was merely her personal perspective. Madame Marina, do you have anything to say at this moment? Joshu inquired as he took a seat before her. Mr. Joshu, are you involved in the creation of the backdrop we witnessed earlier? At a loss for the title of the performance, Marina could only refer to it in such a manner. Joshu interpreted her question as a desire to know whether his current circumstances were merely a performance. Certainly not. There are no cameras, no film. Everything here is real, that I genuinely wish to collaborate with you, and Ino beside you truly hopes to live peacefully with you. I can assure you of that. After watching the film, Marina's emotions were akin to those of Truman in The Truman Show, yet her choices diverged significantly from his. She had contemplated that had she not encountered Joshu, her fate could have been much graver than the mere loss of her belongings. Her very life could have been at stake. Upon hearing Joshu's assertion that everything was real, Marina found it difficult to fully believe. Yet, what could disbelief accomplish? She was old, and even if everything were a fabrication, she would gladly accept it. Joshu's partnership, and most importantly, the presence of Ino as her adopted son, mattered greatly. Mr. Joshu, this morning I found a merchant willing to supply beverages long-term. I should finalize the contract with him in a few days. My application to establish a commercial guild has been completed. The remaining tasks involve the tavern and construction renovations that I shall provide you with the initial funds tonight. I appreciate your efforts, Madam Marina. This exchange essentially confirmed Marina's role as the innkeeper of the Hearthstone Tavern for the coming years. With the commercial partnership firmly established, Joshu needed to offer Ino a few words of advice on becoming a competent actor, particularly as a leading star. The succubus, when interacting with Joshu, still displayed a hint of trepidation. Yet she had managed to suppress her trembling. Ino, what did you hear amidst the murmurs below? Joshu gestured toward the audience, still gathered in the performance hall. I couldn't quite catch it. Ino shook his head. Having focused entirely on Marina since entering the VIP section, fearful that she might suddenly storm off. They were discussing a name. Belle, do you have any idea of the allure you possess in their eyes? Joshu regarded the succubus. Well aware that for her kind, the number of enchanted males served as a mark of pride, that Ino's tragic childhood had prevented him from adopting the ostentatious demeanor typical of succubi. Yet Joshu felt confident in declaring, throughout the ages since the dawn of this world, the succubus who had ensnared the most men through her charm was none other than Ino herself. If Ino were to change his hair to flaxen and don an outfit akin to Belle's, he would find it impossible to leave the White Briar Theater today. Could it truly be so? Ino questioned, incredulous at Joshu's assertion. Absolutely. Hence I have prepared this for you. Put it on. Joshu produced a pair of spectacles. The frames crafted from wood, with only the aristocracy possessing single-lens glasses that might be fashioned from gold or silver. Ino obediently donned the glasses given to him by Joshu, the rather outdated-looking spectacles completely obscuring the allure that typically radiated from him, rendering him a far cry from the captivating Belle on the screen. Remember to dress like this when you go out in the future. You have seen what the men of your kin are like when enchanted, he was told. Soon, it would not be just one or two. Belle's influence might become renowned throughout the streets of Nolan in the coming days. Chapter 52, Outing in the Days That Followed. The buzz surrounding Beauty and the Beast spread throughout the magical metropolis of Nolan with explosive fervor. Nolan was in the midst of preparations for the World Expo, during which various nations dispatched delegations to visit. Not to mention the influx of nobles and wizards from around the globe eager to partake in this once-in-a-decade celebration. Consequently, over half of the audience contributing to the box office for Beauty and the Beast hailed from foreign lands. The local citizens of Nolan comprised a mere fraction of the attendees, with the remainder being wizards who held dual nationality from Nolan and other countries, specifically coming to study. Within just a few days, Beauty and the Beast sparked a sensation in Nolan, with the film's storyline becoming a topic of conversation among the youth and even the noble ladies during afternoon tea. The golden princess gown worn by Belle had already inspired replicas in numerous clothing stores, akin to what one might call merchandise on Earth. This novel form of entertainment, ignited by Beauty and the Beast, began to proliferate like a highly contagious virus. The one most profoundly affected by this phenomenon was none other than the legendary flower of Pharos. Jill ate tea that moment. She stood on the stage of the National Theater of Nolan, concluding her fourth performance. Throughout her performance, Jalori remained in a state of distraction, a stark contrast to her usual dedication, even when faced with the most tedious of scripts. Today, however, her mind wandered as the audience's attention was not focused on her. The turnout was significantly lower than usual, and as she took her final bow, she could faintly hear whispers among the audience discussing the name Belle. Descending from the stage, Jalori made her way backstage. "Why didn't you take me with you to see Beauty and the Beast yesterday?" one of her fellow actresses questioned. "This morning. You managed to snag a ticket, did you not? I bet the demon prince's mane feels delightful to touch." "He is a demon," Jalori interjected, standing behind two women in the troupe who played supporting roles. Upon noticing her, they immediately ceased their chatter. "My lady," they acknowledged, for Jalori's status within the Black Swan Theater was absolute, being that the troupe had been founded by her father for her sake. "Do not mind me. You may go and rest." Jalori maintained her composed smile, and the two women hurriedly left after receiving her tacit approval. Once they departed, Jalori fell silent for a moment, retreating to the dressing room to change out of her cumbersome costume into something more modest. "My lady, you cannot possibly be thinking of seeking out that man," one of her shadows remarked. "Have you uncovered his identity?" Jalori tied her long, raven hair that cascaded to her waist, casting a dark silhouette in the mirror. "It would be wise to avoid contact with that man." "Truly." The shadow's tone conveyed a sense of urgency. Yet, Jalori's expression remained serene, as if she had already resolved her course of action. "Simply inform me of his identity and background," she instructed. "I have tried, but I cannot find any leads." "No leads?" Jalori paused in her grooming, turning to regard the shadow behind her, her expression betraying a hint of surprise. "You are the most outstanding apprentice of the Blackwood Guardians, surely. With your clan's unique abilities of concealment and perception, you could gather some intelligence." This was the first time Jalori had heard such a statement from her guardian. "In truth, I know of 2 places where he resides, but I cannot draw near, for he seems to sense my presence." The shadow recounted her recent experiences of surveillance, recalling a matter she felt compelled to mention. "Moreover, I sense a formidable power emanating from him." "How formidable?" Jalori was taken aback to see her guardian so unsettled. "A presence of death. I have faced numerous necromancers. Yet the aura he radiates is more terrifying than all the necromancers I have ever encountered combined, especially given his connections with demons." The information relayed by the shadow was sufficient to craft the image of a nefarious figure lurking behind the scenes. "Can you ensure my safety?" Jalori resumed, tidying her hair, removing the light makeup from her face. "Of course, that is no issue. But wait, my lady, having said so much, you still intend to meet him? Where are the 2 places he resides?" The urgency in the shadow's voice did not sway Jalori. She stepped out of the dressing room and toward the backstage perimeter. "I must speak with the Duke," she said, a hint of panic in her tone. Yet Jalori merely extended her hand into the void, swiftly grasping a pale arm, the accompanying pointed ear twitching slightly. The arm bore numerous dark inscriptions. "Keep this matter secret from my father, or you know the consequences," Jalori warned, her wine-red eyes calmly fixed on the emptiness, as if she were aware of the figure lurking in the shadows. "I understand," came the vague response, and the shadow faded away into nothingness as Jalori pushed open the door and exited backstage. "My lady Jalori." Professor Shalinia had been waiting at the doorway for some time, prepared to inform her of the upcoming performance schedule. However, upon seeing Jalori's modest attire and her newly styled hair, he realized that the Black Swan was no longer content to remain in her serene lake. "Where are you headed?" "Miss Jalori." Professor Shalinia was ready to play the role of tour guide, harboring a great deal of frustration as the White Flower Theater had stolen his business in just a few days. Most vexing was the fact that he had purchased tickets to the White Flower Theater not once, but several times. Why could he not control this impulse? At that moment, the only card left to play against the White Flower Theater was the Black Swan Troupe. "I heard a new tavern has opened 3 streets down from the theater," Jalori remarked. "A tavern? My lady, you must not go to such a filthy establishment. It is filled with foul-smelling dwarves and uncouth drunkards." Professor Shalinia held little regard for dwarves, creatures who toiled in the mines and had no appreciation for art. Nor had they ever contributed a single ticket sale to his theater, despite the fact that even the proud elves could provide some revenue. "You exhibit a form of racial prejudice." Jalori glanced at her shadow. Years ago, humans had indeed harbored significant biases against other races, such as dwarves and elves, but with the emergence of the magical capital of Nolan, This place had not only become the center of the world, but also a nexus for various races. Under Nolan's influence, the barriers that once separated humans from other races gradually diminished, transforming into a source of pride to know distinguished elves or an esteemed dwarf master. That it was now a rarity to find humans who still held prejudices against dwarves. No! Allow me to lead the way. Professor Shalinia could offer no other explanation and merely redirected the conversation. Thus, Jalori boarded a carriage outside the theater, which began to slowly make its way toward the commercial district not far from the National Theater of Nolan. Chapter 53. Assessment. An owl swooped into a tavern named Hearthstone. Clutching a piece of parchment, it landed on the bar at the back of the establishment, depositing the note atop the counter. Joshu picked up the parchment and began to peruse its contents. 5 days had passed since the premiere of Beauty and the Beast, and the film's astonishing ability to rake in profits had become increasingly evident. On the first day, the White Flower Theater had provided Joshu with enough earnings to fill 2 large chests. The second day, the Baron of White Flower had to designate a room to stash a mountain of gold coins that had nearly reached the ceiling. The sight was such that Joshu felt a dragon could comfortably lounge atop the heap without feeling out of place. The third day, this otherwise oblivious playwright finally wised up and opened a savings account for Joshu. The savings bank was the nascent form of a banking institution in this world, and the revolution in Nolan's magical industry had significantly stimulated economic growth. That some wealthy capitalists discovered that their wealth had exceeded the capacity of their homes. The concept of a savings bank naturally emerged for the profits earned over the course of these 5 days. Xiao found himself too preoccupied to count them meticulously. Instead, he devoted all his resources to investing in the Hearthstone Tavern and the development of the game Hearthstone itself. With Xiao's financial backing, Marina completed the tavern's decor in just 5 short days. In truth, the first floor of the building had already been furnished, making it quite suitable for a tavern as a shopfront. Marina merely needed to finalize agreements with the beverage suppliers and procure tables and chairs, along with setting up the kitchen behind the scenes. Now, as Xiao sat at the bar, he gazed out upon a tavern that could initially accommodate around 200 guests. Regrettably, the establishment was utterly devoid of patrons, a situation that had persisted for a full 2 days. Nolan, the clientele for taverns, primarily dwarves, adhered to a remarkably regular routine, frequenting the same few streets daily. However, there were no dwarves to be seen on this street. Xiao remained unperturbed, with no immediate plans for advertising. He was confident that once he completed the arcade version of Hearthstone, customers would surely flock to the tavern. The bustling arcade halls of the early 2000s on Earth remained vivid in his memory, but he glanced at the letter brought back by the owl in his possession. It discussed how to procure a substantial quantity of high-quality crystal stones, with the optimal inscription system being order and flow, followed by flame and holy light. This was the 173rd topic of the Owl Pen Pal Society. The letter subject was penned by Xiao, who was nearing the completion of the game's rules and logical framework. All that remained was to await series completion of the initial artwork before he could proceed with editing. The swift progress was attributed to Xiao finally recalling his profession as a magician, whose means of augmenting magical power typically involved meditation. During meditation, Xiao's thoughts accelerated to 2 or 3 times their normal speed. And upon completing hundreds of lines of code, he was astonished to find that only mere seconds had elapsed. The only obstacle hindering the birth of the arcade version of Hearthstone was the quality of the crystal stones. To enable a magical machine to support this game, Xiao required superior quality crystal stones. The prototype created by Heelan was wholly inadequate for his needs, while a lack of quality could potentially be compensated by quantity. It seemed that much of the data, particularly the original artwork, had been inscribed by Heelan using only 30 or so flows and the healing deity Wengerk's inscriptions, thus employing a form of magic rather than mere data for storage. The very essence of what inscriptions constructed was magic, and Xiao had merely complicated the arrangement of these inscriptions, akin to the transition from film storage of images to digital data. He could inquire with the dwarves, who possessed a wealth of raw crystal stones. This was the sole reliable answer provided by the pen pals of the Owl Pen Pal Society. Beneath Nolan lay abundant crystal stone veins. With many of the miners being dwarves, it appeared that Xiao should indeed seek an opportunity to connect with this race. That he penned a note of gratitude on the letter and handed it to the owl. which promptly grasped the paper and departed the tavern. Just as the owl flew out, the tavern welcomed its very first customer since opening. "Welcome, please feel free to find a seat," Xiao Xiu greeted. With Marina out searching for a chef and Eno attending class, Xiao Xiu took on the role of tavern owner for the day. He was somewhat surprised by the identity of the first visitor, a young girl. One with a notably unique aura that he recognized her from the Whitebriar Theater, where she had stood beside a man arguing with Sir Whitebriar, silent yet exuding an alluring charm. "Is there anything you need?" Xiao Xiu inquired. In this world, there were no laws prohibiting minors from consuming alcohol. She scanned the somewhat desolate tavern before finally directing her gaze toward Xiao Xiu. "May I ask, are you Mr. Xiao Xiu?" "That would be me." The name Xiao Xiu had gained a degree of notoriety in Nolan, although it paled in comparison to Eno's portrayal of Belle. Sir Whitebriar had hinted that many visitors to the theater came seeking Xiao Xiu. He had given Sir Whitebriar a response indicating a desire to avoid contact with others. Thus the noble had refrained from disclosing Xiao Xiu's identity. Now, they only knew that following the conclusion of Beauty and the Beast, a name had dominated the screen for several seconds. However, it was the first time Xiao Xiu encountered someone so directly seeking him out. Clearly, she had conducted thorough research into Xiao Xiu's background, and he indeed sensed someone monitoring him recently, albeit from a distance, preventing him from pinpointing their exact location. "Are you a friend of Sir Whitebriar?" Xiao Xiu recalled their brief encounter at the theater. I suppose that could be said to be true. The smile on Galori's face briefly faltered before she quickly regained her previous poise and grace. Though she had donned simple attire and altered her hairstyle today, Galori's appearance remained unchanged, sufficient for countless individuals to recognize her as the flower of Phylloxy. Galori took pride in this identity. As any woman would revel in the admiration of many, it was a testament to her remarkable charm. Unfortunately, it seemed to hold no significance for Xiao Xiu. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am an actress from a theater troupe named Galori Vandenair." Surely, Xiao Xiu must have heard of her, Galori assumed, considering her status as the flower of Phylloxy was well known among those in the theatrical profession. Xiao Xiu, with a somewhat multifaceted identity, at present. "I am a cultural disseminator. What brings you here, Miss Galori?" Xiao Xiu's calm response rendered Galori momentarily speechless, though she quickly adjusted her mindset. "I hope to participate in your next film, Mr. Xiao Xiu." Galori revealed her purpose for visiting. The monotony and tedium of stage plays had driven her to seek a new form of expression, coupled with a woman's competitive spirit compelling her to surpass Belle. "Ah, so it is for that reason. That is certainly possible, but you must first undergo my assessment." Xiao Xiu undoubtedly intended to produce his next film, and he currently found himself in need of additional personnel for the crew. Sir Whitebriar had only a handful of actors under his employ, with Galori being one of them, leaving merely 2 or 3 others. A talented actress presenting herself at his doorstep was an opportunity too good to pass up, especially one as legendary as the flower of Phylloxy. However, Xiao Xiu first needed to evaluate her qualifications for a role in his upcoming film. Whatever the assessment entails. As long as it pertains to acting, I believe I can pass. Galori held an unwavering confidence in her acting abilities, second only to her pride in her appearance. "Very well. Then the first assessment is whether or not you know any profanities," Xiao Xiu inquired, observing the elegant and polite girl before him. "I believe I need not provide examples of profanities, nor this gesture. Well, I imagine you might not comprehend it." Xiao Xiu then performed the universally recognized gesture of indignation. The middle finger, a sign whose origins trace back to the latter stages of the 100 Years' War between England and France. Indeed, the culture of insult on Earth has deep roots. For instance, the term vile scoundrel, wretched slave, and Chen Lin's scathing writings against Xiao Chao's disreputable conduct all reflect a rich history of derogatory language. Xiao Xiu had also taken note of the cultural trends in this world, primarily the lexicon that had emerged from long-standing interracial conflicts. For instance, he had encountered several phrases used by spellcasters to insult one another while participating in the Owl Pen Pal Society. "You despicable goblin, I should inscribe your name on my staff and hurl you out as a fireball." In summary, coarse language exists in every world. Xiao Xiu did not endorse such a culture of insult, but recognized that after completing Beauty and the Beast, it was time to begin planning the filming of Elon, the Professional. Unlike Beauty and the Beast, which was a fairy tale for young girls, Xiao Xiu believed this film would delve into darker themes such as gangs, narcotics, and domestic violence, all reflecting the grim aspects of society. While Beauty and the Beast might incite waves of admiration among Nolan's young ladies and noble women, Elon, the professional, would surely provoke profound contemplation on humanity and societal issues among the populace. As it was a film intended for adults, Gallery clasped the hem of her skirt, thoroughly perplexed by Xiao Xiu's question. Having undergone assessments by several renowned theatrical masters throughout her career, the evaluations had typically involved portraying particular characters, culminating in performances that move those masters to admiration, a testament to Gallery's innate talent. Over the years, Gallery had yet to encounter a role she could not embody, yet this was merely the self-assured belief of this flower of philosophy. However, Joshu's first inquiry thoroughly stumped her. "Would you like me to provide an example? For instance, Miss Gallery, could you utter that word with a tone of anger?" As Joshu poured himself a glass of plain water, he patiently awaited the performance of this philosophy flowered "I in this world." The vernacular was English, though many terms had yet to emerge. Nevertheless, the word FK existed, carrying a meaning potent enough to leave any sheltered noble maiden blushing crimson. Gallery seemed utterly perplexed by the term, opening her mouth yet remaining silent for an extended moment. Besides being the lead actress of the Black Swan Theater, Gallery was also the daughter of a Grand Duke. From birth, she had received the finest education, which rendered her demeanor and conduct irreplaceably elegant, heavily influenced by such ideals. Engaging in vulgarity was simply out of the question for someone of her upbringing. When severely provoked, Gallery would typically ensure her adversary vanished, though such instances were rare, as they would tarnish her image. "Mr. Joshu, this request seems rather excessive." Gallery sighed, barely audible, caught in a moment of hesitation. "It is not excessive. In my next script, it is merely a fundamental requirement that if Miss Gallery cannot adapt, then I am at a loss." Joshu understood the reason behind Gallery's hesitation. From the scripts provided by Sir Whitebriar, it was evident that the dialogue in the theatrical scripts of this world was often delivered in a tone of praise, a common stylistic approach in stage performances. Consequently, even when the narratives ventured into darker themes, the performances remained steeped in artistic flair. Joshu's project was a film intended to recreate another reality where no one spoke in exaggerated tones, lamenting, "Oh, what a sorrowful affair that my tyrannical boss has once again demanded overtime." Joshu could sense the awkwardness even through the script, making it clear that Gallery needed to transition from a stage actress to a film actress, a hurdle she must inevitably overcome. Gallery gazed at Joshu, whose expression was earnest. She recognized that he was not attempting to challenge her or revel in her potential embarrassment, but rather was genuinely assessing her acting prowess. This prompted her to purse her lips, eventually uttering the crude word previously mentioned by Joshu, albeit with a marked stiffness devoid of emotion, that I in that moment. The artistic talent of the flower of philosophy seemed to dissipate. Joshu, meanwhile, struggled to conceal his expression, as a poised and beautiful noblewoman mustered all her strength to utter such a vulgarity before him that it evoked a peculiar sensation, particularly when he noticed a faint flush on Gallery's fair cheeks. However, Joshu remained considerate of her sense of modesty. It was likely the first time she had spoken such coarse language in front of others that to spare her any embarrassment, he refrained from laughing, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, drawing on his experience as an interviewer on Earth. Regardless of how awkward newcomers might appear, Joshu upheld his stoic visage as a matter of basic respect. "Your delivery was devoid of emotion, rather rigid. As a member of a theater company, I would expect your skills to extend beyond this." Joshu offered his critique, allowing Gallery to regain a semblance of composure and return to her prior calm state. "If you are willing, I shall extend an invitation for you to join my next film project." Joshu regarded the philosophy flower before him. Her youthful appearance was strikingly fitting for the role of Matilda in Elon, the professional, making her the most suitable actress Joshu had encountered. It occurred to him that her looks bore a resemblance to Natalie Portman, the actress who portrayed Matilda, sharing an identical aura, reminiscent of the legendary Black Swan. "Have I passed?" Gallery was taken aback that a single utterance of vulgarity had won Joshu's acceptance. She had anticipated a far more rigorous evaluation. Not yet. My next film shoot is scheduled for 2 months from now. After the World Expo concludes that if you choose to remain, I will extend an invitation. However, your current acting skills are simply inadequate, Joshu stated. Giolori could initially accept Joshu's prior demand with astonishment, but upon hearing that her skills were lacking, she felt a surge of indignation, a pride stemming from her status as the finest actress of Philosophy. Yet, this anger swiftly gave way to shame, as she recognized her earlier line as a profound failure, the most regrettable moment of her career. A competent actress should be able to flawlessly deliver any line. Therefore, Miss Giolori, I hope you will dedicate the next 2 months to practicing how to curse. Joshu once again proposed a challenge that left the noblewoman in a quandary. Any method of practice is acceptable. I suggest starting with profanity, then progressing to more offensive terms, and eventually advancing to higher tiers. This barrage of crude language left Giolori momentarily stunned, realizing for the first time the plethora of vulgarities that existed in this world. As long as you can fluently express FK, I will cast you as the lead in my next film. Trust me, film will supersede theater, and in this world, I am the sole individual capable of bringing films to life, teaching you how to become a film actress, not merely a stage performer. Joshu observed Giolori's expression, noting her silence as if her worldview had been profoundly shaken. Perhaps the moment she truly embraced the role of the female lead in this rendition of Elon would mark the complete dismantling of her noble perspective. Joshu felt a twinge of guilt, wondering if this could be construed as leading a child astray. I shall make an effort, Giolori replied, taking a deep breath, recognizing that her own reticence and noble pride were the barriers to her performance. And it was this very arrogance that had led her to believe there existed no role she could not portray. Take care. Joshu watched as the Philosophy flower departed, hoping that when he encountered this black swan again, she would have truly transformed into one, as swans were, after all, formidable creatures.